Chapter 13 of David Copperfield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Laurel Anderson. Chapter 13, the sequel of my resolution. For anything I know, I may have had some wild idea of running all the way to Dover when I gave up the pursuit of the young man with the donkey cart and started for Greenwich. My scattered senses were soon collected as to that point if I had, for I came to a stop in the Kent Road, at a terrace with a piece of water before it, and a great foolish image in the middle blowing a dry shell. Here I sat down on a doorstep, quite spent, and exhausted with the efforts I had already made, and with hardly breath enough to cry for the loss of my box and half-guinea. It was by this time dark. I heard the clocks strike 10 as I sat resting. But it was a summer night, fortunately, and fine weather. When I had recovered my breath, and had got rid of a stifling sensation in my throat, I rose up and went on. In the midst of my distress, I had no notion of going back. I doubt if I should have had any, though there had been a Swiss snowdrift in the Kent Road. But my standing, possessed of only 3 halfpence in the world, and I am sure I wonder how they came to be left in my pocket on a Saturday night, troubled me none the less because I went on. I began to picture myself as a scrap of newspaper intelligence, my being found dead in a day or two under some hedge, and I trudged on miserably, though as fast as I could, until I happened to pass a little shop where it was written up that ladies' and gentlemen's wardrobes were bought, and that the best price was given for rags, bones, and kitchen stuff. The master of this shop was sitting at the door in his shirt-sleeves, smoking, and as there were a great many coats and pairs of trousers dangling from the low ceiling, and only 2 feeble candles burning inside to show what they were, I fancied that he looked like a man of a revengeful disposition who had hung all his enemies and was enjoying himself. My late experiences with Mr. and Mrs. Micawber suggested to me that here might be a means of keeping off the wolf for a little while. I went up the next by-street, took off my waistcoat, rolled it neatly under my arm, and came back to the shop door. "If you please, sir," I said, "I am to sell this for a fair price." Mr. Dolloby was the name over the shop door at least, took the waistcoat, stood his pipe on its head against the doorpost, went into the shop, followed by me, snuffed the 2 candles with his fingers, spread the waistcoat out on the counter, and looked at it there, held it up against the light, and looked at it there, and ultimately said, "What do you call a price now for this here little waistcoat?" "Oh, you know best, sir," I returned modestly. "I can't be buyer and seller too," said Mr. Dolloby. "Put a price on this here little waistcoat." "Would 18 pence be?" I hinted after some hesitation. Mr. Dolloby rolled it up again and gave it me back. "I should rob my family," he said, "if I was to offer 9 pence for it." This was a disagreeable way of putting the business, because it imposed upon me, a perfect stranger, the unpleasantness of asking Mr. Dolloby to rob his family on my account. My circumstances being so very pressing, however, I said I would take 9 pence for it, if he pleased. Mr. Dolloby, not without some grumbling, gave 9 pence. I wished him a good night, and walked out of the shop the richer by that sum, and the poorer by a waistcoat. But when I buttoned my jacket, that was not much. Indeed, I foresaw pretty clearly that my jacket would go next, and that I should have to make the best of my way to Dover in a shirt and a pair of trousers, and might deem myself lucky if I got there even in that trim. But my mind did not run so much on this as might be supposed. Beyond a general impression of the distance before me, and of the young man with the donkey cart having used me cruelly, I think I had no very urgent sense of my difficulties when I once again set off with my 9 pence in my pocket. A plan had occurred to me for passing the night, which I was going to carry into execution. This was to lie behind the wall at the back of my old school, in a corner where there used to be a haystack. I imagined it would be a kind of company to have the boys, and the bedroom where I used to tell the stories, so near me, although the boys would know nothing of my being there, and the bedroom would yield me no shelter. I had had a hard day's work, and was pretty well jaded when I came climbing out at last upon the level of Blackheath. It cost me some trouble to find out Salem House, but I found it, and I found a haystack in the corner, and I lay down by it, having first walked round the wall and looked up at the windows, and seen that all was dark and silent within. Never shall I forget the lonely sensation of first lying down without a roof over my head. sleep came upon me as it came upon many other outcasts against whom house doors were locked and house dogs barked that night, and I dreamed of lying on my old school bed, talking to the boys in my room, and found myself sitting upright with Steerforth's name upon my lips, looking wildly at the stars that were glistening and glimmering above me. When I remembered where I was at that untimely hour, a feeling stole upon me that made me get up, afraid of I don't know what, and walk about. But the fainter glimmering of the stars and the pale light in the sky where the day was coming reassured me, and my eyes being very heavy, I lay down again and slept, though with the knowledge in my sleep that it was cold, until the warm beams of the sun and the ringing of the getting-up bell at Salem House awoke me. If I could have hoped that Steerforth was there, I would have lurked about until he came out alone, but I knew he must have left long since. Traddles still remained, perhaps, but it was very doubtful, and I had not sufficient confidence in his discretion or good luck, however strong my reliance was on his good nature, to wish to trust him with my situation. So I crept away from the wall as Mr. Creakle's boys were getting up, and struck into the long dusty track which I had first known to be the Dover Road when I was one of them, and when I little expected that any eyes would ever see me the wayfarer I was now upon it. What a different Sunday morning from the old Sunday morning at Yarmouth! In due time I heard the church bells ringing as I plodded on, and I met people who were going to church, and I passed a church or two where the congregation were inside, and the sound of singing came out into the sunshine, while the beadle sat and cooled himself in the shade of the porch, or stood beneath the yew tree with his hand to his forehead, glowering at me going by. But the peace and rest of the old Sunday morning were on everything, except me. That was the difference. I felt quite wicked in my dirt and dust with my tangled hair. But for the quiet picture I had conjured up of my mother in her youth and beauty weeping by the fire, and my aunt relenting to her, I hardly think I should have had the courage to go on until next day. But it always went before me, and I followed. I got, that Sunday, through 23 miles on the straight road, though not very easily, for I was new to that kind of toil. I see myself, as evening closes in, coming over the bridge at Rochester, footsore and tired, and eating bread that I had bought for supper. One or two little houses, with the notice "Lodgings for Travellers" hanging out, had tempted me, but I was afraid of spending the few pence I had, and was even more afraid of the vicious looks of the trampers I had met or overtaken. I sought no shelter, therefore, but the sky, and toiling into Chatham, which, in that night's aspect, is a mere dream of chalk and drawbridges, and mastless ships in a muddy river, roofed like Noah's arks, crept at last upon a sort of grass-grown battery overhanging a lane, where a sentry was walking to and fro. Here I lay down, near a cannon, and happy in the society of the sentry's footsteps, though he knew no more of my being above him than the boys at Salem House had known of my lying by the wall, slept soundly until morning. Very stiff and sore of foot I was in the morning, and quite dazed by the beating of drums and marching of troops, which seemed to hem me in on every side when I went down towards the long narrow street. Feeling I could go but a very little way that day, if I were to reserve any strength for getting to my journey's end, I resolved to make the sale of my jacket its principal business. Accordingly, I took the jacket off, that I might learn to do without it, and carrying it under my arm, began a tour of inspection of the various slop shops. It was a likely place to sell a jacket in, for the dealers in second-hand clothes were numerous, and were, generally speaking, on the lookout for customers at their shop doors. But as most of them had, hanging up by their stock, an officer's coat or two, epaulets and all, I was rendered timid by the costly nature of their dealings, and walked about for a long time without offering my merchandise to anyone. This modesty of mine directed my attention to the marine store shops, and such shops as Mr. Dolloby's, in preference to the regular dealers. At last I found one that I thought looked promising, at the corner of a dirty lane, ending in an enclosure full of stinging nettles, against the palings of which some second-hand sailors' clothes that seemed to have overflowed the shop were fluttering among some cots, and rusty guns, and oilskin hats, and certain trays full of so many rusty keys of so many sizes that they seemed various enough to open all the doors in the world. Into this shop, which was low and small, and which was darkened rather than lighted by a little window, overhung with clothes, and was descended into by some steps, I went with a palpitating heart, which was not relieved when an ugly old man with the lower part of his face all covered with a stubbly grey beard rushed out of a dirty den behind it, and seized me by the hair of my head. He was a dreadful old man to look at, in a filthy flannel waistcoat, and smelling terribly of rum. His bedstead, covered with a tumbled and ragged piece of patchwork, was in the den he had come from, where another little window showed a prospect of more stinging nettles and a lame donkey. "Oh, what do you want?" grinned this old man in a fierce, monotonous whine. "Oh, my eyes and limbs, what do you want? Oh, my lungs and liver, what do you want? Oh, garoo, garoo!" I was so much dismayed by these words, and particularly by the repetition of the last unknown one, which was a kind of rattle in his throat, that I could make no answer. Hereupon the old man, still holding me by the hair, repeated, "Oh, what do you want? Oh, my eyes and limbs, what do you want? Oh, my lungs and liver, what do you want? Oh, garoo!" which he screwed out of himself with an energy that made his eyes start in his head. "I wanted to know," I said, trembling, "if you would buy a jacket." "Oh, let's see the jacket!" cried the old man. "Oh, my heart on fire, show the jacket to us! Oh, my eyes and limbs, bring the jacket out!" With that he took his trembling hands, which were like the claws of a great bird, out of my hair, and put on a pair of spectacles, not at all ornamental to his inflamed eyes. "Oh, how much for the jacket?" cried the old man, after examining it. "Oh, grow! How much for the jacket?" "Half a crown," I answered, recovering myself. "Oh, my lungs and liver!" cried the old man. "No! Oh, my eyes, no! Oh, my limbs, no! 18 pence! Grow!" Every time he uttered this ejaculation, his eyes seemed to be in danger of starting out, and every sentence he spoke he delivered in a sort of tune, always exactly the same, and more like a gust of wind, which begins low, mounts up high, and falls again, than any other comparison I can find for it. "Well," I said, glad to have the matter closed, "I'll take 18 pence. "Oh, my liver!" cried the old man, throwing the jacket on a shelf. "Get out of the shop! Oh, my lungs, get out of the shop! Oh, my eyes and limbs, go! Don't ask for money, make it an exchange." I never was so frightened in my life before or since, but I told him humbly that I wanted money, and that nothing else was of any use to me, but that I would wait for it as he desired outside, and had no wish to hurry him. So I went outside and sat down in the shade in a corner, and I sat there so many hours that the shade became sunlight, and the sunlight became shade again, and still I sat there waiting for the money. There never was such another drunken madman in that line of business, I hope. That he was well known in the neighborhood, and enjoyed the reputation of having sold himself to the devil, I soon understood from the visits he received from the boys, who continually came skirmishing about the shop, shouting that legend, and calling to him to bring out his gold. "You ain't poor, you know, Charlie, as you pretend. Bring out your gold. Bring out some of that gold you sold yourself to the devil for. Come, it's in the lining of the mattress, Charlie. Rip it open and let's have some." This, and many offers to lend him a knife for the purpose, exasperated him to such a degree that the whole day was a succession of rushes on his part, and flights on the part of the boys. Sometimes, in his rage, he would take me for one of them, and come at me, mouthing as if he were going to tear me in pieces. Then, remembering me just in time, would dive into the shop, and lie upon his bed, as I thought from the sound of his voice, yelling in a frantic way, to his own windy tune, the death of Nelson, with an O before every line, and innumerable garoos interspersed. As if this were not bad enough for me, the boys, connecting me with the establishment on account of the patience and perseverance with which I sat outside, half-dressed, pelted me and used me very ill all day. He made many attempts to induce me to consent to an exchange, at one time coming out with a fishing rod, at another with a fiddle, and another with a cocked hat, at another with a flute. But I resisted all these overtures, and sat there in desperation, each time asking him, with tears in my eyes, for my money or my jacket. At last he began to pay me in halfpence at a time, and was full 2 hours getting by easy stages to a shilling. "Oh, my eyes and limbs!" he then cried, peeping hideously out of the shop after a long pause. "Will you go for 2 pence more?" "I can't," I said. "I shall be starved." "Oh, my lungs and liver! Will you go for 3 pence?" "I would go for nothing if I could," I said, "but I want the money badly." "Oh, garoo!" It is really impossible to express how he twisted this ejaculation out of himself, as he peeped round the doorpost at me, showing nothing but his crafty old head. "Will you go for 4 pence?" I was so faint and weary that I closed with this offer, and taking the money out of his claw, not without trembling, went away more hungry and thirsty than I had ever been, a little before sunset. But at an expense of 3d, I soon refreshed myself completely, and being in better spirits then, limped 7 miles upon my road. My bed at night was under another haystack, where I rested comfortably, after having washed my blistered feet in a stream and dressed them as well as I was able with some cool leaves. When I took the road again next morning, I found that it lay through a succession of hop grounds and orchards. It was sufficiently late in the year for the orchards to be ready with ripe apples, and in a few places the hop pickers were already at work. I thought it all extremely beautiful, and made up my mind to sleep among the hops that night, imagining some cheerful companionship in the long perspectives of poles, with the graceful leaves twining round them. The trampers were worse than ever that day, and inspired me with a dread that is quite yet fresh in my mind. Some of them were most ferocious-looking ruffians, who stared at me as I went by, and stopped perhaps, and called after me to come back and speak to them, and when I took to my heels, stoned me. I recollect one young fellow, a tinker I suppose, from his wallet and brazier, who had a woman with him, and who faced about and stared at me thus, and then roared to me in such a tremendous voice to come back that I halted and looked round. "Come here when you're called," said the tinker, "or I'll rip your young body open." I thought it best to go back. As I drew nearer to them, trying to propitiate the tinker by my looks, I noticed that the woman had a black eye. "Where are you going?" said the tinker, gripping the bosom of my shirt with his blackened hand. "I'm going to Dover," I said. "Where do you come from?" asked the tinker, giving his hand another turn in my shirt to hold me more securely. "I come from London," I said. "What lay are you upon?" asked the tinker. "Are you a prig?" No," I said. "Ain't you, by God? If you make a brag of your honesty to me," said the tinker, "I'll knock your brains out." With his disengaged hand he made a menace of striking me, and then looked at me from head to foot. "Have you got the price of a pint of beer about you?" said the tinker. "If you have, out with it, afore I take it away." I should certainly have produced it, but that I met the woman's look, and saw her very slightly shake her head and form "no" with her lips. "I'm very poor," I said, attempting to smile, "and have got no money." "Why, what do you mean?" said the tinker, looking so sternly at me that I almost feared he saw the money in my pocket. "Sir?" I stammered. "What do you mean," said the tinker, "by wearing my brother's silk handkerchief? Give it over here!" And he had mine off my neck in a moment, and tossed it to the woman. The woman burst into a fit of laughter, as if she thought this a joke, and tossed it back to me, nodded once as slightly as before, and made the word "go" with her lips. Before I could obey, however, the tinker seized the handkerchief out of my hand with a roughness that threw me away like a feather, and putting it loosely round his own neck, turned upon the woman with an oath and knocked her down. I never shall forget seeing her fall backwards on the hard road, and lie there with her bonnet tumbled off, and her hair all whitened in the dust. Nor, when I looked back from a distance, seeing her sitting on the pathway, which was a bank by the roadside, wiping the blood from her face with a corner of her shawl, while he went on ahead. This adventure frightened me so, that afterwards, when I saw any of these people coming, I turned back until I could find a hiding place, where I remained until they had gone out of sight, which happened so often that I was very seriously delayed. But under this difficulty, as under all the difficulties of my journey, I seemed to be sustained and led on by my fanciful picture of my mother in her youth, before I came into the world. It always kept me company. It was there, among the hops, when I lay down to sleep. It was with me on my waking in the morning. It went before me all day. I have associated it ever since with the sunny street of Canterbury, dozing as it were in the hot light, and the sight of its old houses and gateways, and the stately grey cathedral with the rooks sailing round the towers. When I came at last upon the bare, wide downs near Dover, it relieved the solitary aspect of the scene with hope, and not until I reached that first great aim of my journey, and actually set foot in the town itself, on the 6th day of my flight, did it desert me. But then, strange to say, when I stood with my ragged shoes, and my dusty, sunburnt, half-clothed figure in the place so long desired, it seemed to vanish like a dream, and to leave me helpless and dispirited. I inquired about my aunt among the boatmen first, and received various answers. One said she lived in the South Foreland Light, and had singed her whiskers by doing so. Another, that she was made fast to the great buoy outside the harbour, and could only be visited at half-tide. A third, that she was locked up in Maidstone jail for child-stealing. A fourth, that she was seen to mount a broom in the last high wind, and make direct for Calais. The fly-drivers, among whom I inquired next, were equally jocose and equally disrespectful, and the shopkeepers, not liking my appearance, generally replied, without hearing what I had to say, that they had got nothing for me. I felt more miserable and destitute than I had done at any period of my running away. My money was all gone, I had nothing left to dispose of, I was hungry, thirsty, and worn out, and seemed as distant from my end as if I had remained in London. The morning had worn away in these inquiries, and I was sitting on the step of an empty shop at a street corner, near the market-place, deliberating upon wandering towards those other places which had been mentioned, when a fly-driver, coming by with his carriage, dropped a horsecloth. Something good-natured in the man's face, as I handed it up, encouraged me to ask him if he could tell me where Miss Trotwood lived, though I had asked the question so often that it almost died upon my lips. "Trotwood," said he. "Let me see. I know the name, too. Old lady?" "Yes," I said. "Rather." "Pretty stiff in the back?" said he, making himself upright. "Yes," I said. "I should think it very likely." "Carries a bag?" said he. "Bag with a good deal of room in it? Is gruffish, and comes down upon you sharp?" My heart sank within me as I acknowledged the undoubted accuracy of this description. "Why then, I tell you what," said he. "If you go up there," pointing with his whip towards the heights, "and keep right on till you come to some houses facing the sea, I think you'll hear of her. My opinion is she won't stand anything, so here's a penny for you." I accepted the gift thankfully, and bought a loaf with it. Dispatching this refreshment by the way, I went in the direction my friend had indicated, and walked on a good distance without coming to the houses he had mentioned. At length I saw some before me, and approaching them went into a little shop — it was what we used to call a general shop at home — and inquired if they could have the goodness to tell me where Miss Trotwood lived. I addressed myself to a man behind the counter, who was weighing some rice for a young woman, but the latter, taking the inquiry to herself, turned round quickly. "My mistress?" she said. "What do you want with her, boy?" "I want," I replied, "to speak to her, if you please." "To beg of her, you mean?" retorted the damsel. "No," I said, "indeed." But suddenly remembering that in truth I came for no other purpose, I held my peace in confusion, and felt my face burn. My aunt's handmaid, as I supposed she was from what she had said, put her rice in a little basket, and walked out of the shop, telling me that I could follow her if I wanted to know where Miss Trotwood lived. I needed no second permission, though I was by this time in such a state of consternation and agitation that my legs shook under me. I followed the young woman, and we soon came to a very neat little cottage with cheerful bow windows. In front of it a small square gravelled court or garden full of flowers, carefully tended and smelling deliciously. "This is Miss Trotwood," said the young woman. "Now you know, and that is all I have got to say." With which words she hurried into the house, as if to shake off the responsibility of my appearance, and left me standing at the garden gate, looking disconsolately over the top of it towards the parlour window, where a muslin curtain partly undrawn in the middle, a large round green screen or fan fastened on to the window-sill, a small table, and a great chair, suggested to me that my aunt might be at that moment seated in awful state. My shoes were by this time in a woeful condition. The soles had shed themselves bit by bit, and the upper leathers had broken and burst, until the very shape and form of shoes had departed from them. My hat, which had served me for a nightcap too, was so crushed and bent that no old battered handleless saucepan on a dunghill need to have been ashamed to vie with it. My shirt and trousers, stained with dew, heat, grass, and the Kentish soil on which I had slept, and torn besides, might have frightened the birds from my aunt's garden as I stood at the gate. My hair had known no comb or brush since I left London. My face, neck, and hands, from unaccustomed exposure to the air and sun, were burnt to a berry brown. From head to foot I was powdered almost as white with chalk and dust as if I had come out of a lime kiln. In this plight, and with a strong consciousness of it, I waited to introduce myself to, and make my first impression on, my formidable aunt. the unbroken stillness of the parlor window leading me to infer after a while that she was not there, I lifted up my eyes to the window above it, where I saw a florid, pleasant-looking gentleman with a grey head, who shut up one eye in a grotesque manner, nodded his head at me several times, shook it at me as often, laughed, and went away. I had been discomposed enough before, but I was so much the more discomposed by this unexpected behaviour that I was on the point of slinking off to think how I had best proceed, when there came out of the house a lady with her handkerchief tied over her cap, and a pair of gardening gloves on her hands, wearing a gardening pocket like a tollman's apron, and carrying a great knife. I knew her immediately to be Miss Betsy, for she came stalking out of the house exactly as my poor mother had so often described her stalking up our garden at Blunderstone Rookery. "Go away," said Miss Betsy, shaking her head and making a distant chop in the air with her knife. "Go along. No boys here." I watched her, with my heart at my lips, as she marched to a corner of her garden and stooped to dig up some little root there. Then, without a scrap of courage, but with a great deal of desperation, I went softly in and stood beside her, touching her with my finger. "If you please, ma'am," I began. She started and looked up. "If you please, aunt." "Eh?" exclaimed Miss Betsy, in a tone of amazement I have never heard approached. "If you please, aunt, I'm your nephew." "Oh, Lord!" said my aunt, and sat flat down in the garden path. "I am David Copperfield, of Blunderstone in Suffolk, where you came on the night when I was born and saw my dear mamma. I have been very unhappy since she died. I have been slighted and taught nothing, and thrown upon myself, and put to work not fit for me. It made me run away to you. I was robbed at first setting out, and have walked all the way, and have never slept in a bed since I began the journey." Here my self-support gave way all at once, and with a movement of my hands, intending to show her my ragged state, and call it to witness that I had suffered something, I broke into a passion of crying, which I suppose had been pent up with me all the week. My aunt, with every sort of expression but wonder discharged from her countenance, sat on the gravel, staring at me until I began to cry, when she got up in a hurry, collared me, and took me into the parlour. Her first proceeding there was to unlock a tall press, bring out several bottles, and pour some of the contents of each into my mouth. I think they must have been taken out at random, for I am sure I tasted aniseed water, anchovy sauce, and salad dressing. When she had administered these restoratives, as I was still quite hysterical and unable to control my sobs, she put me on the sofa, with a shawl under my head and a handkerchief from her own head under my feet, lest I should sully the cover, and then, sitting herself down behind the green fan or screen I have already mentioned, so that I could not see her face, ejaculated at intervals, "Mercy upon us!" letting those exclamations off like minute guns. After a time she rang the bell. "Janet," said my aunt, when her servant came in, "go upstairs, give my compliments to Mr. Dick, and say I wish to speak to him." Janet looked a little surprised to see me lying stiffly on the sofa. I was afraid to move, lest it should be displeasing to my aunt, but went on her errand. My aunt, with her hands behind her, walked up and down the room, until the gentleman who had squinted at me from the upper window came in laughing. "Mr. Dick," said my aunt, "don't be a fool, because nobody can be more discreet than you can when you choose. We all know that, so don't be a fool, whatever you are." The gentleman was serious immediately, and looked at me, I thought, as if he would entreat me to say nothing about the window. "Mr. Dick," said my aunt, "you have heard me mention David Copperfield. Now don't pretend not to have a memory, because you and I know better." "David Copperfield?" said Mr. Dick, who did not appear to me to remember much about it. "David Copperfield? Oh, yes, to be sure. David, certainly." "Well," said my aunt, "this is his boy, his son. He would be as like his father as it's possible to be, if he was not so like his mother too." "His son?" said Mr. Dick. "David's son? Indeed." "Yes," pursued my aunt, "and he has done a pretty piece of business. He has run away. Ah, his sister Betsy Trotwood never would have run away." My aunt shook her head firmly, confident in the character and behaviour of the girl who never was born. "Oh, you think she wouldn't have run away?" said Mr. Dick. "Bless and save the man!" exclaimed my aunt sharply. "How he talks! Don't I know she wouldn't? She would have lived with her godmother, and we should have been devoted to one another. Where, in the name of wonder, should his sister Betsy Trotwood have run from, or to?" "Nowhere," said Mr. Dick. "Well, then," returned my aunt, softened by the reply, "how could you pretend to be wool-gathering, Dick, when you are as sharp as a surgeon's lancet? Now, here you see young David Copperfield, and the question I put to you is, what shall I do with him?" "What shall you do with him?" said Mr. Dick, feebly scratching his head. "Oh, do with him?" "Yes," said my aunt, with a grave look, and her forefinger held up. "Come, I want some very sound advice." "Why, if I was you," said Mr. Dick, considering and looking vacantly at me, "I should—" The contemplation of me seemed to inspire him with a sudden idea, and he added briskly, "I should wash him." "Janet," said my aunt, turning around with a quiet triumph which I did not then understand, "Mr. Dick sets us all right. Heat the bath." Although I was deeply interested in this dialogue, I could not help observing my aunt, Mr. Dick, and Janet while it was in progress, and completing a survey I had already been engaged in making of the room. My aunt was a tall, hard-featured lady, but by no means ill-looking. There was an inflexibility in her face, in her voice, in her gait and carriage, amply sufficient to account for the effect she had made upon a gentle creature like my mother, but her features were rather handsome than otherwise, though unbending and austere. I particularly noticed that she had a very quick, bright eye. Her hair, which was grey, was arranged in two plain divisions, under what I believe would be called a mob cap. I mean a cap much more common then than now, with side pieces fastening under the chin. Her dress was of a lavender colour, and perfectly neat, but scantily made, as if she desired to be as little encumbered as possible. I remember that I thought it, in form, more like a riding habit with a superfluous skirt cut off, than anything else. She wore at her side a gentleman's gold watch, if I might judge from its size and make, with an appropriate chain and seals. She had some linen at her throat, not unlike a shirt collar, and things at her wrists like little shirt wristbands. Mr. Dick, as I have already said, was grey-headed and florid. I should have said all about him in saying so, had not his head been curiously bowed, not by age. It reminded me of one of Mr. Creakle's boys' heads after a beating, and his grey eyes, prominent and large, with a strange kind of watery brightness in them that made me, in combination with his vacant manner, his submission to my aunt, and his childish delight when she praised him, suspect him of being a little mad. Though, if he were mad, how he came to be there puzzled me extremely. He was dressed like any other ordinary gentleman, in a loose grey morning coat and waistcoat, and white trousers, and had his watch in his fob, and his money in his pockets, which he rattled as if he were very proud of it. Janet was a pretty blooming girl, of about 19 or 20, and a perfect picture of neatness. Though I made no further observation of her at the moment, I may mention here what I did not discover until afterwards, namely, that she was one of a series of protégées whom my aunt had taken into her service expressly to educate in a renouncement of mankind, and who had generally completed their abjuration by marrying the baker. The room was as neat as Janet, or my aunt. As I laid down my pen a moment since to think of it, the air from the sea came blowing in again, mixed with the perfume of the flowers, and I saw the old-fashioned furniture brightly rubbed and polished, my aunt's inviolable chair and table by the round green fan in the bow window, the drugget-covered carpet, the cat, the kettle-holder, the two canaries, the old china, the punch-bowl full of dried rose-leaves, the tall press guarding all sorts of bottles and pots, and, wonderfully out of keeping with the rest, my dusty self upon the sofa, taking note of everything. Janet had gone away to get the bath ready, when my aunt, to my great alarm, became in one moment rigid with indignation, and had hardly voice to cry out, "Chit! Donkeys!" Upon which Janet came running up the stairs as if the house were in flames, darted out on a little piece of green in front, and warned off 2 saddle-donkeys, lady-ridden, that had presumed to set hoof upon it, while my aunt, rushing out of the house, seized the bridle of a third animal laden with a bestriding child, turned him, led him forth from those sacred precincts, and boxed the ears of the unlucky urchin in attendance, who had dared to profane that hallowed ground. To this hour I don't know whether my aunt had any lawful right of way over that patch of green, but she had settled it in her own mind that she had, and it was all the same to her. The one great outrage of her life, demanding to be constantly avenged, was the passage of a donkey over that immaculate spot. In whatever occupation she was engaged, however interesting to her the conversation in which she was taking part, a donkey turned the current of her ideas in a moment, and she was upon him straight. Jugs of water and watering pots were kept in secret places ready to be discharged on the offending boys. Sticks were laid in ambush behind the door, sallies were made at all hours, and incessant war prevailed. Perhaps this was an agreeable excitement to the donkey boys, or perhaps the more sagacious of the donkeys, understanding how the case stood, delighted with constitutional obstinacy in coming that way. I only know that there were 3 alarms before the bath was ready, and that on the occasion of the last and most desperate of all, I saw my aunt engage, single-handed, with a sandy-headed lad of 15, and bump his sandy head against her own gate, before he seemed to comprehend what was the matter. These interruptions were of the more ridiculous to me, because she was giving me broth out of a tablespoon at the time, having firmly persuaded herself that I was actually starving, and must receive nourishment at first in very small quantities. And while my mouth was yet open to receive the spoon, she would put it back into the basin, cry, "Chit! Tookies!" and go out to the assault. The bath was a great comfort, for I began to be sensible of acute pains in my limbs from lying out in the fields, and was now so tired and low that I could hardly keep myself awake for 5 minutes together. When I had bathed, they, I mean my aunt and Janet, enrobed me in a shirt and a pair of trousers belonging to Mr. Dick, and tied me up in 2 or 3 great shawls. What sort of bundle I looked like I don't know, but I felt a very hot one. Feeling also very faint and drowsy, I soon lay down on the sofa again and fell asleep. It might have been a dream, originating in the fancy which had occupied my mind so long, but I awoke with the impression that my aunt had come and bent over me, and had put my hair away from my face, and laid my head more comfortably, and had then stood looking at me. The words "pretty fellow" or "poor fellow" seemed to be in my ears too, but certainly there was nothing else when I awoke to lead me to believe that they had been uttered by my aunt, who sat in the bow window gazing at the sea from behind the green fan, which was mounted on a kind of swivel and turned any way. We dined soon after I awoke, off a roast fowl and a pudding, I sitting at table, not unlike a trussed bird myself, and moving my arms with considerable difficulty. But as my aunt had swathed me up, I made no complaint of being inconvenienced. All this time I was deeply anxious to know what she was going to do with me, but she took her dinner in profound silence, except when she occasionally fixed her eyes on me sitting opposite, and said, "Mercy upon us!" which did not by any means relieve my anxiety. The cloth being drawn, and some sherry put upon the table, of which I had a glass, my aunt sent up for Mr. Dick again, who joined us, and looked as wise as he could when she requested him to attend to my story, which she elicited from me gradually by a course of questions. During my recital she kept her eyes on Mr. Dick, who I thought would have gone to sleep but for that, and who, whensoever he lapsed into a smile, was checked by a frown from my aunt. "Whatever possessed that poor unfortunate baby that she must go and be married again?" said my aunt when I had finished. "I can't conceive." "Perhaps she fell in love with her second husband," Mr. Dick suggested. "Fell in love?" repeated my aunt. "What do you mean? What business had she to do it?" "Perhaps," Mr. Dick simpered, after thinking a little, "she did it for pleasure." "Pleasure indeed," replied my aunt. "A mighty pleasure for the poor baby to fix her simple faith upon any dog of a fellow, certain to ill-use her in some way or other. What did she propose to herself, I should like to know? She had had one husband. She had seen David Copperfield out of the world, who was always running after wax dolls from his cradle. She had got a baby. Oh, there were a pair of babies when she gave birth to this child sitting here that Friday night. And what more did she want?" Mr. Dick secretly shook his head at me, as if he thought there were no getting over this. "She couldn't even have a baby like anybody else," said my aunt. "Where was this child's sister, Betsy Trotwood?" "Not forthcoming. Don't tell me." Mr. Dick seemed quite frightened. "That little man of a doctor with his head on one side," said my aunt, "Jellips, or whatever his name was, what was he about? All he could do was to say to me, like a robin redbreast as he is, 'It's a boy! A boy! Yah! The old imbecility of the whole set of 'em!'" The heartiness of the ejaculation startled Mr. Dick exceedingly, and me too, if I am to tell the truth. "And then, as if this was not enough, and she had not stood sufficiently in the light of this child's sister, Betsy Trotwood," said my aunt, "she marries a second time, goes and marries a murderer, or a man with a name like it, and stands in this child's light. And the natural consequence is, as anybody but a baby might have foreseen, that he prowls and wanders. He's as like Cain before he was grown up as he can be." Mr. Dick looked hard at me, as if to identify me in this character. "And then there's that woman with the pagan name," said my aunt, "that Peggotty. She goes and gets married next. Because she has not seen enough of the evil attending such things, she goes and gets married next, as the child relates. I only hope," said my aunt, shaking her head, "that her husband is one of those poker husbands who abound in the newspapers, and will beat her well with one." I could not bear to hear my old nurse so decried, and made the subject of such a wish. I told my aunt that indeed she was mistaken, that Peggotty was the best, the truest, the most faithful, most devoted, and most self-denying friend and servant in the world, who had ever loved me dearly, who had ever loved my mother dearly, who had held my mother's dying head upon her arm, on whose face my mother had imprinted her last grateful kiss. And my remembrance of them both choking me, I broke down as I was trying to say that her home was my home, and that all she had was mine, and that I would have gone to her for shelter but for her humble station, which made me fear that I might bring some trouble upon her. I broke down, as I say, as I was trying to say so, and laid my face in my hands upon the table. "Well, well," said my aunt, "the child is right to stand by those who have stood by him. Chit! Donkeys!" I thoroughly believe that but for those unfortunate donkeys we should have come to a good understanding, for my aunt had laid her hand upon my shoulder, and the impulse was upon me, thus emboldened, to embrace her and beseech her protection. But the interruption, and the disorder she was thrown into by the struggle outside, put an end to all softer ideas for the present, and kept my aunt indignantly declaiming to Mr. Dick about her determination to appeal for redress to the laws of her country, and to bring actions for trespass against the whole donkey proprietorship of Dover until tea-time. After tea we sat at the window, on the lookout, as I imagined, from my aunt's sharp expression of face, for more invaders, until dusk, when Janet set candles and a backgammon board on the table, and pulled down the blinds. "Now, Mr. Dick," said my aunt, with her grave look, and her forefinger up as before, "I am going to ask you another question. Look at this child." "David's son?" said Mr. Dick, with an attentive, puzzled face. "Exactly so," returned my aunt. "What would you do with him now?" "Do with David's son?" said Mr. Dick. "Aye," replied my aunt, "with David's son." "Oh," said Mr. Dick. "Yes. Do with—" "I should put him to bed." "Janet," cried my aunt, with the same complacent triumph that I had remarked before, "Mr. Dick sets us all right. If the bed is ready, we'll take him up to it." Janet reporting it to be quite ready, I was taken up to it, kindly, but in some sort like a prisoner, my aunt going in front, and Janet bringing up the rear. The only circumstance which gave me any new hope was my aunt stopping on the stairs to inquire about a smell of fire that was prevalent there, and Janet's replying that she had been making tinder down in the kitchen of my old shirt. But there were no other clothes in my room than the odd heap of things I wore, and when I was left there with a little taper which my aunt forewarned me would burn exactly 5 minutes, I heard them lock my door on the outside. Turning these things over in my mind, I deemed it possible that my aunt, who could know nothing of me, might suspect that I had a habit of running away, and took precautions on that account to have me in safe keeping. The room was a pleasant one, at the top of the house, overlooking the sea, on which the moon was shining brilliantly. After I had said my prayers, and the candle had burnt out, I remember how I still sat looking at the moonlight on the water, as if I could hope to read my fortune in it as in a bright book, or to see my mother with her child, coming from heaven along that shining path, to look upon me as she had looked when I last saw her sweet face. I remember how the solemn feeling with which I at length turned my eyes away yielded to the sensation of gratitude and rest which the sight of the white-curtained bed, and how much more the lying softly down upon it, nestling in the snow-white sheets, inspired. I remember how I thought of all the solitary places under the night sky where I had slept, and how I prayed that I never might be houseless any more, and never might forget the houseless. I remember how I seemed to float then, down the melancholy glory of that track upon the sea, away into the world of dreams. End of Chapter 13. Recording by Laurel Anderson, Sanford, Florida. Chapter 14 of David Copperfield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Laurel Anderson. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 14. My Aunt Makes Up Her Mind About Me. On going down in the morning, I found my aunt musing so profoundly over the breakfast table, with her elbow on the tray, that the contents of the urn had overflowed the teapot and were laying the whole tablecloth under water, when my entrance put her meditations to flight. I felt sure that I had been the subject of her reflections, and was more than ever anxious to know her intentions toward me. Yet I dared not express my anxiety, lest it should give her offense. My eyes, however, not being so much under control as my tongue, were attracted towards my aunt very often during breakfast. I never could look at her for a few moments together, but I found her looking at me, in an odd, thoughtful manner, as if I were an immense way off, instead of being on the other side of the small round table. When she had finished her breakfast, my aunt very deliberately leaned back in her chair, knitted her brows, folded her arms, and contemplated me at her leisure, with such a fixedness of attention that I was quite overpowered by embarrassment. Not having as yet finished my own breakfast, I attempted to hide my confusion by proceeding with it, but my knife tumbled over my fork tripped up my knife, I chipped bits of bacon a surprising height into the air instead of cutting them for my own eating, and choked myself with my tea, which persisted in going the wrong way instead of the right one, until I gave in altogether and sat blushing under my aunt's close scrutiny. "Hello," said my aunt, after a long time. I looked up and met her sharp, bright glance respectfully. "I have written to him," said my aunt. To your father-in-law," said my aunt. "I have sent him a letter that I'll trouble him to attend to, or he and I will fall out, I can tell him." "Does he know where I am, aunt?" I inquired, alarmed. "I have told him," said my aunt, with a nod. "Shall I be given up to him?" I faltered. "I don't know," said my aunt. "We shall see." "Oh, I can't think what I shall do," I exclaimed, "if I have to go back to Mr. Murdstone." "I don't know anything about it," said my aunt, shaking her head. "I can't say, I'm sure. We shall see." My spirits sank under these words, and I became very downcast and heavy of heart. My aunt, without appearing to take much heed of me, put on a coarse apron with a bib which she took out of the press, washed up the teacups with her own hands, and when everything was washed and set in the tray again, and the cloth folded and put on top of the whole, rang for Janet to remove it. She next swept up the crumbs with the little broom, putting on a pair of gloves first, until there did not appear to be one microscopic speck left on the carpet. Next, dusted and arranged the room, which was dusted and arranged to a hair's breadth already. When all these tasks were performed to her satisfaction, she took off the gloves and apron, folded them up, put them in the particular corner of the press from which they had been taken, brought out her work-box to her own table in the open window, and sat down, with the green fan between her and the light, to work. "I wish you'd go upstairs," said my aunt, as she threaded her needle, "and give my compliments to Mr. Dick, and I'll be glad to know how he gets on with his memorial." I rose with all alacrity to acquit myself of this commission. "I suppose," said my aunt, eyeing me as narrowly as she had eyed the needle in threading it, "you think Mr. Dick a short name, eh?" "I thought it was rather a short name yesterday," I confessed. "You are not to suppose that he hasn't got a longer name if he chose to use it," said my aunt, with a loftier air. "Babley, Mr. Richard Babley, that's the gentleman's true name." I was going to suggest, with a modest sense of my youth, and the familiarity I had already been guilty of, that I had better give him the full benefit of that name, when my aunt went on to say, "But don't you call him by it, whatever you do. He can't bear his name. That's a peculiarity of his, though I don't know that it's much of a peculiarity either, for he has been ill-used enough, by some that bear it, to have a mortal antipathy for it, heaven knows. Mr. Dick is his name here, and everywhere else now, if he ever went anywhere else, which he don't. So take care, child, you don't call him anything but Mr. Dick." I promised to obey, and went upstairs with my message, thinking, as I went, that if Mr. Dick had been working at his memorial long, at the same rate I had seen him working at it through the open door when I came down, he was probably getting on very well indeed. I found him still driving at it with a long pen, and his head almost laid upon the paper. He was so intent upon it that I had ample leisure to observe the large paper kite in a corner, the confusion of bundles of manuscript, the number of pens, and above all the quantity of ink, which he seemed to have in half-gallon jars by the dozen, before he observed my being present. "Ah, Phoebus!" said Mr. Dick, laying down his pen. "How does the world go? I'll tell you what," he added in a lower tone, "I shouldn't wish it to be mentioned, but it's a—" here he beckoned to me and put his lips close to my ear. "It's a mad world. Mad as Bedlam, boy," said Mr. Dick, taking snuff from a round box on the table and laughing heartily. Without presuming to give my opinion on this question, I delivered my message. "Well," said Mr. Dick in answer, "my compliments to her, and I believe I have made a start." "I think I have made a start," said Mr. Dick, passing his hand among his grey hair, and casting anything but a confident look at his manuscript. "You have been to school?" "Yes, sir," I answered, "for a short time." "Do you recollect the date," said Mr. Dick, looking earnestly at me and taking up his pen to note it down, "when King Charles the First had his head cut off?" I said I believed it had happened in the year 1649. "Well," returned Mr. Dick, scratching his ear with his pen, and looking dubiously at me, "so the books say, but I don't see how that can be, because if it was so long ago, how could the people about him have made that mistake of putting some of the trouble out of his head, after it was taken off, into mine?" I was very much surprised by the inquiry, but could give no information on this point. "It's very strange," said Mr. Dick, with a despondent look upon his papers, and with his hand among his hair again, "that I never can get that quite right. I never can make that perfectly clear. But no matter, no matter," he said cheerfully, and rousing himself. "There's time enough. My compliments to Miss Trotwood. I am getting on very well indeed." I was going away, when he directed my attention to the kite. "What do you think of that for a kite?" he said. I answered that it was a beautiful one. I should think it must have been as much as 7 feet high. "I made it. We'll go and fly it, you and I," said Mr. Dick. "Do you see this?" He showed me that it was covered with manuscript, very closely and laboriously written, but so plainly that as I looked along the lines I thought I saw some allusion to King Charles the First's head again, in one or two places. "There's plenty of string," said Mr. Dick, "and when it flies high it takes the facts a long way. That's my manner of diffusing 'em. I don't know where they may come down. It's according to circumstances and the wind, and so forth, but I take my chance of that." His face was so very mild and pleasant, and had something so reverent in it, though it was hale and hearty, that I was not sure but that he was having a good-humoured jest with me. So I laughed, and he laughed, and we parted the best friends possible. "Well, child," said my aunt, when I went downstairs, "and what of Mr. Dick this morning?" I informed her that he sent his compliments, and was getting on very well indeed. "What do you think of him?" said my aunt. I had some shadowy idea of endeavouring to evade the question by replying that I thought him a very nice gentleman, but my aunt was not to be so put off, for she laid her work down in her lap, and said, folding her hands upon it, "Come! Your sister Betsy Trotwood would have told me what she thought of anyone directly. Be as like your sister as you can, and speak out." "Is Mr. Dick— I ask because I don't know, aunt. Is he at all out of his mind, then?" I stammered, for I felt I was on dangerous ground. "Not a morsel," said my aunt. "Oh, indeed," I observed faintly. "If there is anything in this world," said my aunt, with great decision and force of manner, "that Mr. Dick is not, it's that." I had nothing better to offer than another timid, "Oh, indeed." "He has been called mad," said my aunt. "I have a selfish pleasure in saying he has been called mad, or I should not have had the benefit of his society and advice for these last 10 years and upwards. In fact, ever since your sister, Betsy Trotwood, disappointed me." "So long as that?" I said. "And nice people they were, who had the audacity to call him mad," pursued my aunt. "Mr. Dick is a sort of distant connection of mine. It doesn't matter how. I needn't enter into that. If it hadn't been for me, his own brother would have shut him up for life, that's all." I am afraid it was hypocritical in me, but seeing that my aunt felt strongly on the subject, I tried to look as if I felt strongly too. "A proud fool," said my aunt. "Because his brother was a little eccentric, though he is not half so eccentric as a good many people,
He didn't like to have him visible about his house, and sent him away to some private asylum place, though he had been left to his particular care by their deceased father, who thought him almost a natural. And a wise man he must have been to think so. Mad himself, no doubt. Again, as my aunt looked quite convinced, I endeavored to look quite convinced also. So I stepped in, said my aunt, and made him an offer. I said, "Your brother's sane, a great deal more sane than you are, or ever will be, it is hoped. Let him have his little income and come and live with me. I am not afraid of him. I am not proud. I am ready to take care of him, and shall not ill-treat him as some people, besides the asylum folks, have done." After a good deal of squabbling, said my aunt, I got him, and he has been here ever since. He is the most friendly and amenable creature in existence, and as for advice! But nobody knows what that man's mind is except myself. My aunt smoothed her dress and shook her head, as if she smoothed defiance of the whole world out of the one and shook it out of the other. "He had a favorite sister," said my aunt, "a good creature, and very kind to him. But she did what they all do, took a husband. And he did what they all do, made her wretched. It had such an effect upon the mind of Mr. Dick, that's not madness, I hope, that, combined with the fear of his brother and his sense of his unkindness, it threw him into a fever. That was before he came to me, but the recollection of it is oppressive to him even now. Did he say anything to you about King Charles the First, child?" "Yes, aunt." "Ah," said my aunt, rubbing her nose as if she were a little vexed. "That's his allegorical way of expressing it. He connects his illness with great disturbance and agitation, naturally, and that's the figure, or the simile, or whatever it's called, which he chooses to use. And why shouldn't he, if he thinks proper?" I said, "Certainly, aunt." "It's not a business-like way of speaking," said my aunt, "nor a worldly way. I am aware of that, and that's the reason why I insist upon it that there shan't be a word about it in his memorial." "Is it a memorial about his own history that he is writing, aunt?" "Yes, child," said my aunt, rubbing her nose again. "He is memorializing the Lord Chancellor, or the Lord somebody or other, one of those people, at all events, who are paid to be memorialized, about his affairs. I suppose it will go in one of these days. He hasn't been able to draw it up yet without introducing that mode of expressing himself. But it don't signify, it keeps him employed. In fact, I found out afterwards that Mr. Dick had been for upwards of 10 years endeavoring to keep King Charles the First out of the memorial, but he had been constantly getting into it, and was there now. I say again, said my aunt, nobody knows what that man's mind is except myself, and he's the most amenable and friendly creature in existence. If he likes to fly a kite sometimes, what of that? Franklin used to fly a kite. He was a Quaker, or something of that sort, if I am not mistaken, and a Quaker flying a kite is a much more ridiculous object than anybody else. If I could have supposed that my aunt had recounted these particulars for my especial behoof, and as a piece of confidence in me, I should have felt very much distinguished, and should have augured favorably from such a mark of her good opinion. But I could hardly help observing that she had launched into them, chiefly because the question was raised in her own mind, and with very little reference to me, though she had addressed herself to me in the absence of anybody else. At the same time, I must say that the generosity of her championship of poor harmless Mr. Dick not only inspired my young breast with some selfish hope for myself, but warmed it unselfishly towards her. I believe that I began to know that there was something about my aunt, notwithstanding her many eccentricities and odd humours, to be honoured and trusted in, though she was just as sharp that day as on the day before, and was in and out about the donkeys just as often, and was thrown into a tremendous state of indignation when a young man going by ogled Janet at a window, which was one of the gravest misdemeanours that could be committed against my aunt's dignity. She seemed to me to command more of my respect, if not less of my fear. The anxiety I underwent in the interval which necessarily elapsed before a reply could be received to her letter to Mr. Murdstone was extreme, but I made an endeavour to suppress it, and to be as agreeable as I could in a quiet way, both to my aunt and Mr. Dick. The latter and I would have gone out to fly the great kite, but that I still had no other clothes than the anything but ornamental garments with which I had been decorated on the first day, and which confined me to the house, except for an hour after dark, when my aunt, for my health's sake, paraded me up and down on the cliff outside before going to bed. At length the reply from Mr. Murdstone came, and my aunt informed me, to my infinite terror, that he was coming to speak to her herself on the next day. On the next day, still bundled up in my curious habiliments, I sat counting the time, flushed and heated by the conflict of sinking hopes and rising fears within me, and waiting to be startled by the sight of the gloomy face, whose non-arrival startled me every minute. My aunt was a little more imperious and stern than usual, but I observed no other token of her preparing herself to receive the visitor so much dreaded by me. She sat at work in the window, and I sat by, with my thoughts running astray on all possible and impossible results of Mr. Murdstone's visit, until pretty late in the afternoon. Our dinner had been indefinitely postponed, but it was growing so late that my aunt had ordered it to be got ready, when she gave a sudden alarm of donkeys, and to my consternation and amazement, I beheld Miss Murdstone on a side saddle ride deliberately over the sacred piece of green, and stop in front of the house looking about her. "Go along with you!" cried my aunt, shaking her head and her fist at the window. "You have no business there! How dare you trespass! Go along! Oh, you bold-faced thing!" My aunt was so exasperated by the coolness with which Miss Murdstone looked about her, that I really believe she was motionless, and unable for the moment to dart out according to custom. I seized the opportunity to inform her who it was, and that the gentleman now coming near the offender, for the way up was very steep and he had dropped behind, was Mr. Murdstone himself. "I don't care who it is!" cried my aunt, still shaking her head and gesticulating anything but welcome from the bow window. "I won't be trespassed upon! I won't allow it! Go away! Janet, turn him round! Lead him off!" And I saw, from behind my aunt, a sort of hurried battle-piece, in which the donkey stood resisting everybody with all his 4 legs planted different ways, while Janet tried to pull him round by the bridle, Mr. Murdstone tried to lead him on, Miss Murdstone struck at Janet with a parasol, and several boys, who had come to see the engagement, shouted vigorously. But my aunt, suddenly descrying among them the young malefactor who was the donkey's guardian, and who was one of the most inveterate offenders against her, though hardly in his teens, rushed out to the scene of action, pounced upon him, captured him, dragged him with his jacket over his head and his heels grinding the ground into the garden, and called upon Janet to fetch the constables and justices, that he might be taken, tried, and executed on the spot, held him at bay there. This part of the business, however, did not last long, for the young rascal, being expert at a variety of feints and dodges, of which my aunt had no conception, soon went whooping away, leaving some deep impressions of his nailed boots in the flower beds, and taking his donkey in triumph with him. Miss Murdstone, during the latter portion of the contest, had dismounted, and was now waiting with her brother at the bottom of the steps, until my aunt should be at leisure to receive them. My aunt, a little ruffled by the combat, marched past them into the house with great dignity, and took no notice of their presence until they were announced by Janet. "Shall I go away, aunt?" I asked, trembling. "No, sir," said my aunt, "certainly not," with which she pushed me into a corner near her, and fenced me in with a chair, as if it were a prison or a bar of justice. This position I continued to occupy during the whole interview, and from it I now saw Mr. and Miss Murdstone enter the room. "Oh," said my aunt, "I was not aware at first to whom I had the pleasure of objecting, but I don't allow anybody to ride over that turf. I make no exceptions. I don't allow anybody to do it." "Your regulation is rather awkward to strangers," said Miss Murdstone. "Is it?" said my aunt. Mr. Murdstone seemed afraid of a renewal of hostilities, and interposing, began, "Miss Trotwood." "I beg your pardon," observed my aunt with a keen look. "You are the Mr. Murdstone who married the widow of my late nephew David Copperfield of Blunderstone Rookery, though why Rookery I don't know." "I am," said Mr. Murdstone. "You'll excuse my saying, sir," returned my aunt, "that I think it would have been a much better and happier thing if you had left that poor child alone." "I so far agree with what Miss Trotwood has remarked," observed Miss Murdstone, bridling, "that I consider our lamented Clara to have been, in all essential respects, a mere child." "It is a comfort to you and me, ma'am," said my aunt, "who are getting on in life and are not likely to be made unhappy by our personal attractions, that nobody can say the same of us." "No doubt," returned Miss Murdstone, though, I thought, not with a very ready or gracious assent. and it certainly might have been, as you say, a better and happier thing for my brother if he had never entered into such a marriage. I have always been of that opinion." "I have no doubt you have," said my aunt. "Janet," ringing the bell, "my compliments to Mr. Dick, and beg him to come down." Until he came, my aunt sat perfectly upright and stiff, frowning at the wall. When he came, my aunt performed the ceremony of introduction. "Mr. Dick, an old and intimate friend, on whose judgment," said my aunt, with emphasis, as an admonition to Mr. Dick, who was biting his forefinger and looking rather foolish, "I rely." Mr. Dick took his finger out of his mouth on this hint, and stood among the group with a grave and attentive expression of face. My aunt inclined her head to Mr. Murdstone, who went on, "Miss Trotwood, on the receipt of your letter I considered it an act of greater justice to myself, and perhaps of more respect to you—" "Thank you," said my aunt, still eyeing him keenly. "You needn't mind me." "To answer it in person, however inconvenient the journey," pursued Mr. Murdstone, "rather than by letter. This unhappy boy, who has run away from his friends and his occupation—" "And whose appearance," interposed his sister, directing general attention to me in my indefinable costume, "is perfectly scandalous and disgraceful." "Jane Murdstone," said her brother, "have the goodness not to interrupt me. This unhappy boy, Miss Trotwood, has been the occasion of much domestic trouble and uneasiness, both during the lifetime of my late dear wife and since. He has a sullen, rebellious spirit, a violent temper, and an untoward, intractable disposition. Both my sister and myself have endeavored to correct his vices, but ineffectually. And I have felt, we both have felt, I may say, my sister being fully in my confidence, that it is right you should receive this grave and dispassionate assurance from our lips. It can hardly be necessary for me to confirm anything stated by my brother," said Miss Murdstone, "but I beg to observe that of all the boys in the world, I believe this is the worst boy." "Strong," said my aunt shortly. "But not at all too strong for the facts," returned Miss Murdstone. "Ha!" said my aunt. "Well, sir?" "I have my own opinions," resumed Mr. Murdstone, whose face darkened more and more, the more he and my aunt observed each other, which they did very narrowly, "as to the best mode of bringing him up. They are founded in part on my knowledge of him, and in part on my knowledge of my own means and resources. I am responsible for them to myself. I act upon them, and I say no more about them. It is enough that I place this boy under the eye of a friend of my own, in a respectable business, that it does not please him, that he runs away from it, makes himself a common vagabond about the country, and comes here in rags to appeal to you, Miss Trotwood. I wish to set before you honorably the exact consequences, so far as they are within my knowledge, of your abetting him in this appeal." "But about the respectable business first," said my aunt. "If he had been your own boy, you would have put him to it just the same, I suppose?" "If he had been my brother's own boy," returned Miss Murdstone, striking in, "his character, I trust, would have been altogether different." "Or if the poor child, his mother, had been alive, he would still have gone into the respectable business, would he?" said my aunt. "I believe," said Mr. Murdstone, with an inclination of his head, "that Clara would have disputed nothing which myself and my sister Jane Murdstone were agreed was for the best." Miss Murdstone confirmed this with an audible murmur. "Huh!" said my aunt. "Unfortunate baby!" Mr. Dick, who had been rattling his money all this time, was rattling it so loudly now that my aunt felt it necessary to check him with a look, before saying, "The poor child's annuity died with her?" "Died with her," replied Mr. Murdstone. "And there was no settlement of the little property, the house and garden, the what's-its-name rookery without any rooks in it, upon her boy?" "It had been left to her unconditionally by her first husband," Mr. Murdstone began, when my aunt caught him up with the greatest irascibility and impatience. "Good Lord, man, there's no occasion to say that! Left to her unconditionally? I think I see David Copperfield looking forward to any condition of any sort or any kind, though it stared him point blank in the face. Of course it was left to her unconditionally. But when she married again, when she took that most disastrous step of marrying you, in short," said my aunt, "to be plain, did no one put in a word for the boy at that time?" "My late wife loved her second husband, ma'am," said Mr. Murdstone, "and trusted implicitly in him." Your late wife, sir, was a most unworldly, most unhappy, most unfortunate baby, returned my aunt, shaking her head at him. That's what she was. And now what have you got to say next? Merely this, Miss Trotwood, he returned. I am here to take David back, to take him back unconditionally, to dispose of him as I think proper, and to deal with him as I think right. I am not here to make any promise or give any pledge to anybody. You may possibly have some idea, Miss Trotwood, of abetting him in his running away, and in his complaints to you. Your manner, which I must say does not seem intended to propitiate, induces me to think it possible. Now I must caution you that if you abet him once, you abet him for good and all. If you step in between him and me now, you must step in, Miss Trotwood, forever. I cannot trifle or be trifled with. I am here, for the first and last time, to take him away. Is he ready to go? If he is not, and you tell me he is not, on any pretense, it is indifferent to me what, my doors are shut against him henceforth, and yours, I take it for granted, are open to him. To this address my aunt had listened with the closest attention, sitting perfectly upright, with her hands folded on one knee, and looking grimly at the speaker. When he had finished, she turned her eyes so as to command Miss Murdstone, without otherwise disturbing her attitude, and said, "Well, ma'am, have you got anything to remark?" "Indeed, Miss Trotwood," said Miss Murdstone, "all that I could say has been so well said by my brother, and all that I know to be the fact has been so plainly stated by him, that I have nothing to add except my thanks for your politeness. For your very great politeness, I am sure," said Miss Murdstone, with an irony which no more affected my aunt than it discomposed the cannon I had slept by at Chatham. "And what does the boy say?" said my aunt. "Are you ready to go, David?" I answered no, and entreated her not to let me go. I said that neither Mr. nor Miss Murdstone had ever liked me, or had ever been kind to me, that they had made my mamma, who had always loved me dearly, unhappy about me, and that I knew it well, and that Peggotty knew it. I said that I had been more miserable than I thought anybody could believe, who only knew how young I was, and I begged and prayed my aunt, I forget in what terms now, but I remember that they affected me very much then, to befriend and protect me for my father's sake. "Mr. Dick," said my aunt, "what shall I do with this child?" Mr. Dick considered, hesitated, brightened, and rejoined, "Have him measured for a suit of clothes directly." "Mr. Dick," said my aunt triumphantly, "give me your hand, for your common sense is invaluable." Having shaken it with great cordiality, she pulled me toward her, and said to Mr. Murdstone, "You can go when you like. I'll take my chance with the boy. If he's all you say he is, at least I can do as much for him then as you have done. But I don't believe a word of it." "Miss Trotwood," rejoined Mr. Murdstone, shrugging his shoulders as he rose, "if you were a gentleman—" "Pah! Stuff and nonsense!" said my aunt. "Don't talk to me." "How exquisitely polite!" exclaimed Miss Murdstone, rising. "Overpowering, really!" "Do you think I don't know?" said my aunt, turning a deaf ear to the sister, and continuing to address the brother, and to shake her head at him with infinite expression. "What kind of a life you must have led that poor, unhappy, misdirected baby? Do you think I don't know what a woeful day it was for the soft little creature, when you first came in her way, smirking and making great eyes at her, I'll be bound, as if you couldn't say boo to a goose?" "I never heard anything so elegant," said Miss Murdstone. "Do you think I can't understand you as well as if I had seen you?" pursued my aunt. "Now that I do see you and hear you, which I tell you candidly is anything but a pleasure to me? Oh yes, bless us! Who so smooth and silky as Mr. Murdstone at first? The poor benighted innocent had never seen such a man. He was made of sweetness. He worshipped her. He doted on her boy, tenderly doted on him. He was to be another father to him, and they were all to live together in a garden of roses, weren't they?" "Ugh! Get along with you, do!" said my aunt. "I never heard anything like this person in my life!" exclaimed Miss Murdstone. "And when you had made sure of the poor little fool," said my aunt, "God forgive me that I should call her so, and she gone where you won't go in a hurry, because you had not done wrong enough to her and hers, you must begin to train her, must you? Begin to break her like a poor caged bird, and wear her deluded life away in teaching her to sing your notes?" "This is either insanity or intoxication," said Miss Murdstone, in a perfect agony at not being able to turn the current of my aunt's address toward herself. "And my suspicion is that it's intoxication." Miss Betsy, without taking the least notice of the interruption, continued to address herself to Mr. Murdstone as if there had been no such thing. "Mr. Murdstone," she said, shaking her finger at him, "you were a tyrant to the simple baby, and you broke her heart. She was a loving baby. I know that. I knew it, years before you ever saw her, and through the best part of her weakness you gave her the wound she died of. There is the truth for your comfort, however you like it, and you and your instruments may make the most of it." "Allow me to inquire, Miss Trotwood," interposed Miss Murdstone, "whom you are pleased to call, in a choice of words in which I am not experienced, my brother's instruments?" "It was clear enough, as I have told you, years before you ever saw her; and why, in the mysterious dispensations of Providence, you ever did see her, is more than humanity can comprehend. It was clear enough that the poor soft little thing would marry somebody, at some time or another, but I did hope it wouldn't have been as bad as it has turned out. That was the time, Mr. Murdstone, when she gave birth to her boy here," said my aunt. "To the poor child you sometimes tormented her through afterwards, which is a disagreeable remembrance, and makes the sight of him odious now." "Aye, aye, you needn't wince," said my aunt. "I know it's true without that." He had stood by the door all this while, observant of her with a smile upon his face, though his black eyebrows were heavily contracted. I remarked now that though the smile was on his face still, his colour had gone in a moment, and he seemed to breathe as if he had been running. "Good day, sir," said my aunt, "and good-bye. Good day to you too, ma'am," said my aunt, turning suddenly upon his sister. "Let me see you ride a donkey over my green again, and as sure as you have a head upon your shoulders, I'll knock your bonnet off and tread on it." It would require a painter, and no common painter too, to depict my aunt's face as she delivered herself of this very unexpected sentiment, and Miss Murdstone's face as she heard it. But the manner of the speech, no less than the matter, was so fiery, that Miss Murdstone, without a word in answer, discreetly put her arm through her brother's, and walked haughtily out of the cottage, my aunt remaining in the window looking after them, prepared, I have no doubt, in case of the donkey's reappearance, to carry her threat into instant execution. No attempt at defiance being made, however, her face gradually relaxed, and became so pleasant that I was emboldened to kiss and thank her, which I did with great heartiness, and with both my arms clasped round her neck. I then shook hands with Mr. Dick, who shook hands with me a great many times, and hailed this happy close of the proceedings with repeated bursts of laughter. "You'll consider yourself guardian, jointly with me, of this child, Mr. Dick," said my aunt. "I shall be delighted," said Mr. Dick, "to be the guardian of David's son." "Very good," returned my aunt. "That's settled. I have been thinking, do you know, Mr. Dick, that I might call him Trotwood?" "Certainly, certainly. Call him Trotwood, certainly," said Mr. Dick. "David's son, Trotwood." "Trotwood Copperfield, you mean," returned my aunt. "Yes, to be sure. Yes, Trotwood Copperfield," said Mr. Dick, a little abashed. My aunt took so kindly to the notion, that some ready-made clothes which were purchased for me that afternoon were marked Trotwood Copperfield in her own handwriting, and in indelible marking ink, before I put them on; and it was settled that all the other clothes which were ordered to be made for me (a complete outfit was bespoke that afternoon) should be marked in the same way. Thus I began my new life, in a new name, and with everything new about me. Now that the state of doubt was over, I felt for many days like one in a dream. I never thought that I had a curious couple of guardians in my aunt and Mr. Dick. I never thought of anything about myself distinctly. The two things clearest in my mind were, that a remoteness had come upon the old Blunderstone life, which seemed to lie in the haze of an immeasurable distance, and that a curtain had for ever fallen on my life at Murdstone and Grinby's. No one has ever raised that curtain since. I have lifted it for a moment, even in this narrative, with a reluctant hand, and dropped it gladly. The remembrance of that life is fraught with so much pain to me, with so much mental suffering and want of hope, that I have never had the courage even to examine how long I was doomed to lead it. Whether it lasted for a year, or more, or less, I do not know. I only know that it was, and ceased to be, and that I have written, and there I leave it. End of chapter 14. Recording by Laurel Anderson, Sanford, Florida.
Section 15 of David Copperfield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Deborah Lynn. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 15. I Make Another Beginning. Mr. Dick and I soon became the best of friends, and very often, when his day's work was done, went out together to fly the great kite. Every day of his life he had a long sitting at the memorial, which never made the least progress, however hard he labored, for King Charles I always strayed into it sooner or later, and then it was thrown aside and another one begun. The patience and hope with which he bore these perpetual disappointments, the mild perception he had that there was something wrong about King Charles I, the feeble efforts he made to keep him out, and the certainty with which he came in and tumbled the memorial out of all shape, made a deep impression on me. What Mr. Dick supposed would come of the memorial if it were completed, where he thought it was to go, or what he thought it was to do, he knew no more than anybody else, I believe. Nor was it at all necessary that he should trouble himself with such questions. For if anything were certain under the sun, it was certain that the memorial never would be finished. It was quite an affecting sight, I used to think, to see him with the kite when it was up a great height in the air. What he had told me in his room about his belief in its disseminating the statements pasted on it, which were nothing but old leaves of abortive memorials, might have been a fancy with him sometimes, but not when he was out, looking up at the kite in the sky and feeling it pull and tug at his hand. He never looked so serene as he did then. I used to fancy, as I sat by him of an evening on a green slope, and saw him watch the kite high in the quiet air, that it lifted his mind out of its confusion and bore it, such was my boyish thought, into the skies. As he wound the string in, and it came lower and lower down out of the beautiful light, until it fluttered to the ground and lay there like a dead thing, he seemed to wake gradually out of a dream, and I remember to have seen him take it up and look about him in a lost way, as if they had both come down together, so that I pitied him with all my heart. While I advanced in friendship and intimacy with Mr. Dick, I did not go backward in the favor of his staunch friend, my aunt. She took so kindly to me that in the course of a few weeks she shortened my adopted name of Trotwood into Trot, and even encouraged me to hope that if I went on as I had begun, I might take equal rank in her affections with my sister Betsy Trotwood. "Trot," said my aunt one evening when the backgammon board was placed as usual for herself and Mr. Dick, "we must not forget your education." This was my only subject of anxiety, and I felt quite delighted by her referring to it. "Should you like to go to school at Canterbury?" said my aunt. I replied that I should like it very much, as it was so near her. "Good," said my aunt. "Should you like to go tomorrow?" Being already no stranger to the general rapidity of my aunt's evolutions, I was not surprised by the suddenness of the proposal, and said yes. "Good," said my aunt again. "Janet, hire the grey pony and chaise tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, and pack up Master Trotwood's clothes tonight." I was greatly elated by these orders, but my heart smote me for my selfishness when I witnessed their effect on Mr. Dick, who was so low-spirited at the prospect of our separation, and played so ill in consequence, that my aunt, after giving him several admonitory raps on the knuckles with her dice-box, shut up the board and declined to play with him any more. But on hearing from my aunt that I should sometimes come over on a Saturday, and that he could sometimes come and see me on a Wednesday, he revived, and vowed to make another kite for those occasions, of proportions greatly surpassing the present one. In the morning he was downhearted again, and would have sustained himself by giving me all the money he had in his possession, gold and silver too, if my aunt had not interposed, and limited the gift to 5 shillings, which, at his earnest petition, were afterwards increased to 10. We parted at the garden gate in a most affectionate manner, and Mr. Dick did not go into the house until my aunt had driven me out of sight of it. My aunt, who was perfectly indifferent to public opinion, drove the grey pony through Dover in a masterly manner, sitting high and stiff like a state coachman, keeping a steady eye upon him wherever he went, and making a point of not letting him have his own way in any respect. When we came into the country road, she permitted him to relax a little, however, and looking at me down in a valley of cushion by her side, asked me whether I was happy. "Very happy indeed, thank you, aunt," I said. She was much gratified, and both her hands being occupied, patted me on the head with her whip. "Is it a large school, aunt?" I asked. "Why, I don't know," said my aunt. "We are going to Mr. Wickfield's first." "Does he keep a school?" I asked. "No, Trot," said my aunt. "He keeps an office." I asked for no more information about Mr. Wickfield, as she offered none, and we conversed on other subjects until we came to Canterbury, where, as it was market day, my aunt had a great opportunity of insinuating the grey pony among carts, baskets, vegetables, and hucksters' goods. The hairbreadth turns and twists we made drew down upon us a variety of speeches from the people standing about, which were not always complimentary. But my aunt drove on with perfect indifference, and I dare say would have taken her own way with as much coolness through an enemy's country. At length we stopped before a very old house bulging out over the road, a house with long, low, latticed windows bulging out still farther, and beams with carved heads on the ends bulging out too, so that I fancied the whole house was leaning forward, trying to see who was passing on the narrow pavement below. It was quite spotless in its cleanliness. The old-fashioned brass knocker on the low arched door, ornamented with carved garlands of fruit and flowers, twinkled like a star. The 2 stone steps descending to the door were as white as if they had been covered with fair linen, and all the angles and corners and carvings and mouldings and quaint little panes of glass and quainter little windows, though as old as the hills, were as pure as any snow that ever fell upon the hills. When the pony chaise stopped at the door, and my eyes were intent upon the house, I saw a cadaverous face appear at a small window on the ground floor, in a little round tower that formed one side of the house, and quickly disappear. The low arched door then opened, and the face came out. It was quite as cadaverous as it had looked in the window, though in the grain of it there was that tinge of red which is sometimes to be observed in the skins of red-haired people. It belonged to a red-haired person, a youth of 15, as I take it now, but looking much older, whose hair was cropped as close as the closest stubble, who had hardly any eyebrows and no eyelashes, and eyes of a red-brown, so unsheltered and unshaded that I remember wondering how he went to sleep. He was high-shouldered and bony, dressed in decent black, with a white wisp of a neckcloth buttoned up to the throat, and had a long, lank, skeleton hand, which particularly attracted my attention as he stood at the pony's head, rubbing his chin with it, and looking up at us in the chaise. "Is Mr. Wickfield at home, Uriah Heep?" said my aunt. "Mr. Wickfield's at home, ma'am," said Uriah Heep, "if you'll please to walk in there," pointing with his long hand to the room he meant. We got out, and leaving him to hold the pony, went into a long, low parlour, looking towards the street, from the window of which I caught a glimpse as I went in of Uriah Heep breathing into the pony's nostrils, and immediately covering them with his hand, as if he were putting some spell upon him. Opposite to the tall old chimney-piece were 2 portraits, one of a gentleman with grey hair, though not by any means an old man, and black eyebrows, who was looking over some papers tied together with red tape. The other of a lady with a very placid and sweet expression of face, who was looking at me. I believe I was turning about in search of Uriah's picture, when a door at the farther end of the room opening, a gentleman entered, at sight of whom I turned to the first-mentioned portrait again, to make quite sure that it had not come out of its frame. But it was stationary, and as the gentleman advanced into the light, I saw that he was some years older than when he had had his picture painted. "Miss Betsy Trotwood," said the gentleman, "pray walk in. I was engaged for a moment, but you'll excuse my being busy. You know my motive. I have but one in life." Miss Betsy thanked him, and we went into his room, which was furnished as an office, with books, papers, tin boxes, and so forth. It looked into a garden, and had an iron safe let into the wall, so immediately over the mantel-shelf that I wondered, as I sat down, how the sweeps got round it when they swept the chimney. "Well, Miss Trotwood," said Mr. Wickfield, for I soon found that it was he, and that he was a lawyer, and steward of the estates of a rich gentleman of the county, What wind blows you here? Not an ill wind, I hope." "No," replied my aunt, "I have not come for any law." "That's right, ma'am," said Mr. Wickfield. "You had better come for anything else." His hair was quite white now, though his eyebrows were still black. He had a very agreeable face, and I thought was handsome. There was a certain richness in his complexion, which I had been long accustomed under Peggotty's tuition to connect with port wine, and I fancied it was in his voice too, and referred his growing corpulency to the same cause. He was very cleanly dressed, in a blue coat, striped waistcoat, and nankeen trousers, and his fine frilled shirt and cambric neckcloth looked unusually soft and white, reminding my strolling fancy, I call to mind, of the plumage on the breast of a swan. "This is my nephew," said my aunt. "Wasn't aware you had one, Miss Trotwood," said Mr. Wickfield. "My grand-nephew, that is to say," observed my aunt. "Wasn't aware you had a grand-nephew, I give you my word," said Mr. Wickfield. "I have adopted him," said my aunt, with a wave of her hand, importing that his knowledge and his ignorance were all one to her. "And I have brought him here to put to a school where he may be thoroughly well taught and well treated. Now tell me where that school is, and what it is, and all about it." "Before I can advise you properly," said Mr. Wickfield, "the old question, you know, what's your motive in this?" "Deuce take the man!" exclaimed my aunt. "Always fishing for motives when they're on the surface. Why, to make the child happy and useful." "It must be a mixed motive, I think," said Mr. Wickfield, shaking his head and smiling incredulously. "A mixed fiddlestick!" returned my aunt. "You claim to have one plain motive in all you do yourself. You don't suppose, I hope, that you are the only plain dealer in the world?" "Ay, but I have only one motive in life, Miss Trotwood," he rejoined, smiling. "Other people have dozens, scores, hundreds. I have only one. There's the difference. However, that's beside the question. The best school? Whatever the motive, you want the best?" My aunt nodded assent. "At the best we have," said Mr. Wickfield, considering, "your nephew couldn't board just now." "But he could board somewhere else, I suppose," suggested my aunt. Mr. Wickfield thought I could. After a little discussion, he proposed to take my aunt to the school, that she might see it and judge for herself. Also to take her with the same object to 2 or 3 houses where he thought I could be boarded. My aunt embracing the proposal, we were all 3 going out together, when he stopped and said, "Our little friend here might have some motive, perhaps, for objecting to the arrangements. I think we had better leave him behind?" My aunt seemed disposed to contest the point, but to facilitate matters I said I would gladly remain behind, if they pleased, and returned into Mr. Wickfield's office, where I sat down again in the chair I had first occupied, to await their return. It so happened that this chair was opposite a narrow passage, which ended in the little circular room where I had seen Uriah Heep's pale face looking out of the window. Uriah, having taken the pony to a neighbouring stable, was at work at a desk in this room, which had a brass frame on the top to hang paper upon, and on which the writing he was making a copy of was then hanging. Though his face was towards me, I thought for some time, the writing being between us, that he could not see me, but looking that way more attentively, it made me uncomfortable to observe that every now and then his sleepless eyes would come below the writing, like 2 red suns, and stealthily stare at me, for I dare say a whole minute at a time, during which his pen went, or pretended to go, as cleverly as ever. I made several attempts to get out of their way, such as standing on a chair to look at a map on the other side of the room, and poring over the columns of a Kentish newspaper, but they always attracted me back again, and whenever I looked towards those 2 red suns, I was sure to find them, either just rising or just setting. At length, much to my relief, my aunt and Mr. Wickfield came back, after a pretty long absence. They were not so successful as I could have wished, for though the advantages of the school were undeniable, my aunt had not approved of any of the boarding houses proposed for me. "It's very unfortunate," said my aunt. "I don't know what to do, Trot." "It does happen, unfortunately," said Mr. Wickfield. "But I'll tell you what you can do, Miss Trotwood." "What's that?" inquired my aunt. "Leave your nephew here for the present. He's a quiet fellow. He won't disturb me at all. It's a capital house for study. As quiet as a monastery, and almost as roomy. Leave him here." My aunt evidently liked the offer, though she was delicate of accepting it. So did I. "Come, Miss Trotwood," said Mr. Wickfield, "this is the way out of the difficulty. It's only a temporary arrangement, you know. If it don't act well, or don't quite accord with our mutual convenience, we can easily go to the right about. There will be time to find some better place for him in the meanwhile. You had better determine to leave him here for the present." "I am very much obliged to you," said my aunt, "and so is he, I see, but—" "Come, I know what you mean," cried Mr. Wickfield. "You shall not be oppressed by the receipt of favours, Miss Trotwood. You may pay for him if you like. We won't be hard about terms, but you shall pay if you will." "On that understanding," said my aunt, "though it doesn't lessen the real obligation, I shall be very glad to leave him." "Then come and see my little housekeeper," said Mr. Wickfield. We accordingly went up a wonderful old staircase, with a balustrade so broad that we might have gone up that almost as easily, and into a shady old drawing-room, lighted by some 3 or 4 of the quaint windows I had looked up at from the street, which had old oak seats in them, that seemed to have come of the same trees as the shining oak floor and the great beams in the ceiling. It was a prettily furnished room, with a piano and some lively furniture in red and green, and some flowers. It seemed to be all old nooks and corners, and in every nook and corner there was some queer little table, or cupboard, or bookcase, or seat, or something or other, that made me think there was not such another good corner in the room, until I looked at the next one, and found it equal to it, if not better. On everything there was the same air of retirement and cleanliness that marked the house outside. Mr. Wickfield tapped at a door in a corner of the panelled wall, and a girl of about my own age came quickly out and kissed him. On her face I saw immediately the placid and sweet expression of the lady whose picture had looked at me downstairs. It seemed to my imagination as if the portrait had grown womanly, and the original remained a child. Although her face was quite bright and happy, there was a tranquillity about it, and about her, a quiet, good, calm spirit, that I never have forgotten, that I shall never forget. This was his little housekeeper, his daughter Agnes, Mr. Wickfield said. When I heard how he said it, and saw how he held her hand, I guessed what the one motive of his life was. She had a little basket trifle hanging at her side, with keys in it, and she looked as staid and as discreet a housekeeper as the old house could have. She listened to her father as he told her about me, with a pleasant face, and when he had concluded, proposed to my aunt that we should go upstairs and see my room. We all went together, she before us, and a glorious old room it was, with more oak beams and diamond panes, and the broad balustrade going all the way up to it. I cannot call to mind where or when in my childhood I had seen a stained glass window in a church, nor do I recollect its subject, but I know that when I saw her turn round, in the grave light of the old staircase, and wait for us above, I thought of that window, and I associated something of its tranquil brightness with Agnes Wickfield ever afterwards. My aunt was as happy as I was in the arrangement made for me, and we went down to the drawing-room again, well pleased and gratified. As she would not hear of staying to dinner, lest she should by any chance fail to arrive at home with the grey pony before dark, and as I apprehend Mr. Wickfield knew her too well to argue any point with her, some lunch was provided for her there, and Agnes went back to her governess, and Mr. Wickfield to his office, so we were left to take leave of one another without any restraint. She told me that everything would be arranged for me by Mr. Wickfield, and that I should want for nothing, and gave me the kindest words and the best advice. "Trot," said my aunt in conclusion, "be a credit to yourself, to me, and Mr. Dick, and heaven be with you." I was greatly overcome, and could only thank her again and again, and send my love to Mr. Dick. "Never," said my aunt, "be mean in anything, never be false, never be cruel. Avoid those 3 vices, Trot, and I can always be hopeful of you." I promised, as well as I could, that I would not abuse her kindness or forget her admonition. "The pony's at the door," said my aunt, "and I am off. Stay here." With these words she embraced me hastily, and went out of the room, shutting the door after her. At first I was startled by so abrupt a departure, and almost feared I had displeased her. But when I looked into the street and saw how dejectedly she got into the chaise and drove away without looking up, I understood her better and did not do her that injustice. By 5 o'clock, which was Mr. Wickfield's dinner hour, I had mustered up my spirits again, and was ready for my knife and fork. The cloth was only laid for us two, but Agnes was waiting in the drawing-room before dinner, went down with her father, and sat opposite to him at table. I doubted whether he could have dined without her. We did not stay there after dinner, but came upstairs into the drawing-room again, in one snug corner of which Agnes set glasses for her father and a decanter of port wine. I thought he would have missed its usual flavour if it had been put there for him by any other hands. There he sat, taking his wine, and taking a good deal of it, for 2 hours, while Agnes played on the piano, worked and talked to him and me. He was, for the most part, gay and cheerful with us, but sometimes his eyes rested on her, and he fell into a brooding state and was silent. She always observed this quickly, I thought, and always roused him with a question or caress. Then he came out of his meditation and drank more wine. Agnes made the tea and presided over it, and the time passed away after it as after dinner, until she went to bed, when her father took her in his arms and kissed her, and she, being gone, ordered candles in his office. Then I went to bed too. But in the course of the evening I had rambled down to the door and a little way along the street, that I might have another peep at the old houses and the grey cathedral, and might think of my coming through that old city on my journey, and of my passing the very house I lived in without knowing it. As I came back, I saw Uriah Heep shutting up the office, and feeling friendly towards everybody, went in and spoke to him, and at parting gave him my hand. But oh, what a clammy hand his was, as ghostly to the touch as to the sight. I rubbed mine afterwards to warm it, and to rub his off. It was such an uncomfortable hand that when I went to my room it was still cold and wet upon my memory. Leaning out of the window and seeing one of the faces on the beam ends looking at me sideways, I fancied it was Uriah Heep got up there somehow and shut him out in a hurry. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of David Copperfield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by M.C. White. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 16. I am a new boy in more sense than one. Next morning, after breakfast, I entered on school life again. I went, accompanied by Mr. Wickfield, to the scene of my future studies, a grave building in a courtyard with a learned air about it that seemed very well suited to the stray rooks and jackdaws who came down from the cathedral towers to walk with a clerkly bearing on the grass plot, and was introduced to my new master, Dr. Strong. Dr. Strong looked almost as rusty to my thinking as the tall iron rails and gates outside the house, and almost as stiff and heavy as the great stone urns that flanked them, and were set up on the top of the red brick wall, at regular distances all round the court, like sublimated skittles, for a child to play at. He was in his library, Dr. Strong was, with his clothes not particularly well brushed, and his hair not particularly well combed, his knee-smalls unbraced, his long black gaiters unbuttoned, and his shoes yawning like two caverns on the hearth-rug. Turning upon me a lustreless eye that reminded me of a long-forgotten blind old horse who once used to crop the grass and tumble over the graves in Blunderstone's churchyard, he said he was glad to see me, and then he gave me his hand, which I didn't know what to do with, and it did nothing for itself. But sitting at work, not far from Dr. Strong, was a very pretty young lady, whom he called Annie, and who was his daughter, I supposed, who got me out of my difficulty by kneeling down to put Dr. Strong's shoes on and button his gaiters, which she did with great cheerfulness and quickness. When she had finished, and we were going out to the schoolroom, I was much surprised to hear Mr. Wickfield, in bidding her good morning, address her as Mrs. Strong, and I was wondering, could she be Dr. Strong's son's wife? Or could she be Mrs. Dr. Strong, when Dr. Strong himself unconsciously enlightened me? "By the by, Wickfield," he said, stopping in a passage with his hand on my shoulder, "you have not found any suitable provision for my wife's cousin yet?" "No," said Mr. Wickfield. "No, not yet." "I could wish it done as soon as it can be done, Wickfield," said Dr. Strong, "for Jack Maldon is needy and idle, and of those two bad things worse things sometimes come. What does Dr. Watts say?" he added, looking at me, and moving his head to the time of his quotation. "Satan finds some mischief still for idle hands to do." "Egad, Doctor," returned Mr. Wickfield, "if Dr. Watts knew mankind, he might have written, with as much truth, 'Satan finds some mischief still for busy hands to do.' The busy people achieve their full share of mischief in the world, you may rely upon it. What have the people been about? Who have been the busiest in getting money, and in getting power, this century or two? No mischief? Jack Maldon will never be very busy in getting either, I expect," said Dr. Strong, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "Perhaps not," said Mr. Wickfield, "and you bring me back to the question with an apology for digressing. No, I have not been able to dispose of Mr. Jack Maldon yet. I believe," he said this with some hesitation, "I penetrate your motive, and it makes the thing more difficult." "My motive," returned Dr. Strong, "is to make some suitable provision for a cousin, and an old playfellow of Annie's." "Yes, I know," said Mr. Wickfield. "At home or abroad?" "Aye," replied the doctor, apparently wondering why he emphasized those words so much. "At home or abroad." "Your own expression, you know," said Mr. Wickfield. "Or abroad." "Surely," the doctor answered, "surely. One or other." "One or other? Have you no choice?" asked Mr. Wickfield. "No," returned the doctor. "No?" with astonishment. "Not the least." "No motive," said Mr. Wickfield, "for meaning abroad and not at home?" "No," returned the doctor. "I am bound to believe you, and of course I do believe you," said Mr. Wickfield. "It might have simplified my office very much, if I had known it before, but I confess I entertained another impression." Dr. Strong regarded him with a puzzled and doubting look, which almost immediately subsided into a smile that gave me great encouragement, for it was full of amiability and sweetness, and there was a simplicity in it, and indeed in his whole manner, when the studious, pondering frost upon it was got through, very attractive and hopeful to a young scholar like me. Repeating "no" and "not the least," and other short assurances to the same purport, Dr. Strong jogged on before us at a queer, uneven pace, and we followed, Mr. Wickfield looking grave, I observed, and shaking his head to himself, without knowing that I saw him. The schoolroom was a pretty large hall, on the quietest side of the house, confronted by the stately stair of some half-dozen of the great urns, and commanding a peep of an old secluded garden belonging to the doctor, where the peaches were ripening on the sunny south wall. There were 2 great aloes in tubs on the turf outside the windows, the broad hard leaves of which plant looking as if they were made of painted tin, have ever since, by association, been symbolical to me of silence and retirement. About 25 boys were studiously engaged at their books when we went in, but they rose to give the doctor good morning and remained standing when they saw Mr. Wickfield and me. "A new boy, young gentleman," said the doctor. "Trotwood Copperfield." When Adams, who was the head boy, then stepped out of his place and welcomed me, he looked like a young clergyman in his white cravat, but he was very affable and good-humoured, and he showed me my place, and presented me to the masters, in a gentlemanly way that would have put me at my ease, if anything could. It seemed to me so long, however, since I had been among such boys, or among any companions of my own age, except Mick Walker and Mealy Potatoes, that I felt as strange as ever I have done in my life. I was so conscious of having passed through scenes of which they could have no knowledge, and of having acquired experiences foreign to my age, appearance, and condition as one of them, that I half believed it was an imposture to come there as an ordinary little schoolboy. I had become, in the Murdstone and Greenbelt time, however short or long it may have been, so unused to the sports and games of boys, that I knew I was awkward and inexperienced in the commonest things belonging to them. Whatever I had learned had so slipped away from me in the sordid cares of my life from day to night, that now when I was examined about what I knew nothing, and was put into the lowest form of the school. But troubled as I was by my want of boyish skill, and of book learning too, I was made infinitely more uncomfortable by the consideration that, in what I did know, I was much farther removed from my companions than in what I did not. My mind ran upon what they would think if they knew of my familiar acquaintance with the King's Bench prison. Was there anything about me which would reveal my proceedings in connection with the Micawber family? All those pawnings and selling and suppers, in spite of myself? Suppose some of the boys who had seen me coming through Canterbury, way-worn and ragged, and should find me out, what would they say, who made so light of money, if they could know how I had scraped my halfpence together for the purchase of my daily saved Loyal beer and all my slices of pudding? How would it affect them, who were so innocent of London life and London streets, to discover how knowing I was, and was ashamed to be, in some of the meanest phases of both? All this ran in my head so much, on that first day at Dr. Strong's, that I felt distrustful of my slightest look and gesture, shrunk within myself whensoever I was approached by one of my new schoolfellows, and hurried off the minute school was over, afraid of committing myself in my response to any friendly notice or advance. But there was such an influence in Mr. Wickfield's old house that when I knocked at it, with my new school books under my arm, I began to feel my uneasiness softening away. As I went up to my airy old room, the grave shadow of the staircase seemed to fall upon my doubts and fears, and to make the past more indistinct. I sat there sturdily conning my books until dinner-time. We were out of school for good at 3, and went down hopeful of becoming a passable sort of boy yet. Agnes was in the drawing-room, waiting for her father, who was detained by someone in his office. She met me with a pleasant smile, and asked me how I liked the school. I told her I should like it very much, I hoped, but I was a little strange to it at first. "You have never been to school," I said, "have you?" "Oh, yes, every day." "Ah, but to me here, at your own home." "Papa couldn't spare me to go anywhere else," she answered, smiling and shaking her head. "His housekeeper must be in his house, you know." "He is very fond of you, I am sure," I said. She nodded yes, and went to the door to listen for his coming up, that she might meet him on the stairs. But as he was not there, she came back again. "Mamma has been dead ever since I was born," she said in her quiet way. "I only know her picture downstairs. I saw you looking at it yesterday. Did you think whose it was?" I told her yes, because it was so like herself. "Papa says so too," said Agnes, pleased. "Huh! That's Papa now." Her bright, calm face lighted up with pleasure as she went to meet him, and as they came in hand. He greeted me cordially, and told me I should certainly be happy under Dr. Strong, who was one of the gentlest of men. "There may be some, perhaps, I don't know that there are, who abuse his kindness," said Mr. Wickfield. "Never be one of those, Trotwood, in anything. He is the least suspicious of mankind, and whether that's a merit or whether it's a blemish, it deserves consideration in all dealings with the doctor, great or small." He spoke, I thought, as if he were weary, or dissatisfied with something, but I did not pursue the question in my mind, for dinner was just then announced, and we went down and took the same seats as before. We had scarcely done so when Uriah Heep put in his red head and his lank hand at the door and said, "Here's Mr. Maldon begs the favour of a word, sir." "I am but this moment quit of Mr. Maldon," said his master. "Yes, sir," returned Uriah, "but Mr. Maldon has come back, and he begs the favour of a word." As he held the door open with his hand, Uriah looked at me, and looked at Agnes, and looked at the dishes, and looked at the plates, and looked at every object in the room, I thought, yet seemed to look at nothing. He made such an appearance all the while of keeping his red eyes dutifully on his master. "I beg your pardon, it's only to say, on reflection," observed a voice behind Uriah, and Uriah's head was pushed away, and the speaker substituted. "Pray excuse me for this intrusion, that, as it seems, I had no choice in the matter. The sooner I go abroad, the better. My cousin Annie did say, when we talked of it, that she liked to have her friends within reach, rather than to have them banished, and the old doctor—" "Dr. Strong was what?" Mr. Wickfield interposed gravely. "Dr. Strong, of course," returned the other. "I call him the old doctor. It's all the same, you know." "I don't know," returned Mr. Wickfield. "Well, Dr. Strong," said the other, "Dr. Strong was of the same mind, I believed, but as it appears for the course you take with me he has changed his mind, why there's no more to be said, except that the sooner I am off, the better. Therefore I thought I'd come back and say that the sooner I am off, the better. When a plunge is to be made into the water, it's of no use linger on the bank." "There shall be as little lingering as possible in your case, Mr. Maldon, you may depend upon it," said Mr. Wickfield. "Thank ye," said the other. "Much obliged. I don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth, which is not a gracious thing to do. Otherwise, I dare say my cousin Annie could easily arrange it in her own way. I suppose Annie would only have to say to the old doctor—" "Meaning that Mrs. Strong would only have to say to her husband, 'Do I follow you?'" said Mr. Wickfield. "Quite so," returned the other. "Would only have to say that she wanted such and such a thing to be so and so, and it would be so and so, as a matter of course." "And why as a matter of course, Mr. Maldon?" asked Mr. Wickfield, sedately eating his dinner. "Why, because Annie is a charming young girl, and the old Dr. Strong, I mean, is not quite a charming young boy," said Jack Maldon, laughing. "No offence to anybody, Mr. Wickfield. I only mean that I suppose some compensation is fair and reasonable in that sort of marriage." "Compensation to the ladies, sir?" asked Mr. Wickfield, gravely. "To the ladies, sir," Mr. Jack Maldon answered, laughing, but appearing to remark that Mr. Wickfield went on with his dinner in the same sedate, immovable manner, and that there was no hope of making him relax a muscle of his face, he added, "However, I have said what I came to say, and with another apology for this intrusion I may take myself off." Of course I shall observe your directions in considering the matter as one to be arranged between you and me solely, and not to be referred to up at the doctor's." "Have you dined?" asked Mr. Wickfield, with a motion of his hand towards the table. "Thank ye, I am going to dine," said Mr. Maldon, "with my cousin Annie. Good-bye." Mr. Wickfield, without rising, looked after him thoughtfully as he went out. He was rather a shallow sort of young gentleman, I thought, with a handsome face, a rapid utterance, and a confident, bold air, and this was the first I ever saw of Mr. Jack Maldon, whom I had not expected to see so soon when I heard the doctor speak of him that morning. When we had dined, we went upstairs again, where everything went on exactly as on the previous day. Agnes set the glasses and decanters in the same corner, and Mr. Wickfield sat down to drink and drank a good deal. Agnes played the piano to him, sat by him, and worked and talked, and played some games at dominoes with me. In good time she made tea, and afterwards, when I brought down my books, looked into them and showed me what she knew of them, which was no slight matter, though she said it was, and what was the best way to learn and understand them. I see her with her modest, orderly, placid manner, and I hear her beautiful, calm voice, as I write these words. The influence for all good, which she came to exercise over me at a later time, begins already to descend upon my breast. I love little Emily, and I don't love Agnes, no, not at all in that way, but I feel that there are goodness, peace, and truth wherever Agnes is, and that the soft light of the coloured window in the church, seen long ago, falls on her always, and on me when I am near her, and on everything around. The time having come for her withdrawal for the night, and she having left us, I gave Mr. Wickfield my hand preparatory to going away myself. But he checked me and said, "Should you like to stay with us, Trotwood, or to go elsewhere?" "To stay," I answered quickly. "You are sure?" "If you please, if I may." "Why, it's but a dull life that we lead here, boy, I'm afraid," he said. "Not more dull for me than Agnes, sir, not dull at all." "Then Agnes," he repeated, walking slowly to the great chimney-piece and leaning against it. "Then Agnes." He had drank wine that evening, or I fancied it, until his eyes were bloodshot. Not that I could see them now, for they were cast down, and shaded by his hand, but I had noticed them a little while before. "Now I wonder," he muttered, "whether my Agnes tires of me. When should I ever tire of her? But that's different, that's quite different." He was musing, not speaking to me, so I remained quiet. "A dull old house," he said, "and a monotonous life, but I must have her near me, I must keep her near me. If the thought that I may die and leave my darling, or that my darling may die and leave me, comes like a spectre, to distress my happiest hours, and is only to be drowned in—" He did not supply the word, but pacing slowly to the place where he had sat, and mechanically going through the action of pouring wine from the empty decanter, set it down and paced back again. "If it is miserable to bear when she is here," he said, "what would it be if she away? No, 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 I cannot try that." He leaned against the chimney-piece, brooding so long that I could not decide whether to run the risk of disturbing him by going, or to remain quietly where I was, until he should come out of his reverie. At length he aroused himself, and looked about the room until his eyes encountered mine. "Stay with us, Trotwood, eh?" he said in his usual manner, as if he were answering something I had just said. "I am glad of it. You are company to us both. It is wholesome to have you here, wholesome for me, wholesome for Agnes, wholesome perhaps for all of us." "I am sure it is for me, sir," I said. "I am so glad to be here. "That's a fine fellow," said Mr. Wickfield. "As long as you are glad to be here, you shall stay here." He shook hands with me upon it, and clapped me on the back, and told me that when I had anything to do at night after Agnes had left us, or when I wished to read for my own pleasure, I was free to come down to his room, if he were there and if I desired it for company's sake, or to sit with him. I thanked him for his consideration, and as he went down soon afterwards, and I was not tired, went down too, with a book in my hand, to avail myself for half an hour of his permission. But seeing a light in the little round office, and immediately feeling myself attracted towards Uriah Heep, who had a sort of fascination for me, I went in there instead. I found Uriah reading a great fat book with such demonstrative attention that his lank forefinger followed up every line as he read, and made clammy tracks along the page, or so I fully believed, like a snail. "You are working late tonight, Uriah," says I. "Yes, Master Copperfield," says Uriah. As I was getting on the stool opposite, to talk to him more conveniently, I observed that he had not such a thing as a smile about him, and that he could only widen his mouth and make 2 hard creases down his cheeks, on each side, to stand for one. "I am not doing office work, Master Copperfield," said Uriah. "What work, then?" I asked. "I am improving my legal knowledge, Master Copperfield," said Uriah. "I am going through Tidd's practice. Oh, what a writer Mr. Tidd is, Master Copperfield!" My stool was such a tower of observation that as I watched him reading on again, after this rapturous exclamation, and following up the lines with his forefingers, I observed that his nostrils, which were thin and pointed, with sharp dents in them, had a singular and most uncomfortable way of expanding and contracting themselves, that they seemed to twinkle instead of his eyes, which hardly ever twinkled at all. "I suppose you are quite a great lawyer?" I said, after looking at him for some time. "Me, Master Copperfield," said Uriah. "Oh, no, I am a very humble person." It was no fancy of mine about his hands, I observed, for he frequently ground the palms against each other, as if to squeeze them dry and warm, besides often wiping them, in a stealthy way, on his pocket handkerchief. "I am well aware that I am the humblest person going," said Uriah Heep modestly, "let the other be where he may. My mother is likewise a very humble person. We live in an humble abode, Master Copperfield, but have much to be thankful for. My father's former calling was humble. He was a sexton." "What is he now?" I asked. "He's a partaker of glory at present, Master Copperfield," said Uriah Heep, "but we have much to be thankful for. How much have I to be thankful for in living with Mr. Wickfield?" I asked Uriah if he had been with Mr. Wickfield long. "I have been with him going on 4 years, Master Copperfield," said Uriah, shutting up his book after carefully marking the place where he had left off. "Since a year after my father's death. How much have I to be thankful for in that? How much have I to be thankful for in Mr. Wickfield's kind intention to give me my articles, which would otherwise not lay within the humble means of mother and self." "Then, when your article time is over, you'll be a regular lawyer, I suppose," said I. "With the blessing of Providence, Master Copperfield," returned Uriah. "Perhaps you'll be a partner in Mr. Wickfield's business one of these days," I said, to make myself agreeable, "and it will be Wickfield and Heep, or Heep, late Wickfield." "Oh, no, Master Copperfield," returned Uriah, shaking his head. "I am much too humble for that." He certainly did look uncommonly like the carved face on the beam outside my window as he sat in his humility, eyeing me sideways with his mouth widened, and the creases in his cheeks. "Mr. Wickfield is the most excellent man, Master Copperfield," said Uriah. "If you have known him long, you know it, I am sure, much better than I can inform you." I replied that I was certain he was, but that I had not known him long myself, though he was a friend of my aunt's. "Oh, indeed, Master Copperfield," said Uriah, "your aunt is a sweet lady, Master Copperfield." He had a way of writing when he wanted to express enthusiasm, which was very ugly, and which diverted my attention from the compliment he had paid my relation, to the snaky twistings of his throat and body. "A sweet lady, Master Copperfield," said Uriah Heep. "She has a great admiration for Miss Agnes, Master Copperfield, I believe." I said yes, boldly, not that I knew anything about it, heaven forgive me. "I hope you have too, Master Copperfield," said Uriah. "But I'm sure you must have." "Everybody must have," I returned. "Oh, thank you, Master Copperfield," said Uriah Heep, "for that remark. It is so true. Humble as I am, I know it is so true. I thank you, Master Copperfield." He writhed himself quite off his stool in the excitement of his feelings, and being off, began to make arrangements for going home. "Mother will be expecting me," he said, referring to a pale, inexpressive face watching his pocket, and getting uneasy. "For though we were very humble, Master Copperfield, we are much attached to one another. If you would come and see us any afternoon, and take a cup of tea at our lowly dwelling, Mother would be as proud of your company as I should be." I said I should be glad to come. "Thank you, Master Copperfield," returned Uriah, putting his book away upon the shelf. "I suppose you stop here some time, Master Copperfield?" I said I was going to be brought up there, I believed, as long as I remained at school. "Oh, indeed!" exclaimed Uriah. "I should think you would come into the business at last, Master Copperfield." I protested that I had no views of that sort, and that no such scheme was entertained in my behalf by anybody, but Uriah insisted on blandly replying to all my assurances. "Oh yes, Master Copperfield, I should think you would indeed, and oh indeed, Master Copperfield, I should think you would, certainly," over and over again. Being at last ready to leave the office for the night, he asked me if it would suit my convenience to have the light put out, and on my answering yes, instantly extinguished it. After shaking hands with me, his hand felt like a fish in the dark. He opened the door into the street a very little and crept out and shut it, leaving me to grope my way back into the house, which cost me some trouble and a fall over his stool. This was the proximate cause, I suppose, of my dreaming about him for what appeared to me to be half the night, and dreaming, among other things, that he had launched Mr. Peggotty's house on a piratical expedition, with a black flag on the masthead, bearing the inscription "Tidd's Practice" under, with diabolical ensign he was carrying me and little Emily to the Spanish Main to be drowned. I got a little the better of my uneasiness when I went to school next day, and a good deal the better next day, and so shook it off by degrees, that in less than a fortnight I was quite at home, and happy among my new companions. I was awkward enough in their games, and backward enough in their studies, but custom would improve me in the first respect, I hoped, and hard work in the second. Accordingly I went to work very hard, both in play and in earnest, and gained great commendation, and in a very little while the Murdstone and Grinby life became so strange to me that I hardly believed in it, while my present life grew so familiar that I seemed to have been leading it a long time. Dr. Strong's was an excellent school, as different from Mr. Prickle's as good is from evil. It was very gravely and decorously ordered, and on a sound system, with an appeal in everything to the honour and good faith of the boys, and an avowed intention to rely on their possessions of those qualities unless they proved themselves unworthy of it, which worked wonders. We all felt that we had a part in the management of the place, and in sustaining its character and dignity. Hence we soon became warmly attached to it. I am sure I did, for one, and I never knew in all my time of any other boy being otherwise, and learnt with a good will desiring to do it credit. We had noble games out of hours, and plenty of liberty, but even then, as I remember, we were well spoken of in the town, and rarely did any disgrace, by our appearance or manner, to the reputation of Dr. Strong and Dr. Strong's boys. Some of the higher scholars boarded in the doctor's house, and through them I learned, at second hand, some particulars of the doctor's history, as how he had not yet been married 12 months to the beautiful young lady I had seen in the study, whom he had married for love, for she had not a sixpence, and had a world of poor relations, so our fellow said, ready to swarm the doctor out of house and home. Also how the doctor's cogitating manner was attributable to his being always engaged in looking out for Greek roots, which, in my innocence and ignorance, I supposed to be a botanical furor of the doctor's part, especially as he always looked at the ground when he walked about, until I understood that they were roots of words, with a view to a new dictionary which he had in contemplation. Adams, our head boy, who had a turn for mathematics, had made a calculation, I was informed, of the time this dictionary would take in completing, on the doctor's plan, and at the doctor's rate of going. He considered that it might be done in 1,649 years, counting from the doctor's last or 62nd birthday. But the doctor himself was the idol of the whole school, and it must have been a badly composed school if it had been anything else, for he was the kindest of men, with a simple faith in him that might have touched the stone hearts of the very urns upon the wall. As he walked up and down that part of the courtyard which was at the side of the house, with the stray rooks and jackdaws looking after him with their heads cocked slyly, as if they knew how much more knowing they were in worldly affairs than he, if any sort of vagabond could only get near enough to his creaking shoes to attract his attention to one sentence of a tale of distress, that vagabond was made for the next 2 days. It was so notorious in the house that the masters and head boys took pains to cut these marauders off at angles, and to get out of windows and turn them out of the courtyard, before they could make the doctor aware of their presence, which was sometimes happily effected within a few yards of him, without his knowing anything of the matter, as he jogged to and fro. Outside his own domain, and unprotected, he was very sheep for the shearers. He would have taken his gaiters off his leg to give away. In fact, there was a story current among us, I have no idea, and never had on what authority, but I have believed it for so many years that I feel quite certain it is true, that on a frosty day, one winter time, he actually did bestow his gaiters on a beggar woman, who occasioned some scandal in the neighborhood by exhibiting a fine infant from door to door, wrapped in those garments, which were universally recognized, being as well known in the vicinity as the cathedral. The legend added that the only person who did not identify them was the doctor himself, who, when they were shortly afterwards displayed at the door of a little second-hand shop of no very good repute, where such things were taken in exchange for gin, was more than once observed to handle them approvingly, as if admiring some curious novelty in the pattern, and considering them as an improvement of his own. It was very pleasant to see the doctor with his pretty young wife. He had a fatherly, benignant way of showing his fondness for her, which seemed in itself to express a good man, and often saw them walking in the garden where the peaches were, and I sometimes had a nearer observation of them in the study or the parlour. She appeared to me to take great care of the doctor, and to like him very much, though I never thought her vitally interested in the dictionary, some cumbrous fragments of which work the doctor always carried in his pocket, and in the lining of his hat, and generally seemed to be expounding to her as they walked about. I saw a good deal of Mrs. Strong, both because she had taken a liking for me on the morning of my introduction to the doctor, and was always afterwards kind to me, and interested in me, and because she was very fond of Agnes, and was often backwards and forwards at our house, There was a curious constraint between her and Mr. Wickfield, I thought, of whom she seemed to be afraid, that never wore off. When she came there of an evening, she always shrunk from accepting his escort home, and ran away with me instead. And sometimes, as we were running gaily across the cathedral yard together, expecting to meet nobody, we would meet Mr. Jack Maldon, who was always surprised to see us. Mrs. Strong's mamma was a lady I took great delight in. Her name was Mrs. Markleham, but our boys used to call her the Old Soldier, on account of her generalship and the skill with which she marshalled great forces of relations against the doctor. She was a little sharp-eyed woman who used to wear, when she was dressed, one unchangeable cap, ornamented with some artificial flowers, and 2 artificial butterflies supposed to be hovering above the flowers. There was a superstition among us that this cap had come from France, and could only originate in the workmanship of that ingenious nation, but all I certainly know about it is that it always made its appearance of an evening, wheresoever Mrs. Markleham made her appearance, that it was carried about to friendly meetings in a Hindu basket, that the butterflies had the gift of trembling constantly, and that they improved the shining hours of Dr. Strong's expense like busy bees. I observed the Old Soldier, not to adopt the name disrespectfully, to pretty good advantage on a night which is made memorable to me by something else I shall relate. It was a night of a little party at the doctor's, which was given on the occasion of Mr. Jack Maldon's departure for India, whither he was going as a cadet, or something of that kind, Mr. Wickfield having at length arranged the business. It happened to be the doctor's birthday too. We had had a holiday, had made presents to him in the morning, had made a speech to him through the head boy, and had cheered him until we were hoarse, and until he had shed tears. And now in the evening Mr. Wickfield, Agnes, and I went to have tea with him in his private capacity. Mr. Jack Maldon was there before us. Mrs. Strong, dressed in white, with cherry-coloured ribbons, was playing the piano when we went in, and he was leaning over her to turn the leaves. The clear red and white of her complexion was not so blooming and flower-like as usual, I thought, when she turned round, but she looked very pretty, wonderfully pretty. "I have forgotten, Doctor," said Mrs. Strong's mamma, when we were seated, "to pay you the compliments of the day, though they are, as you may suppose, very far from being mere compliments in my case. Allow me to wish you many happy returns." "I thank you, ma'am," replied the doctor. "Many, many, many happy returns," said the Old Soldier, "not only for your own sake, but for Annie's and John Maldon's and many other people's. It seems but yesterday to me, John, when you were a little creature, a head shorter than Master Copperfield, making baby love to Annie behind the gooseberry bushes in the back garden." "My dear mamma," said Mrs. Strong, "never mind that now." "Annie, don't be absurd," returned her mother. "If you are to blush to hear of such things now you are an old married woman, when are you not to blush to hear of them?" "Old!" exclaimed Mr. Jack Maldon. "Annie! Come!" "Yes, John," returned the soldier, "virtually an old married woman, although not old by years. For when did you ever hear me say, or who has ever heard me say, that a girl of 20 was old by years? Your cousin is the wife of the doctor, and as such, what I have described her. It is well for you, John, that your cousin is the wife of the doctor. You have found in him an influential and kind friend, who will be kinder yet, I venture to predict, if you deserve it. I have no false pride. I never hesitate to admit frankly that there are some members of our family who want a friend. You were one yourself before your cousin's influence raised up one for you." The doctor, in the goodness of his heart, waved his hand as if to make light of it, and save Mr. Jack Maldon from any further reminder. But Mrs. Markleham changed her chair for one next the doctor's, and putting her fan on his coat sleeve, said, "No, really, my dear doctor, you must excuse me if I appear to dwell on this rather because I feel so very strongly. I call it quite my monomania. It is such a subject of mine. You are a blessing to us. You really are a boon, you know." "Nonsense, nonsense," said the doctor. "No, no, I beg your pardon," retorted the old soldier. "With nobody present but our dear and confidential friend Mr. Wickfield, I cannot consent to be put down. I shall begin to assert the privileges of a mother-in-law, if you go on like that, and scold you. I am perfectly honest and outspoken. What I am saying is what I said when you first overpowered me with surprise. You remember how surprised I was? By proposing for Annie. Not that there was anything so very much out of the way in the mere fact of the proposal. It would be ridiculous to say that, but because you having known her poor father, and having known her from a baby 6 months old, I hadn't thought of you in such a light at all, or indeed as a marrying man in any way. Simply that, you know." "Aye, aye," returned the doctor good-humouredly. "Never mind." "But I do mind," said the old soldier, laying her fan upon his lips. "I mind very much. I recall these things that I may be contradicted if I am wrong. Well, then I spoke to Annie, and I told her what had happened. I said, 'My dear, here's Dr. Strong has positively been and made you the subject of a handsome declaration and an offer.' Did I press it in the least? No. I said, 'Now, Annie, tell me the truth this moment. Is your heart free?' 'Mamma,' she said, crying, 'I am extremely young,' which was perfectly true, 'and I hardly know if I have a heart at all.' 'Then, my dear,' I said, 'you may rely upon it, it's free.' 'At all events, my love,' I said, 'Dr. Strong is in an agitated state of mind, and must be answered. He cannot be kept in his present state of suspense.' 'Mamma,' said Annie, still crying, 'would he be unhappy without me? If he would, I honor and respect him so much that I think I will have him.' So it was settled, and then, not till then, I said to Annie, 'Annie, Dr. Strong will not only be your husband, but he will represent your late father. He will represent the head of our family. He will represent the wisdom and station, and I may say the means of our family, and will be, in short, a boon to it. I used the word at the time, and I have used it again today, if I have any merit in this consistency." The daughter had sat quite silent and still during this speech, with her eye fixed on the ground, her cousin standing near her and looking on the ground too. She now said very softly, in a trembling voice, "Mamma, I hope you have finished?" "No, my dear Annie," returned the old soldier, "I have not quite finished. Since you ask me, my love, I reply that I have not. I complain that you really are a little unnatural towards your own family, and, as it is of no use complaining to you, I mean to complain to your husband. Now, my dear doctor, do look at that silly wife of yours." As the doctor turned his kind face, with a smile of simplicity and gentleness, towards her, she drooped her head more. I noticed that Mr. Wickfield looked at her steadily. "When I happened to say to that naughty thing the other day," pursued her mother, shaking her head and her fan at her playfully, "that there was a family circumstance she might mention to you, indeed I think was bound to mention, she said that to mention it was to ask a favour, and that as you were too generous, and as for her to ask was always to have, she wouldn't." "Annie, my dear," said the doctor, "that was wrong. You robbed me of a pleasure." "Almost the very words I said to her," exclaimed her mother. "Now, really?" "Another time, when I know that she would tell you, but for this reason, and won't, I have a great mind, my dear doctor, to tell you myself." "I shall be glad if you will," returned the doctor. "Shall I?" "Certainly." "Well, then, I will," said the old soldier. "That's a bargain." And having, I suppose, carried her point, She tapped the doctor's hand several times with her fan, which she kissed first, and returned triumphantly to her former station. Some more company coming in, among whom were the two masters and Adams, the talk became general, and it naturally turned on Mr. Jack Maldon, and his voyage, and the country he was going to, and his various plans and prospects. He was to leave that night, after supper, in a post-chaise for Gravesend, where the ship in which he was to make the voyage lay, and was to be gone, unless he had come on leave, or for his health, I don't know how many years. I recollect it was settled by general consent that India was quite a misrepresented country, and had nothing objectionable in it, but a tiger or two, and a little heat in the warm part of the day. For my own part, I looked on Mr. Jack Maldon as a modern Sinbad, and pictured him the bosom friend of all the Rajas in the East, sitting under canopies, smoking curly golden pipes, a mile long if they could be straightened out. Mrs. Strong was a very pretty singer, as I knew who often heard her singing by herself, but whether she was afraid of singing before people, or was out of voice that evening, it was certain that she couldn't sing at all. She tried a duet once with her cousin Maldon, but could not so much as begin, and afterwards, when she tried to sing by herself, although she began sweetly, her voice died away on a sudden, and left her quite distressed, with her head hanging down over the keys. The good doctor said she was nervous, and, to relieve her, proposed a round game of cards, of which he knew as much as of the art of playing the trombone. But I remarked that the old soldier took him into custody directly for her partner, and instructed him, as a first preliminary of initiation, to give her all the silver he had in his pocket. We had a merry game, not made the less merry by the doctor's mistakes, of which he committed an innumerable quantity, in spite of the watchfulness of the butterflies, and to their great aggravation. Mrs. Strong had declined to play, on the ground of not feeling very well, and her cousin Maldon had excused himself because he had some packing to do. When he had done it, however, he returned, and they sat together talking on the sofa. From time to time she came and looked over the doctor's hand, and told him what to play. She was very pale, as she bent over him, and I thought her finger trembled as she pointed out the cards, but the doctor was quite happy in her attention, and took no notice of this, if it were so. At supper we were hardly so gay. Every one appeared to feel that a parting of that sort was an awkward thing, and that the nearer it approached, the more awkward it was. Mr. Jack Maldon tried to be very talkative, but was not at his ease, and made matters worse. And they were not improved, as it appeared to me, by the old soldiers, who continually recalled passages of Mr. Jack Maldon's youth. The doctor, however, who felt, I am sure, that he was making everybody happy, was well pleased, and had no suspicion but that we were all at the utmost height of enjoyment. "Annie, my dear," said he, looking at his watch, and filling his glass, "it is past your cousin Jack's time, and we must not detain him, since time and tide, both concerned in this case, wait for no man. Mr. Jack Maldon, you have a long voyage, and a strange country before you, but many men have had both, and many men will have both, till the end of time. The winds you are going to tempt have wafted thousands upon thousands to fortune, and brought thousands upon thousands happily back." "It's an affecting thing," said Mrs. Markleham. "However it's viewed, it's affecting to see a fine young man one has known from an infant, going away to the other end of the world, leaving all he knows behind, and not knowing what's before him. A young man really well deserves constant support and patronage," looking at the doctor, "who makes such sacrifices." "Time will go fast with you, Mr. Jack Maldon," pursued the doctor, "and fast with all of us. Some of us can hardly expect, perhaps, in the natural course of things, to greet you on your return, Next best thing is to hope to do it, and that's my case. I shall not weary you with good advice. You have long had a good model before you in your cousin Annie. Imitate her virtues as nearly as you can." Mrs. Markleham fanned herself and shook her head. "Farewell, Mr. Jack," said the doctor, standing up, on which we all stood up. "A prosperous voyage out, a thriving career abroad, and a happy return home." We all drank the toast, and all shook hands with Mr. Jack Maldon, after which he hastily took leave of the ladies who were there, and hurried to the door, where he was received, as he got into the chairs, with a tremendous broadside of cheers discharged by our boys, who had assembled on the lawn for the purpose. Running in among them to swell the ranks, I was very near the chaise when it rolled away, and I had a lively impression made upon me, in the midst of the noise and dust, of having seen Mr. Jack Maldon rattle past with an agitated face, and something cherry-coloured in his hand. After another broadside for the doctor, and another for the doctor's wife, the boys dispersed, and I went back into the house, where I found the guests all standing in a group about the doctor, discussing how Mr. Jack Maldon had gone away, and how he had borne it, and how he had felt it, and all the rest of it. In the midst of these remarks, Mrs. Markleham cried, "Where's Annie?" No Annie was there, and when they called to her, no Annie replied, but all pressing out of the room in a crowd to see what was the matter, we found her lying on the hall floor. There was great alarm at first, until it was found that she was in a swoon, and that the swoon was yielding to the usual means of recovery. When the doctor, who had lifted her head upon his knee, put her clothes aside with his hand, and said, looking around, "Poor Annie! She is so faithful and tender-hearted. Is the parting from her old playfellow and friend, her favourite cousin, that has done this? Ah, it's a pity. I am very sorry." When she opened her eyes and saw where she was, and that we were all standing about her, she arose with assistance, turning her head, as she did so, to lay it on the doctor's shoulder, or to hide it, I don't know which. We went into the drawing-room to leave her with the doctor and her mother, but she said it seemed that she was better than she had been since morning, and that she would rather be brought among us. So they brought her in, looking very white and weak, I thought, and set her on a sofa. "Annie, my dear," said her mother, doing something to her dress, "see here, you have lost a bow. Will anybody be so good as find a ribbon, a cherry-coloured ribbon?" It was the one she had worn under her bosom. We all looked for it. I myself looked everywhere, I am certain, but nobody could find it. "Do you recollect where you had it last, Annie?" said her mother. I wondered how I could have thought she looked white, or anything but burning red, when she answered that she had had it safe a little while ago, she thought, but it was not worth looking for. Nevertheless, it was looked for again, and still not found. She entreated that there might be no more searching, but it was still sought for, in a desultory way, until she was quite well, and the company took their departure. We walked very slowly home, Mr. Wickfield, Agnes, and I. Agnes and I admiring the moonlight, and Mr. Wickfield scarcely raising his eyes from the ground. When we at last reached our own door, Agnes discovered that she had left her little reticule behind. Delighted to be of any service to her, I ran back to fetch it. I went into the supper-room, where it had been left, which was deserted and dark, but a door of communication between that and the doctor's study, where there was a light, being open, I passed on there to say what I wanted, and to get a candle. The doctor was sitting in his easy-chair by the fireside, and his young wife was on a stool at his feet. The doctor, with a complacent smile, was reading aloud some manuscript explanation or statement of a theory out of that interminable dictionary, and she was looking up at him, but with such a face as I never saw. It was so beautiful in its form, it was so ashy pale, It was so fixed in its abstraction, it was so full of a wild, sleepwalking, dreamy horror of I don't know what. The eyes were wide open, and her brown hair fell into rich clusters on her shoulders and on her white dress, disordered by the want of the lost ribbon. Distinctly, as I recollect her look, I cannot say of what it was expressive. I cannot even say of what it is expressive to me now, rising again before my older judgment. Penitence, humiliation, shame, pride, love, and trustfulness, I see them all, and in them all I see that horror of I don't know what. My entrance and my saying what I wanted roused her. It disturbed the doctor too, for when I went back to replace the candle I had taken from the table, he was patting her head, in his fatherly way, and saying he was a merciless drone to let her tempt him into reading on, and he would have her go to bed. But she asked him in a rapid, urgent manner to let her stay, to let her feel assured, I heard her murmur some broken words to this effect, that she was in his confidence that night. And as she turned again towards him, after glancing at me as I left the room and went out at the door, I saw her cross her hands upon his knee, and look up at him with the same face, something quieted, as he resumed his reading. It made a great impression on me, and I remembered it a long time afterwards, as I shall have occasion to narrate when the time comes. End of chapter 16. Recording by MCY.
Chapter 17 of David Copperfield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Red Abras. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 17. Somebody Turns Up. It has not occurred to me to mention Peggotty since I ran away, but of course I wrote her a letter almost as soon as I was housed at Dover, and another and a longer letter containing all particulars fully related when my aunt took me formally under her protection. On my being settled at Dr. Strong's, I wrote to her again, detailing my happy condition and prospects. I never could have derived anything like the pleasure from spending the money Mr. Dick had given me, that I felt in sending a gold half-guinea to Peggotty, per post, enclosed in this last letter, to discharge the sum I had borrowed of her. In which epistle, not before, I mentioned about the young man with the donkey cart. To these communications Peggotty replied as promptly, if not as concisely, as a merchant's clerk. Her utmost powers of expression, which were certainly not great in ink, were exhausted in the attempt to write what she felt on the subject of my journey. 4 sides of incoherent and interjectional beginnings of sentences that had no end, except blots, were inadequate to afford her any relief. But the blots were more expressive to me than the best composition, for they showed me that Peggotty had been crying all over the paper, and what could I have desired more? I made out without much difficulty that she could not take quite kindly to my aunt yet. The notice was too short after so long a prepossession the other way. We never knew a person, she wrote, but to think that Miss Betsy should seem to be so different from what she had been thought to be was a moral. That was her word. She was evidently still afraid of Miss Betsy, for she sent her grateful duty to her but timidly, and she was evidently afraid of me too, and entertained the probability of my running away again soon. If I might judge from the repeated hints she threw out, that the coach fare to Yarmouth was always to be had of her for the asking. She gave me one piece of intelligence which affected me very much, namely, that there had been a sale of the furniture at our old home, and that Mr. and Miss Murdstone were gone away, and the house was shut up, to be let or sold. God knows I had no part in it while they remained there, but it pained me to think of the dear old place as altogether abandoned, of the weeds growing tall in the garden, and the fallen leaves lying thick and wet upon the paths. I imagined how the winds of the winter would howl round it, how the cold rain would beat upon the window glass, how the moon would make ghosts on the walls of the empty rooms, watching their solitude all night. I thought afresh of the grave in the churchyard, underneath the tree, and it seemed as if the house were dead too, now, and all connected with my father and mother were faded away. There was no other news in Peggotty's letters. Mr. Barkis was an excellent husband, she said, though still a little near, but we all had our faults, and she had plenty, though I am sure I don't know what they were, and he sent his duty, and my little bedroom was always ready for me. Mr. Peggotty was well, and Ham was well, and Mrs. Gummidge was but poorly, and little Emily wouldn't send her love, but said that Peggotty might send it if she liked. All this intelligence I dutifully imparted to my aunt, only reserving to myself the mention of little Emily, to whom I instinctively felt that she would not very tenderly incline. While I was yet new at Dr. Strong's, she made several excursions over to Canterbury to see me, and always at unseasonable hours, with the view, I suppose, of taking me by surprise. But finding me well employed and bearing a good character and hearing on all hands that I rose fast in the school, she soon discontinued these visits. I saw her on a Saturday, every third or fourth week, when I went over to Dover for a treat, and I saw Mr. Dick every alternate Wednesday, when he arrived by stage coach at noon to stay until next morning. On these occasions Mr. Dick never travelled without a leathern writing desk, containing a supply of stationery and the memorial, in relation to which document he had a notion that time was beginning to press now, and that it really must be got out of hand. Mr. Dick was very partial to gingerbread. To render his visits the more agreeable, my aunt had instructed me to open a credit for him at a cake shop, which was hampered with the stipulation that he should not be served with more than 1 shilling's worth in the course of any one day. This, and the reference of all his little bills at the county inn where he slept to my aunt before they were paid, induced me to suspect that he was only allowed to rattle his money and not to spend it. I found on further investigation that this was so, or at least there was an agreement between him and my aunt that he should account to her for all his disbursements. As he had no idea of deceiving her and always desired to please her, he was thus made chary of launching into expense. On this point, as well as on all other possible points, Mr. Dick was convinced that my aunt was the wisest and most wonderful of women, as he repeatedly told me with infinite secrecy and always in a whisper. "Trotwood," said Mr. Dick with an air of mystery, after imparting this confidence to me one Wednesday, "who's the man that hides near our house and frightens her?" "Frightens my aunt, sir?" Mr. Dick nodded. "I thought nothing would have frightened her," he said, "for she is," here he whispered softly, "don't mention it, the wisest and most wonderful of women." Having said which, he drew back, to observe the effect which this description of her made upon me. "The first time he came," said Mr. Dick, "was, let me see, 1649 was the date of King Charles' execution. I think you said 1649? "Yes, sir." "I don't know how it can be," said Mr. Dick, sorely puzzled and shaking his head. "I don't think I am as old as that." "Was it in that year that the man appeared, sir?" I asked. "Why, really," said Mr. Dick, "I don't see how it can have been in that year, Trotwood. Did you get that date out of history?" Yes, sir. I suppose history never lies, does it? Said Mr. Dick with a gleam of hope. Oh dear, no, sir, I replied most decisively. I was ingenuous and young, and I thought so. I can't make it out, said Mr. Dick, shaking his head. There's something wrong somewhere. However, it was very soon after the mistake was made of putting some of the trouble out of King Charles's head into my head that the man first came. I was walking out with Miss Trotwood after tea just at dark, and there he was, close to our house. Walking about? I inquired. Walking about? Repeated Mr. Dick. Let me see. I must recollect a bit. No, he was not walking about. I asked, as the shortest way to get at it, what he was doing. Well, he wasn't there at all, said Mr. Dick, until he came up behind her and whispered. Then she turned round and fainted. And I stood still and looked at him, and he walked away. But that he should have been hiding ever since, in the ground or somewhere, is the most extraordinary thing. Has he been hiding ever since? I asked. To be sure he has, retorted Mr. Dick, nodding his head gravely. Never came out till last night. We were walking last night, and he came up behind her again, and I knew him again. And did he frighten my aunt again? All of a shiver, said Mr. Dick, counterfeiting that affection and making his teeth chatter. Held by the Paulings. Cried. But Trotwood, come here, getting me close to him that he might whisper very softly. Why did she give him money, boy, in the moonlight? He was a beggar, perhaps. Mr. Dick shook his head, as utterly renouncing the suggestion, and having replied a great many times and with great confidence, No beggar, no beggar, no beggar, sir, went on to say that from his window he had afterwards and late at night seen my aunt give this person money outside the garden rails in the moonlight, who then slunk away into the ground again, as he thought probable, and was seen no more, while my aunt came hurriedly and secretly back into the house, and had even that morning been quite different from her usual self, which preyed on Mr. Dick's mind. I had not the least belief in the outset of this story that the unknown was anything but a delusion of Mr. Dick's, and one of the line of that ill-fated prince who occasioned him so much difficulty. But after some reflection I began to entertain the question whether an attempt or threat of an attempt might have been twice made to take poor Mr. Dick himself from under my aunt's protection, and whether my aunt, the strength of whose kind feeling towards him I knew from herself, might have been induced to pay a price for his peace and quiet. As I was already much attached to Mr. Dick and very solicitous for his welfare, my fears favoured this supposition, and for a long time his Wednesday hardly ever came round, without my entertaining a misgiving that he would not be on the coach-box as usual. There he always appeared, however, grey-headed, laughing and happy, and he never had anything more to tell of the man who could frighten my aunt. These Wednesdays were the happiest days of Mr. Dick's life. They were far from being the least happy of mine. He soon became known to every boy in the school, and though he never took an active part in any game but kite flying, was as deeply interested in all our sports as anyone among us. How often have I seen him intent upon a match at marbles or peg-top, looking on with a face of unutterable interest, and hardly breathing at the critical times. How often at hare and hounds have I seen him mounted on a little knoll, cheering the whole field on to action, and waving his hat above his grey head, oblivious of King Charles, the martyr's head, and all belonging to it. How many a summer hour have I known to be but blissful minutes to him in the cricket field? How many winter days have I seen him standing blue-nosed in the snow and east wind, looking at the boys going down the long slide and clapping his worsted gloves in rapture? He was an universal favourite, and his ingenuity in little things was transcendent. He could cut oranges into such devices as none of us had an idea of. He could make a boat out of anything from a skewer upwards. He could turn cramp bones into chessmen, fashion Roman chariots from old court cards, make spoked wheels out of cotton reels, and bird cages of old wire. But he was greatest of all, perhaps, in the articles of string and straw, with which we were all persuaded he could do anything that could be done by hands. Mr. Dick's renown was not long confined to us. After a few Wednesdays, Dr. Strong himself made some inquiries of me about him, and I told him all my aunt had told me, which interested the doctor so much that he requested on the occasion of his next visit to be presented to him. This ceremony I performed, and the doctor begging Mr. Dick, whensoever he should not find me at the coach office, to come on there and rest himself until our morning's work was over. It soon passed into a custom for Mr. Dick to come on as a matter of course, and if we were a little late, as often happened on a Wednesday, to walk about the courtyard waiting for me. Here he made the acquaintance of the doctor's beautiful young wife, paler than formerly all this time, more rarely seen by me or anyone, I think, and not so gay, but not less beautiful, and so became more and more familiar by degrees, until at last he would come into the school and wait. He always sat in a particular corner on a particular stool, which was called Dick after him. Here he would sit, with his grey head bent forward, attentively listening to whatever might be going on, with a profound veneration for the learning he had never been able to acquire. This veneration Mr. Dick extended to the doctor, whom he thought the most subtle and accomplished philosopher of any age. It was long before Mr. Dick ever spoke to him otherwise than bareheaded, and even when he and the doctor had struck up quite a friendship, and would walk together by the hour on that side of the courtyard which was known among us as the doctor's walk, Mr. Dick would pull off his hat at intervals to show his respect for wisdom and knowledge. How it ever came about that the doctor began to read out scraps of the famous dictionary in these walks, I never knew. Perhaps he felt it all the same, at first, as reading to himself. However, it passed into a custom too, and Mr. Dick, listening with a face shining with pride and pleasure, in his heart of hearts believed the dictionary to be the most delightful book in the world. As I think of them going up and down before those schoolroom windows, the doctor reading with his complacent smile, an occasional flourish of the manuscript or grave motion of his head, and Mr. Dick listening, enchained by interest, with his poor wits calmly wandering God knows where, upon the wings of hard words, I think of it as one of the pleasantest things, in a quiet way, that I have ever seen. I feel as if they might go walking to and fro forever, and the world might somehow be the better for it, as if 1,000 things it makes a noise about were not one half so good for it or me. Agnes was one of Mr. Dick's friends very soon, and in often coming to the house he made acquaintance with Uriah. The friendship between himself and me increased continually, and it was maintained on this odd footing, that while Mr. Dick came professedly to look after me as my guardian, he always consulted me in any little matter of doubt that arose, and invariably guided himself by my advice, not only having a high respect for my native sagacity, but considering that I inherited a good deal from my aunt. One Thursday morning, when I was about to walk with Mr. Dick from the hotel to the coach office before going back to school, for we had an hour's school before breakfast, I met Uriah in the street, who reminded me of the promise I had made to take tea with himself and his mother, adding with a wreath, "But I didn't expect you to keep it, Master Copperfield. We are so very humble." I really had not yet been able to make up my mind whether I liked Uriah or detested him, and I was very doubtful about it still as I stood looking him in the face in the street. but I felt it quite an affront to be supposed proud, and said I only wanted to be asked. "Oh, if that's all, Master Copperfield," said Uriah, "and it really isn't our humbleness that prevents you, will you come this evening?" "But if it's our humbleness, I hope you won't mind owning to it, Master Copperfield, for we are well aware of our condition." I said I would mention it to Mr. Wickfield, and if he approved, as I had no doubt he would, I would come with pleasure. So at 6 o'clock that evening, which was one of the early office evenings, I announced myself as ready to Uriah. "Mother will be proud indeed," he said, as we walked away together. "Or she would be proud if it wasn't sinful, Master Copperfield." "Yet you didn't mind supposing I was proud this morning," I returned. "Oh dear no, Master Copperfield," returned Uriah. "Oh, believe me, no. Such a thought never came into my head. I shouldn't have deemed it at all proud if you had thought us too humble for you, because we are so very humble." "Have you been studying much law lately?" I asked to change the subject. "Oh, Master Copperfield," he said with an air of self-denial, "my reading is hardly to be called study. I have passed an hour or two in the evening sometimes with Mr. Tidd." "Rather hard, I suppose," said I. "He is hard to me sometimes," returned Uriah, "but I don't know what he might be to a gifted person." After beating a little tune on his chin as he walked on, with the 2 forefingers of his skeleton right hand, he added, "There are expressions, you see, Master Copperfield, Latin words and terms in Mr. Tidd that are trying to a reader of my humble attainments." "Would you like to be taught Latin?" I said briskly. "I will teach it you with pleasure as I learn it." "Oh, thank you, Master Copperfield," he answered, shaking his head. "I'm sure it's very kind of you to make the offer, but I am much too humble to accept it." "What nonsense, Uriah!" "Oh, indeed, you must excuse me, Master Copperfield. I am greatly obliged, and I should like it of all things, I assure you. But I am far too humble. There are people enough to tread upon me in my lowly state, without my doing outrage to their feelings by possessing learning. Learning ain't for me. A person like myself had better not aspire. If he is to get on in life, he must get on humbly, Master Copperfield." I never saw his mouth so wide, or the creases in his cheeks so deep, as when he delivered himself of these sentiments, shaking his head all the time, and writhing modestly. "I think you are wrong, Uriah," I said. "I dare say there are several things I could teach you, if you would like to learn them." "Oh, I don't doubt that, Master Copperfield," he answered. "Not in the least. But not being humble yourself, you don't judge well. Perhaps for them that are. I won't provoke my betters with knowledge, thank you. I'm much too humble. Here is my humble dwelling, Master Copperfield." We entered a low, old-fashioned room, walked straight into from the street, and found there Mrs. Heep, who was the dead image of Uriah, only short. She received me with the utmost humility, and apologized to me for giving her son a kiss, observing that, lowly as they were, they had their natural affections, which they hoped would give no offence to anyone. It was a perfectly decent room, half parlour and half kitchen, but not at all a snug room. The tea things were set upon the table, and the kettle was boiling on the hob. There was a chest of drawers with an escritoire top, for Uriah to read or write at an evening. There was Uriah's blue bag lying down and vomiting papers. There was a company of Uriah's books commanded by Mr. Tidd. There was a corner cupboard, and there were the usual articles of furniture. I don't remember that any individual object had a bare, pinched, spare look, but I do remember that the whole place had. It was perhaps a part of Mrs. Heep's humility that she still wore weeds, notwithstanding the lapse of time that had occurred since Mr. Heep's decease. She still wore weeds. I think there was some compromise in the cap, but otherwise she was as weedy as in the early days of her mourning. "This is the day to be remembered, my Uriah, I'm sure," said Mrs. Heep, making the tea, "when Master Copperfield pays us a visit." "I said you would think so, mother," said Uriah. "If I could have wished father to remain among us for any reason," said Mrs. Heep, "it would have been that he might have known his company this afternoon." I felt embarrassed by these compliments, but I was sensible too of being entertained as an honoured guest, and I thought Mrs. Heep an agreeable woman. "My Uriah," said Mrs. Heep, "has looked forward to this, sir, a long while. He had his fears that our humbleness stood in the way, and I joined in them myself. Humble we are, humble we have been, humble we shall ever be," said Mrs. Heep. "I'm sure you have no occasion to be so, ma'am," I said, "unless you like." "Thank you, sir," retorted Mrs. Heep. "We know our station and are thankful in it." I found that Mrs. Heep gradually got nearer to me, and that Uriah gradually got opposite to me, and that they respectfully plied me with the choicest of the eatables on the table. There was nothing particularly choice there, to be sure, but I took the will for the deed, and felt that they were very attentive. Presently they began to talk about aunts, and then I told them about mine, and about fathers and mothers, and then I told them about mine, and then Mrs. Heep began to talk about fathers-in-law, and then I began to tell her about mine, but stopped, because my aunt had advised me to observe a silence on that subject. A tender young cork, however, would have had no more chance against a pair of corkscrews, or a tender young tooth against a pair of dentists, or a little shuttlecock against two battledores, than I had against Uriah and Mrs. Heep. They did just what they liked with me, and wormed things out of me that I had no desire to tell with a certainty I blush to think of, the more especially as in my juvenile frankness I took some credit to myself for being so confidential, and felt that I was quite the patron of my two respectful entertainers. They were very fond of one another, that was certain. I take it that had its effect upon me as a touch of nature, but the skill with which the one followed up whatever the other said was a touch of art which I was still less proof against, when there was nothing more to be got out of me about myself, for on the Murdstone and Grinby life and on my journey I was dumb. They began about Mr. Wickfield and Agnes. Uriah threw the ball to Mrs. Heep. Mrs. Heep caught it and threw it back to Uriah. Uriah kept it up a little while, then sent it back to Mrs. Heep, and so they went on tossing it about until I had no idea what had got it, and was quite bewildered. The ball itself was always changing too. Now it was Mr. Wickfield, now Agnes, now the excellence of Mr. Wickfield, now my admiration of Agnes, now the extent of Mr. Wickfield's business and resources, now our domestic life after dinner, now the wine that Mr. Wickfield took, the reason why he took it, and the pity that it was he took so much, now one thing, now another, then everything at once, and all the time, without appearing to speak very often or to do anything but sometimes encourage them a little, for fear they should be overcome by their humility and the honour of my company. I found myself perpetually letting out something or other that I had no business to let out, and seeing the effect of it in the twinkling of Uriah's dinted nostrils. I had begun to be a little uncomfortable and to wish myself well out of the visit, when a figure coming down the street passed the door. It stood open to air the room, which was warm, the weather being close for the time of year, came back again, looked in, and walked in, exclaiming loudly, "Copperfield? Is it possible?" It was Mr. Micawber. It was Mr. Micawber with his eyeglass, and his walking stick, and his shirt collar, and his genteel air, and the condescending roll in his voice, all complete. "My dear Copperfield," said Mr. Micawber, putting out his hand, "this is indeed a meeting which is calculated to impress the mind with a sense of the instability and uncertainty of all human. In short, it is a most extraordinary meeting. Walking along the street, reflecting upon the probability of something turning up, of which I am at present rather sanguine, I find a young but valued friend turn up, who is connected with the most eventful period of my life, I may say, with the turning point of my existence. Copperfield, my dear fellow, how do you do? I really cannot say that I was glad to see Mr. Micawber there, but I was glad to see him too, and shook his hands with him, heartily, inquiring how Mrs. Micawber was. Thank you, said Mr. Micawber, waving his hand as of old and settling his chin in his shirt collar. She is tolerably convalescent. The twins no longer derive their sustenance from nature's founts. In short, said Mr. Micawber in one of his bursts of confidence, they are weaned, and Mrs. Micawber is at present my travelling companion. She will be rejoiced, Copperfield, to renew her acquaintance with one who has proved himself in all respects a worthy minister at the sacred altar of friendship. I said I should be delighted to see her. You are very good, said Mr. Micawber. Mr. Micawber then smiled, settled his chin again, and looked about him. I have discovered my friend Copperfield, said Mr. Micawber genteelly, and without addressing himself particularly to anyone, not in solitude, but partaking of a social meal in company with a widow lady and one who is apparently her offspring. In short, said Mr. Micawber, in another of his bursts of confidence, her son. I shall esteem it an honour to be presented. I could do no less under these circumstances than make Mr. Micawber known to Uriah Heep and his mother, which I accordingly did. As they abased themselves before him, Mr. Micawber took a seat and waved his hand in his most courtly manner. Any friend of my friend Copperfield's, said Mr. Micawber, has a personal claim upon myself. We are too humble, sir, said Mrs. Heep, my son and me, to be the friends of Master Copperfield. He has been so good as take his tea with us, and we are thankful to him for his company, also to you, sir, for your notice. Ma'am, returned Mr. Micawber with a bow, you are very obliging. And what are you doing, Copperfield? Still in the wine trade? I was excessively anxious to get Mr. Micawber away, and replied, with my hat in my hand and a very red face, I have no doubt that I was a pupil at Dr. Strong's. A pupil? Said Mr. Micawber, raising his eyebrows. I am extremely happy to hear it. Although a mind like my friend Copperfield's, to Uriah and Mrs. Heep, does not require that cultivation which, without his knowledge of men and things, it would require, still it is a rich soil teeming with latent vegetation. In short, said Mr. Micawber, smiling, in another burst of confidence, it is an intellect capable of getting up the classics to any extent. Uriah, with his long hands slowly turning over one another, made a ghastly wreath from the waist upwards, to express his concurrence in this estimation of me. Shall we go and see Mrs. Micawber, sir? I said, to get Mr. Micawber away. If you will do her that favour, Copperfield, replied Mr. Micawber, rising. I have no scruple in saying, in the presence of our friends here, that I am a man who has for some years contended against the pressure of pecuniary difficulties. I knew he was certain to say something of this kind. He always would be so boastful about his difficulties. Sometimes I have risen superior to my difficulties. Sometimes my difficulties have, in short, have floored me. There have been times when I have administered a succession of facers to them. There have been times when they have been too many for me, and I have given in, and said to Mrs. Micawber, in the words of Cato, Plato, thou reasonest well. It's all up now. I can show fight no more. But at no time of my life, said Mr. Micawber, have I enjoyed a higher degree of satisfaction than in pouring my griefs, if I may describe difficulties chiefly arising out of warrants of attorneys and promissory notes at 2 and 4 months by that ward, into the bosom of my friend Copperfield. Mr. Micawber closed this handsome tribute by saying, Mr. Heep, good evening, Mrs. Heep. Your servant, and then walking out with me in his most fashionable manner, making a good deal of noise on the pavement with his shoes, and humming a tune as we went. It was a little inn where Mr. Micawber put up, and he occupied a little room in it, partitioned off from the commercial room, and strongly flavoured with tobacco smoke. I think it was over the kitchen, because a warm, greasy smell appeared to come up through the chinks in the floor, and there was a flabby perspiration on the walls. I know it was near the bar, on account of the smelling of spirits and jingling of glasses. Here, recumbent on a small sofa, underneath a picture of a race horse, with her head close to the fire, and her feet pushing the mustard off the dumb waiter at the other end of the room, was Mrs. Micawber, to whom Mr. Micawber entered first, saying, "My dear, allow me to introduce to you a pupil of Dr. Strong's." I noticed, by the by, that although Mr. Micawber was just as much confused as ever about my age and standing, he always remembered as a genteel thing that I was a pupil of Dr. Strong's. Mrs. Micawber was amazed, but very glad to see me. I was very glad to see her too, and after an affectionate greeting on both sides, sat down on the small sofa near her. "My dear," said Mr. Micawber, "if you will mention to Copperfield what our present position is, which I have no doubt he will like to know, I will go and look at the paper the while, and see whether anything turns up among the advertisements." "I thought you were at Plymouth, ma'am," I said to Mrs. Micawber, as he went out. "My dear Master Copperfield," she replied, "we went to Plymouth." "To be on the spot," I hinted. "Just so," said Mrs. Micawber, "to be on the spot. But the truth is, talent is not wanted in the custom house. The local influence of my family was quite unavailing to obtain any employment in that department for a man of Mr. Micawber's abilities. They would rather not have a man of Mr. Micawber's abilities. He would only show the deficiency of the others. Apart from which," said Mrs. Micawber, "I will not disguise from you, my dear Master Copperfield, that when that branch of my family which is settled in Plymouth became aware that Mr. Micawber was accompanied by myself, and by little Wilkins and his sister, and by the twins, they did not receive him with that ardour which he might have expected, being so newly released from captivity. In fact," said Mrs. Micawber, lowering her voice, "this is between ourselves, our reception was cool." "Dear me," I said. "Yes," said Mrs. Micawber, "it is truly painful to contemplate mankind in such an aspect, Master Copperfield, but our reception was decidedly cool. There is no doubt about it. In fact, that branch of my family which is settled in Plymouth became quite personal to Mr. Micawber before we had been there a week." I said and thought that they ought to be ashamed of themselves. "Still, so it was," continued Mrs. Micawber. "Under such circumstances, what could a man of Mr. Micawber's spirit do? But one obvious course was left: to borrow of that branch of my family the money to return to London, and to return at any sacrifice." "Then you all came back again, ma'am?" I said. "We all came back again," replied Mrs. Micawber. "Since then I have consulted other branches of my family on the course which it is most expedient for Mr. Micawber to take, for I maintain that he must take some course, Master Copperfield," said Mr. Micawber, argumentatively. "It is clear that a family of 6, not including a domestic, cannot live upon air." "Certainly, ma'am," said I. "The opinion of those other branches of my family," pursued Mrs. Micawber, "is that Mr. Micawber should immediately turn his attention to coals." "To what, ma'am?" "To coals," said Mrs. Micawber. "To the coal trade. Mr. Micawber was induced to think on inquiry that there might be an opening for a man of his talent in the Medway coal trade. Then, as Mr. Micawber very properly said, the first step to be taken clearly was to come and see the Medway, which we came and saw. I say we, Master Copperfield, for I never will, said Mrs. Micawber with emotion. I never will desert Mr. Micawber. I murmured my admiration and approbation. We came, repeated Mrs. Micawber, and saw the Medway. My opinion of the coal trade on that river is that it may require talent, but that it certainly requires capital. Talent Mr. Micawber has, capital Mr. Micawber has not. We saw, I think, the greater part of the Medway, and that is my individual conclusion. Being so near here, Mr. Micawber was of opinion that it would be rash not to come on and see the cathedral. Firstly, on account of its being so well worth seeing, and our never having seen it, and secondly, on account of the great probability of something turning up in a cathedral town. We have been here, said Mrs. Micawber, 3 days. Nothing has as yet turned up, and it may not surprise you, my dear Master Copperfield, so much as it would a stranger to know that we are at present waiting for a remittance from London to discharge our pecuniary obligations at this hotel. Until the arrival of the remittance, said Mrs. Micawber with much feeling, I am cut off from my home. I allude to lodgings in Pentonville, from my boy and girl, and from my twins. I felt the utmost sympathy for Mr. and Mrs. Micawber in this anxious extremity, and said as much to Mr. Micawber, who now returned, adding that I only wished I had money enough to lend them the amount they needed. Mr. Micawber's answer expressed the disturbance of his mind. He said, shaking hands with me, Copperfield, you are a true friend, but when the worst comes to the worst, no man is without a friend who is possessed of shaving materials. At this dreadful hint, Mrs. Micawber threw her arms around Mr. Micawber's neck and entreated him to be calm. He wept, but so far recovered, almost immediately, as to ring the bell for the waiter, and bespeak a hot kidney pudding and a plate of shrimps for breakfast in the morning. When I took my leave of them, they both pressed me so much to come and dine before they went away, that I could not refuse. But as I knew I could not come next day, when I should have a good deal to prepare in the evening, Mr. Micawber arranged that he would call at Dr. Strong's in the course of the morning, having a presentiment that the remittance would arrive by that post, and proposed the day after if it would suit me better. Accordingly, I was called out of school next forenoon, and found Mr. Micawber in the parlour, who had called to say that the dinner would take place as proposed. When I asked him if the remittance had come, he pressed my hand and departed. As I was looking out of window that same evening, it surprised me and made me rather uneasy to see Mr. Micawber and Uriah Heep walk past arm in arm. Uriah humbly sensible of the honour that was done him, and Mr. Micawber taking a bland delight in extending his patronage to Uriah. But I was still more surprised when I went to the little hotel next day at the appointed dinner hour, which was 4 o'clock, to find from what Mr. Micawber said that he had gone home with Uriah, and had drunk brandy and water at Mrs. Heep's. And I'll tell you what, my dear Copperfield, said Mr. Micawber, your friend Heep is a young fellow who might be Attorney General. If I had known that young man at the period when my difficulties came to a crisis, all I can say is that I believe my creditors would have been a great deal better managed than they were. I hardly understood how this could have been, seeing that Mr. Micawber had paid them nothing at all, as it was, but I did not like to ask. Neither did I like to say that I hoped he had not been too communicative to Uriah, or to inquire if they had talked much about me. I was afraid of hurting Mr. Micawber's feeling, or at all events Mrs. Micawber's, she being very sensitive, but I was uncomfortable about it too, and often thought about it afterwards. We had a beautiful little dinner, quite an elegant dish of fish, the kidney end of a loin of veal, roasted, fried sausage meat, a partridge, and a pudding. There was wine, and there was strong ale, and after dinner Mrs. Micawber made us a bowl of hot punch with her own hands. Mr. Micawber was uncommonly convivial. I never saw him such good company. He made his face shine with the punch, so that it looked as if it had been varnished all over. He got cheerfully sentimental about the town, and proposed success to it, observing that Mrs. Micawber and himself had been made extremely snug and comfortable there, and that he never should forget the agreeable hours that had passed in Canterbury. He proposed me afterwards, and he and Mrs. Micawber and I took a review of our past acquaintance, in the course of which we sold the property all over again. Then I proposed Mrs. Micawber, or at least said modestly, "If you will allow me, Mrs. Micawber, I shall now have the pleasure of drinking your health, ma'am." On which Mr. Micawber delivered an eulogium on Mrs. Micawber's character, and said she had ever been his guide, philosopher, and friend, and that he would recommend me, when I come to a marrying time of life, to marry such another woman, if such another woman could be found. As the punch disappeared, Mr. Micawber became still more friendly and convivial. Mrs. Micawber's spirits becoming elevated too, we sang Auld Lang Syne. When we came to "Here's a hand, my trusty Frere," we all joined hands round the table. And when we declared we would take a right good Willie Watt, and hadn't the least idea what it meant, we were really affected. In a word, I never saw anybody so thoroughly jovial as Mr. Micawber was, down to the very last moment of the evening, when I took a hearty farewell of himself and his amiable wife. Consequently, I was not prepared at 7 o'clock next morning to receive the following communication, dated 9:30 in the evening, a quarter of an hour after I had left him. "My dear young friend, the die is cast, all is over. Hiding the ravages of care with a sickly mask of mirth, I have not informed you this evening that there is no hope of the remittance. Under these circumstances, alike humiliating to endure, humiliating to contemplate, and humiliating to relate, I have discharged the pecuniary liability contracted at this establishment by giving a note of hand, made payable 14 days after date, at my residence, Pentonville, London. When it becomes due, it will not be taken up. The result is destruction. The bolt is impending, and the tree must fall. Let the wretched man who now addresses you, my dear Copperfield, be a beacon to you through life. He writes with that intention, and in that hope. If he could think himself of so much use, one gleam of day might, by possibility, penetrate into the cheerless dungeon of his remaining existence, though his longevity is, at present, to say the least of it, extremely problematical. This is the last communication, my dear Copperfield, you will ever receive from the beggared outcast, Wilkins Micawber. I was so shocked by the contents of this heart-rending letter that I ran off directly towards a little hotel with the intention of taking it on my way to Dr. Strong's and trying to soothe Mr. Micawber with a word of comfort. But halfway there, I met the London coach with Mr. and Mrs. Micawber up behind. Mr. Micawber, the very picture of tranquil enjoyment, smiling at Mrs. Micawber's conversation, eating walnuts out of a paper bag, with a bottle sticking out of his breast pocket. As they did not see me, I thought it best, all things considered, not to see them. So, with a great weight taken off my mind, I turned into a by-street that was the nearest way to school, and felt, upon the whole, relieved that they were gone, though I still liked them very much nevertheless. End of chapter 17. Recording by Red Abrus, February 2008.
Chapter 18 of David Copperfield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Gonzalez. David Copperfield, by Charles Dickens. Chapter 18. A Retrospect. My school days. The silent gliding on of my existence, the unseen, unfelt progress of my life from childhood up to youth. Let me think. As I look back upon that floating water, now a dry channel overgrown with leaves, whether there are any marks along its course, by which I can remember how it ran. A moment, and I occupy my place in the cathedral, where we all went together every Sunday morning, assembling first at school for that purpose. The earthy smell, the sunless air, the sensation of the world being shut down, the resounding of the organ through the black and white arched galleries and aisles, are wings that take me back and hold me hovering above those days in a half-sleeping, half-waking dream. I am not the last boy in the school. I have risen in a few months over several heads, but the first boy seems to me a mighty creature, dwelling afar off, whose giddy height is unattainable. Agnes says no, but I say yes, and tell her that she little thinks what stores of knowledge have been mastered by the wonderful being, at whose place she thinks I, even I, weak aspirant, may arrive in time. He is not my private friend and public patron, as Steerforth was, but I hold him in a reverential respect. I chiefly wonder what he'll be when he leaves Dr. Strong's, and what mankind will do to maintain any place against him. But who is this that breaks upon me? This is Miss Shepherd, whom I love. Miss Shepherd is a boarder at the Mrs. Nettingall's establishment. I adore Miss Shepherd. She is a little girl in a spencer with a round face and curly flaxen hair. The Mrs. Nettingall's young ladies come to the cathedral too. I cannot look upon my book, for I must look upon Miss Shepherd. When the choristers chaunt, I hear Miss Shepherd. In the service I mentally insert Miss Shepherd's name. I put her in among the royal family. At home, in my own room, I am sometimes moved to cry out, "Oh, Miss Shepherd!" in a transport of love. For some time I am doubtful of Miss Shepherd's feelings, but at length, fate being propitious, we meet at the dancing school. I have Miss Shepherd for my partner. I touch Miss Shepherd's glove and feel a thrill go up the right arm of my jacket and come out at my hair. I say nothing to Miss Shepherd, but we understand each other. Miss Shepherd and myself live but to be united. Why do I secretly give Miss Shepherd 12 Brazil nuts for a present, I wonder? They are not expressive of affection. They are difficult to pack into a parcel of any regular shape. They are hard to crack, even in room doors. And they are oily when cracked, yet I feel they are appropriate to Miss Shepherd. Soft, seedy biscuits also I bestow upon Miss Shepherd, and oranges innumerable. Once I kiss Miss Shepherd in the cloakroom. Ecstasy. What are my agony and indignation next day when I hear a flying rumor that the Misses Nettingall have stood Miss Shepherd in the stocks for turning in her toes. Miss Shepherd being the one pervading theme and vision of my life, how do I ever come to break with her? I can't conceive, and yet a coolness grows between Miss Shepherd and myself. Whispers reach me of Miss Shepherd having said she wished I wouldn't stare so, and having avowed a preference for Master Jones. For Jones, a boy of no merit whatever. The gulf between me and Miss Shepherd widens. At last, one day, I meet the Mrs. Nettingall's establishment, out walking. Miss Shepherd makes a face as she goes by, and laughs to her companion. All is over. The devotion of a life, it seems a life, it is all the same, is at an end. Miss Shepherd comes out of the morning service, and the royal family know her no more. I am higher in the school, and no one breaks my peace. I am not at all polite now to the Miss Nightingale's young ladies, and shouldn't dote on any of them, if they were twice as many and 20 times as beautiful. I think the dancing school a tiresome affair, and wonder why the girls can't dance by themselves and leave us alone. I'm growing great in Latin verses, and neglect the laces of my boots. Dr. Strong refers to me in public as a promising young scholar. Mr. Dick is wild with joy, and my aunt remits me a guinea by the next post. The shade of a young butcher rises like the apparition of an armed head in Macbeth. Who is this young butcher? He is the terror of youth of Canterbury. There is a vague belief abroad that the beef suet with which he anoints his hair gives him unnatural strength, and that he is a match for a man. He is a broad-faced, bull-necked young butcher with rough red cheeks, an ill-conditioned mind, and an injurious tongue. His main use of this tongue is to disparage Dr. Strong's young gentlemen. He says publicly that if they want anything, he'll give it them. He names individuals among them, myself included, whom he could undertake to settle with one hand and the other tied behind him. He waylays the smaller boys to punch their unprotected heads, and calls challenges after me in the streets. For these sufficient reasons I resolve to fight the butcher. It is a summer evening. Down in the green hollow at the corner of a wall, I meet the butcher by appointment. I am attended by a select body of our boys, the butcher by 2 other butchers, a young publican, and a sweep. The preliminaries are adjusted, and the butcher and myself stand face to face. In a moment, the butcher lights 10,000 candles out of my left eyebrow. In another moment, I don't know where the wall is, or where I am, or where anybody is. I hardly know which is myself and which the butcher. We are always in such a tangle and tussle, knocking about upon the trodden grass. Sometimes I see the butcher, bloody but confident. Sometimes I see nothing, and sit gasping on my second's knee. Sometimes I go in at the butcher madly, and cut my knuckles open against his face, without appearing to discompose him at all. At last I awake, very queer about the head as from a giddy sleep, and see the butcher walking off, congratulated by the 2 other butchers, and the sweep, and the publican, and putting on his coat as he goes, for which I augur justly that the victory is his. I am taken home in a sad plight, and I have beefsteaks put to my eyes, and am rubbed with vinegar and brandy, and find a great puffy place bursting out of my upper lip, which swells immoderately. For 3 or 4 days I remain at home, a very ill-looking subject, with a green shade over my eyes, and I should be very dull, but that Agnes is a sister to me, and condoles with me, and reads to me, and makes the time light and happy. Agnes has my confidence completely always. I tell her about the butcher, and the wrongs he has heaped upon me. She thinks I couldn't have done otherwise than fight the butcher, while she shrinks and trembles at my having fought him. Time has stolen unobserved, for Adams is not the head boy in the days that are come now, nor has he been this many and many a day. Adams has left the school so long that when he comes back on a visit to Dr. Strong, there are not many there, besides myself, who know him. Adams is going to be called to the bar almost directly, and is to be an advocate, and to wear a wig. I am surprised to find him a meeker man than I had thought, and less imposing in appearance. He has not staggered the world yet, either, for it goes on, as well as I can make out, pretty much the same as if he had never joined it. A blank, through which the warriors of poetry and history march on in stately hosts that seem to have no end. And what comes next? I am the head boy now. I look down on the line of boys below me with a condescending interest in such of them as bring to my mind the boy I was myself when I first came there. That little fellow seems to be no part of me. I remember him as something left behind upon the road of life, as something I have passed, rather than have actually been, and almost think of him as of someone else. And the little girl I saw on that first day at Mr. Wickfield's, where is she? Gone also. In her stead, the perfect likeness of the picture. A child-likeness no more moves about the house, and Agnes, my sweet sister, as I call her in my thoughts, my counselor and friend, the better angel of the lives of all who come within her calm, good, self-denying influence, is quite a woman. What other changes have come upon me besides the changes in my growth and looks, and in the knowledge I have garnered at this while? I wear a gold watch and chain, a ring upon my little finger, and a long-tailed coat. I use a great deal of bear's grease, which, taken in conjunction with the ring, looks bad. Am I in love again? I am. I worship the eldest Miss Larkins. The eldest Miss Larkins is not a little girl. She is a tall, dark, black-eyed, fine figure of a woman. The eldest Miss Larkins is not a chicken, for the youngest Miss Larkins is not that, and the eldest must be 3 or 4 years older. Perhaps the eldest Miss Larkins may be about 30. My passion for her is beyond all bounds. The eldest Miss Larkins knows officers. It is an awful thing to bear. I see them speaking to her in the street. I see them cross the way to meet her. When her bonnet, she has a bright taste in bonnets, is seen coming down the pavement accompanied by her sister's bonnet, she laughs and talks and seems to like it. I spend a good deal of my own spare time in walking up and down to meet her. If I can bow to her once in the day, I know her to bow to, knowing Mr. Larkins, I am happier. I deserve a bow now and then. The raging agonies I suffer on the night of the race ball, where I know the eldest Miss Larkins will be dancing with the military, ought to have some compensation, if there be even-handed justice in the world. My passion takes away my appetite. It makes me wear my newest silk neckerchief continually. I have no relief but in putting on my best clothes and having my boots cleaned over and over again. I seem, then, to be worthier of the eldest Miss Larkins. Everything that belongs to her or is connected with her is precious to me. Mr. Larkins, a gruff old gentleman with a double chin and one of his eyes immovable in his head, is fraught with interest to me. When I can't meet his daughter, I go where I am likely to meet him, to say, "How do you do, Mr. Larkins? Are the young ladies and all the family quite well?" It seems so pointed that I blush. I think continually about my age. Since I am 17, and say that 17 is young for the eldest Miss Larkins, what of that? Besides, I shall be 21 in no time almost. I regularly take walks outside Mr. Larkins' house in the evening, though it cuts me to the heart to see the officers go in, or to hear them up in the drawing-room where the eldest Miss Larkin plays the harp. I even walk on 2 or 3 occasions in a sickly, spoony manner round and round the house after the family has gone to bed, wondering which is the eldest Miss Larkin's chamber, and pitching, I dare say now, on Mr. Larkins instead. Wishing that a fire would burst out, that the assembled crowd would stand appalled, that I, dashing through them with a ladder, might rear it against her window, save her in my arms, go back for something she had left behind, and perish in the flames. for I am generally disinterested in my love, and think I could be content to make a figure before Miss Larkins and expire. Generally, but not always. Sometimes brighter visions rise before me. When I dress, the occupation of 2 hours, for a great ball given at the Larkins, the anticipation of 3 weeks, I indulge my fancy with pleasing images. I picture myself taking courage to make a declaration to Miss Larkins. I picture Miss Larkins sinking her head upon my shoulder and saying, "Oh, Mr. Copperfield, can I believe my ears?" I picture Mr. Larkins waiting on me next morning and saying, "My dear Copperfield, my daughter has told me all. Youth is no objection. Here are 20,000 pounds. Be happy." I picture my aunt relenting and blessing us, and Mr. Dick and Dr. Strong being present at the marriage ceremony. I am a sensible fellow, I believe. On looking back, I mean, and modest, I am sure. But all this goes notwithstanding. I repair to the enchanted house, where there are lights, chattering, music, flowers, officers, I am sorry to see, and the eldest Miss Larkins, a blaze of beauty. She is dressed in blue, and blue flowers in her hair, forget-me-nots, as if she had any need to wear forget-me-nots. It is the first really grown-up party that I have ever been invited to, and I am a little uncomfortable, for I appear not to belong to anybody, and nobody appears to have anything to say to me except Mr. Larkins, who asked me how my schoolfellows are, which he needn't do, as I have not come there to be insulted. But after I have stood in the doorways for some time and feasted my eyes upon the goodness of my heart, she approaches me. She, the eldest Miss Larkins, and asks me pleasantly if I dance. I stammer with a bow. "With you, Miss Larkins." "With no one else?" inquires Miss Larkins. "I should have no pleasure in dancing with anyone else." Miss Larkins laughs and blushes, or I think she blushes, and says, "Next time but one, I shall be very glad." The time arrives. "It is a waltz, I think," Miss Larkins doubtfully observes when I present myself. "Do you waltz? If not, Captain Bailey—" But I do waltz pretty well, too, as it happens, and I take Miss Larkins out. I take her sternly from the side of Captain Bailey. He is wretched, I have no doubt, but he is nothing to me. I have been wretched, too. I waltz with the eldest Miss Larkins. I don't know where, among whom, or how long. I only know that I swim about in space with a blue angel in a state of blissful delirium, until I find myself alone with her in a little room, resting on a sofa. She admires a flower, pink Camellia japonica, price £0.50, in my buttonhole. I give it to her and say, "I ask an inestimable price for it, Miss Larkins." "Indeed, what is that?" returns Miss Larkins. "A flower of yours, that I may treasure it as a miser does gold." "You're a bold boy," says Miss Larkins. "There." She gives it me, not displeased, and I put it to my lips and then into my breast. Miss Larkins, laughing, draws her hand through my arm and says, "Now take me back to Captain Bailey." I am lost in the recollection of this delicious interview and the waltz, when she comes to me again with a plain elderly gentleman who has been playing whist all night upon her arm, and says, "Oh, here is my bold friend. Mr. Chessel wants to know you, Mr. Copperfield." I feel at once that he is a friend of the family, and am much gratified. "I admire your taste, sir," says Mr. Chessel. "It does you credit. I suppose you don't take much interest in hops, but I am a pretty large girl myself, and if you ever like to come over to our neighborhood of Ashford, and take a run at our place, we shall be glad for you to stop as long as you like." I thank Mr. Chessel warmly and shake hands. I think I am in a happy dream. I waltz with the eldest Miss Larkins once again. She says I waltz so well. I go home in a state of unspeakable bliss, and waltz in imagination all night long with my arm round the blue waist of my dear divinity. For some days afterwards I am lost in rapturous reflections, but I neither see her in the street nor when I call. I am imperfectly consoled for this disappointment by the sacred pledge, the perished flower. "Trotwood," says Agnes one day after dinner, "who do you think is going to be married tomorrow? Someone you admire. Not you, I suppose, Agnes?" "Not me," raising a cheerful face from the music she is copying. "Do you hear him, Papa? The eldest Miss Larkins." To Captain Bailey? I have just enough power to ask. "No, to no captain. To Mr. Chessel, a hop grower." I am terribly dejected for about a week or two. I take off my ring, I wear my worst clothes, I use no bear's grease, and I frequently lament over the late Miss Larkins' faded flower. Being by that time rather tired of this kind of life, and having received new provocation from the butcher, I throw the flower away, go out with the butcher, and gloriously defeat him. This, and the resumption of my ring, as well as of the bear's grease in moderation, are the last marks I can discern now in my progress to 17. End of chapter 18. Recording by John Gonzalez. www.johngon.com.
Chapter 19 of David Copperfield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by John Austen. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 19. I Look About Me and Make a Discovery. I am doubtful whether I was at heart glad or sorry when my school days drew to an end and the time came for my leaving Dr. Strong's. I had been very happy there. I had a great attachment for the doctor, and I was eminent and distinguished in that little world. For these reasons I was sorry to go. But for other reasons, unsubstantial enough, I was glad. Misty ideas of being a young man at my own disposal, of the importance attaching to a young man at his own disposal, of the wonderful things to be seen and done by that magnificent animal, and the wonderful effects he could not fail to make upon society, lured me away. So powerful were these visionary considerations in my boyish mind that I seem, according to my present way of thinking, to have left school without natural regret. The separation has not made the impression on me that other separations have. I try in vain to recall how I felt about it and what its circumstances were, but it is not momentous in my recollection. I suppose the opening prospect confused me. I know that my juvenile experiences went for little or nothing then, and that life was more like a great fairy story, which I was just about to begin to read, than anything else. My aunt and I had held many grave deliberations on the calling to which I should be devoted. For a year or more I had endeavored to find a satisfactory answer to her often repeated question, what would I like to be? But I had no particular liking that I could discover for anything. If I could have been inspired with a knowledge of the science of navigation, taken the command of a fast-sailing expedition, and gone round the world on a triumphant voyage of discovery, I think I might have considered myself completely suited. But, in the absence of any such miraculous provision, my desire was to apply myself to some pursuit that would not lie too heavily upon her purse, and to do my duty in it, whatever it might be. Mr. Dick had regularly assisted at our councils with a meditative and sage demeanor. He never made a suggestion but once, and on that occasion, I don't know what put it in his head, he suddenly proposed that I should be a brazier. My aunt received this proposal so very ungraciously that he never ventured on a second, but ever afterwards confined himself to looking watchfully at her for her suggestions, and rattling his money. "Trot, I tell you what, my dear," said my aunt one morning in the Christmas season when I left school, "as this knotty point is still unsettled, and as we must not make a mistake in our decision if we can help it, I think we had better take a little breathing time. In the meanwhile, you must try to look at it from a new point of view, and not as a schoolboy." "I will, Aunt." "It has occurred to me," pursued my aunt, "that a little change and a glimpse of life out of doors may be useful, in helping you to know your own mind and form a cooler judgment. Suppose you were to go down into the old part of the country again, for instance, and see that out-of-the-way woman with the savagest of names," said my aunt, rubbing her nose, for she could never thoroughly forgive Peggotty for being so called. "Of all things in the world, Aunt, I should like it best." "Well," said my aunt, "that's lucky, for I should like it too. But it's natural and rational that you should like it, and I am very well persuaded that whatever you do, Trot, will always be natural and rational." "I hope so, Aunt." "Your sister, Betsy Trotwood," said my aunt, "would have been as natural and rational a girl as ever breathed. You'll be worthy of her, won't you?" "I hope I shall be worthy of you, Aunt. That will be enough for me." "It's a mercy that poor dear baby of a mother of yours didn't live," said my aunt, looking at me approvingly, "or she'd have been so vain of her boy by this time that her soft little head would have been completely turned, if there was anything of it left to turn." My aunt always excused any weakness of her own in my behalf by transferring it in this way to my poor mother. "Bless me, Trotwood, how you do remind me of her." "Pleasantly, I hope, Aunt," said I. "He's as like her, Dick," said my aunt emphatically. "He's as like her as she was that afternoon before she began to fret. Bless my heart, he's as like her as he can look at me out of his 2 eyes." "Is he indeed?" said Mr. Dick. "And he's like David, too," said my aunt decisively. "He is very like David," said Mr. Dick. "But what I want you to be, Trot," resumed my aunt, "I don't mean physically, but morally. You are very well physically. Is a firm fellow, a fine firm fellow with a will of your own. With resolution," said my aunt, shaking her cap at me and clenching her hand. "With determination, with character, Trot, with strength of character that is not to be influenced, except on good reason, by anybody or by anything. That's what I want you to be. That's what your father and mother might both have been, heaven knows, and been the better for it." I intimated that I hoped I should be what she described. "That you may begin, in a small way, to have a reliance upon yourself, and to act for yourself," said my aunt. "I shall send you upon your trip alone. I did think once of Mr. Dick's going with you, but on second thoughts I shall keep him to take care of me." Mr. Dick, for a moment, looked a little disappointed, until the honor and dignity of having to take care of the most wonderful woman in the world restored the sunshine to his face. "Besides," said my aunt, "there's the memorial." "Oh, certainly," said Mr. Dick in a hurry. "I intend, Trotwood, to get that done immediately. It really must be done immediately. And then it will go in, you know, and then," said Mr. Dick, after checking himself and pausing a long time, "there'll be a pretty kettle of fish." In pursuance of my aunt's kind scheme, I was shortly afterwards fitted out with a handsome purse of money and a portmanteau, and tenderly dismissed upon my expedition. At parting, my aunt gave me some good advice and a good many kisses, and said that as her object was that I should look about me and should think a little, she would recommend me to stay a few days in London, if I liked it, either on my way down into Suffolk or in coming back. In a word, I was at liberty to do what I would for 3 weeks or a month, and no other conditions were imposed upon my freedom than the before-mentioned thinking and looking about me, and a pledge to write 3 times a week and faithfully report myself. I went to Canterbury first, that I might take leave of Agnes and Mr. Wickfield, my old room in whose house I had not yet relinquished, and also of the good doctor. Agnes was very glad to see me, and told me that the house had not been like itself since I had left it. "I am sure I am not like myself when I am away," said I. "I seem to want my right hand when I miss you. Though that's not saying much, for there's no head in my right hand, and no heart. Everyone who knows you consults with you and is guided by you, Agnes." "Everyone who knows me spoils me, I believe," she answered, smiling. "No, it's because you are like no one else. You are so good and so sweet-tempered. You have such a gentle nature, and you are always right." "You talk," said Agnes, breaking into a pleasant laugh as she sat at work, "as if I were the late Miss Larkins." "Come, it's not fair to abuse my confidence," I answered, reddening at the recollection of my blue enslaver. "But I shall confide in you just the same, Agnes. I can never grow out of that. Whenever I fall into trouble or fall in love, I shall always tell you, if you'll let me, even when I come to fall in love in earnest." "Why, you have always been in earnest," said Agnes, laughing again. "Oh, that was as a child or a schoolboy," said I, laughing in my turn, not without being a little shamefaced. times are altering now, and I suppose I shall be in a terrible state of earnestness one day or other. My wonder is that you are not in earnest yourself by this time, Agnes. Agnes laughed again and shook her head. "Oh, I know you are not," said I, "because if you had been, you would have told me, or at least," for I saw a faint blush in her face, "you would have let me find it out for myself. But there is no one that I know of who deserves to love you, Agnes. Someone of a nobler character and more worthy altogether than anyone I have ever seen here must rise up before I give my consent. In the time to come, I shall have a wary eye on all admirers, and shall exact a great deal from the successful one, I assure you." We had gone on, so far, in a mixture of confidential jest and earnest, that had long grown naturally out of our familiar relations, begun as mere children. But Agnes, now suddenly lifting up her eyes to mine, and speaking in a different manner, said, "Trotwood, there is something that I want to ask you, and that I may not have another opportunity of asking for a long time. Perhaps something I would ask, I think, of no one else. Have you observed any gradual alteration in Papa?" I had observed it, and had often wondered whether she had too. I must have shown as much now in my face, for her eyes were in a moment cast down, and I saw tears in them. "Tell me what it is," she said in a low voice. "I think, shall I be quite plain, Agnes, liking him so much?" "Yes," she said. "I think he does himself no good by the habit that has increased upon him since I first came here. He is often very nervous, or I fancy so." "It is not fancy," said Agnes, shaking her head. "His hand trembles, his speech is not plain, and his eyes look wild. I have remarked that at those times, and when he is least like himself, he is most certain to be wanted on some business." "By Uriah," said Agnes. "Yes, in the sense of being unfit for it, or of not having understood it, or of having shown his condition in spite of himself, seems to make him so uneasy that next day he is worse, and next day worse, and so he becomes jaded and haggard. Do not be alarmed by what I say, Agnes, but in this state I saw him, only the other evening, lay down his head upon his desk and shed tears like a child." Her hand passed softly before my lips while I was yet speaking, and in a moment she had met her father at the door of the room, and was hanging on his shoulder. The expression of her face, as they both looked towards me, I felt to be very touching. There was such deep fondness for him, and gratitude to him for all his love and care in her beautiful look, and there was such a fervent appeal to me to deal tenderly by him, even in my inmost thoughts, and to let no harsh construction find any place against him. She was at once so proud of him and devoted to him, yet so compassionate and sorry, and so reliant upon me to be so too, that nothing she could have said would have expressed more to me, or moved me more. We were to drink tea at the doctor's. We went there at the usual hour, and round the steady fireside found the doctor and his young wife and her mother. The doctor, who made as much of my going away as if I were going to China, received me as an honored guest, and called for a log of wood to be thrown on the fire, that he might see the face of his old pupil reddening in the blaze. "I shall not see many more new faces in Trotwood's stead, Wickfield," said the doctor, warming his hands. "I am getting lazy and want ease. I shall relinquish all my young people in another 6 months, and lead a quieter life." "You have said so any time these 10 years, Doctor," Mr. Wickfield answered. "But now I mean to do it," returned the doctor. "My first master will succeed me, and I am in earnest at last, so you'll soon have to arrange our contracts and to bind us firmly to them, like a couple of knaves." "And to take care," said Mr. Wickfield, "that you're not imposed on, eh? As you certainly would be, in any contract you should make for yourself." "Well, I am ready. There are worse tasks than that in my calling." "I shall have nothing to think of then," said the doctor with a smile, "but my dictionary and this other contract bargain. Annie," as Mr. Wickfield glanced towards her, sitting at the tea table by Agnes, she seemed to me to avoid his look with such unwonted hesitation and timidity, that his attention became fixed upon her, as if something were suggested to his thoughts. "There is a post come in from India, I observe," he said, after a short silence. "By the by, and letters from Mr. Jack Maldon," said the doctor. "Indeed." "Poor dear Jack," said Mrs. Markleham, shaking her head. "That trying climate, like living, they tell me, on a sand heap, underneath a burning glass. He looked strong, but he wasn't. My dear doctor, it was his spirit, not his constitution, that he ventured on so boldly." "Annie, my dear, I am sure you must perfectly recollect that your cousin never was strong, not what can be called robust, you know," said Mrs. Markleham with emphasis, and looking around upon us generally. "From the time when my daughter and himself were children together and walking about arm in arm the livelong day." Annie, thus addressed, made no reply. "Do I gather from what you say, ma'am, that Mr. Maldon is ill?" asked Mr. Wickfield. "Ill?" replied the old soldier. "My dear sir, he's all sorts of things." "Except well," said Mr. Wickfield. except well indeed, said the old soldier. He has had dreadful strokes of the sun, no doubt, and jungle fevers and agues, and every kind of thing you can mention. As to his liver, said the old soldier resignedly, that, of course, he gave up altogether when he first went out. Does he say all this? Asked Mr. Wickfield. Say? My dear sir, returned Mrs. Markleham, shaking her head and her fan, you little know my poor Jack Malton when you ask that question. Say? Not he. You might drag him at the heels of 4 wild horses first. Mamma, said Mrs. Strong. Annie, my dear, returned her mother, once for all, I must really beg that you will not interfere with me, unless it is to confirm what I say. You know as well as I do that your cousin Malden would be dragged at the heels of any number of wild horses. Why should I confine myself to 4? I won't confine myself to 4. 8, 16, 2 and 30, rather than say anything calculated to overturn the doctor's plans. Wickfield's plans, said the doctor, stroking his face and looking penitently at his adviser. That is to say, our joint plans for him. I said myself, abroad or at home. And I said, added Mr. Wickfield gravely, abroad. I was the means of sending him abroad. It's my responsibility. Oh, responsibility, said the old soldier. Everything was done for the best, and dear Mr. Wickfield, everything was done for the kindest and best, we know. But if the dear fellow can't live there, he can't live there. And if he can't live there, he'll die there, sooner than he'll overturn the doctor's plans. I know him, said the old soldier, fanning herself in a sort of calm, prophetic agony, and I know he'll die there, sooner than he'll overturn the doctor's plans. Well, well, ma'am, said the doctor cheerfully, I am not bigoted to my plans, and I can overturn them myself. I can substitute some other plans. If Mr. Jack Malden comes home on account of ill health, he must not be allowed to go back, and we must endeavor to make him some more suitable and fortunate provision for him in this country. Mrs. Markleham was so overcome by this generous speech, which, I need not say, she had not at all expected or led up to, that she could only tell the doctor it was like himself, and go several times through that operation of kissing the sticks of her fan and then tapping his hand with it. After which she gently chid her daughter Annie for not being more demonstrative when such kindnesses were showered, for her sake, on her old playfellow, and entertained us with some particulars concerning other deserving members of her family, whom it was desirable to set on their deserving legs. All this time her daughter Annie never once spoke or lifted up her eyes. All this time Mr. Wickfield had his glance upon her as she sat by his own daughter's side. It appeared to me that he never thought of being observed by anyone, but was so intent upon her and upon his own thoughts in connection with her as to be quite absorbed. He now asked what Mr. Jack Malden had actually written in reference to himself, and to whom he had written. Why, here, said Mrs. Markleham, taking a letter from the chimney-piece above the doctor's head. The dear fellow says to the doctor himself. Where is it? Oh, I am sorry to inform you that my health is suffering severely, and that I fear I may be reduced to the necessity of returning home for a time, as the only hope of restoration. That's pretty plain, poor fellow. His only hope of restoration? But Annie's letter is plainer still. Annie, show me that letter again. Not now, Mamma, she pleaded in a low tone. My dear, you absolutely are, on some subjects, one of the most ridiculous persons in the world, returned her mother, and perhaps the most unnatural to the claims of your own family. We never should have heard of the letter at all, I believe, unless I had asked for it myself. Do you call that confidence, my love, towards Dr. Strong? I am surprised. You ought to know better. The letter was reluctantly produced, and as I handed it to the old lady, I saw how the unwilling hand from which I took it trembled. Now let us see, said Mrs. Markleham, putting her glass to her eye, where the passage is. The remembrance of old times, my dearest Annie, and so forth, is not there. The amiable old proctor, who's he? Dear me, Annie, how illegibly your cousin Malden writes, and how stupid I am. Doctor, of course. Ah, amiable indeed. Here she left off, to kiss her fan again and shake it at the doctor, who was looking at us in a state of placid satisfaction. Now I have found it. You may not be surprised to hear, Annie, no, to be sure, knowing that he never was really strong. What did I say just now? That I have undergone so much in this distant place as to have decided to leave it at all hazards, on sick leave if I can, on total resignation if that is not to be obtained. What I have endured and do endure here is insupportable. And but for the promptitude of that best of creatures, said Mrs. Markleham, telegraphing the doctor as before, and refolding the letter, it would be insupportable to me to think of. Mr. Wickfield said not one word, though the old lady looked at him as if for his commentary on this intelligence, but sat severely silent with his eyes fixed on the ground. Long after the subject was dismissed and other topics occupied us, he remained so, seldom raising his eyes, unless to rest them for a moment with a thoughtful frown upon the doctor or his wife, or both. The doctor was very fond of music. Agnes sang with great sweetness and expression, and so did Mrs. Strong. They sang together and played duets together, and we had quite a little concert. But I remarked two things. First, that though Annie soon recovered her composure and was quite herself, there was a blank between her and Mr. Wickfield which separated them wholly from each other. Secondly, that Mr. Wickfield seemed to dislike the intimacy between her and Agnes, and to watch it with uneasiness. And now, I must confess, the recollection of what I had seen on that night when Mr. Malden went away first began to return upon me with a meaning it never had, and to trouble me. The innocent beauty of her face was not as innocent to me as it had been. I mistrusted the natural grace and charm of her manner, and when I looked at Agnes by her side, and thought how good and true Agnes was, suspicions arose within me that it was an ill-assorted friendship. She was so happy in it herself, however, and the other was so happy too, that they made the evening fly away as if it were but an hour. It closed in an incident which I well remember. They were taking leave of each other, and Agnes was going to embrace her and kiss her, when Mr. Wickfield stepped between them, as if by accident, and drew Agnes quickly away. Then I saw, as though all the intervening time had been cancelled, and I were still standing in the doorway on the night of the departure, the expression of that night in the face of Mrs. Strong as it confronted his. I cannot say what an impression this made upon me, or how impossible I found it, when I thought of her afterwards, to separate her from this look, and remember her face in its innocent loveliness again. It haunted me when I got home. I seemed to have left the doctor's roof with a dark cloud lowering on it. The reverence that I had for his grey head was mingled with commiseration for his faith in those who were treacherous to him, and with resentment against those who injured him. The impending shadow of a great affliction and a great disgrace that had no distinct form in it yet fell like a stain upon the quiet place where I had worked and played as a boy, and did it a cruel wrong. I had no pleasure in thinking any more of the grave old broad-leaved aloe trees, which remained shut up in themselves 100 years together, and the trim, smooth grass plot, and the stone urns, and the doctor's walk, and the congenial sound of the cathedral bell hovering above them all. It was as if the tranquil sanctuary of my boyhood had been sacked before my face, and its peace and honor given to the winds. But morning brought with it my parting from the old house, which Agnes had filled with her influence, and that occupied my mind sufficiently. I should be there again soon, no doubt. I might sleep again, perhaps often, in my old room. But the days of my inhabiting there were gone, and the old time was past. I was heavier at heart when I packed up such of my books and clothes as still remained there to be sent to Dover, than I cared to show Uriah Heep, who was so officious to help me that I uncharitably thought him mighty glad that I was going. I got away from Agnes and her father somehow with an indifferent show of being very manly, and took my seat upon the box of the London coach. I was so softened and forgiving going through town that I had half a mind to nod to my old enemy the butcher and throw him 5 shillings to drink. But he looked such a very obdurate butcher, as he stood scraping the great block in the shop, and moreover his appearance was so little improved by the loss of a front tooth which I had knocked out, that I thought it best to make no advances. The main object on my mind, I remember, when we got fairly on the road, was to appear as old as possible to the coachman, and to speak extremely gruff. The latter point I achieved at great personal inconvenience, but I stuck to it because I felt it was a grown-up sort of thing. "You are going through, sir?" said the coachman. "Yes, William," I said, condescendingly. I knew him. "I am going to London. I shall go down into Suffolk afterwards." "Shooting, sir?" said the coachman. He knew as well as I did that it was just as likely at that time of year I was going down there whaling, but I felt complimented too. "I don't know," I said, pretending to be undecided, "whether I shall take a shot or not." "Birds has got werry shy, I'm told," said William. "So I understand," said I. "Is Suffolk your county, sir?" asked William. "Yes," I said with some importance, "Suffolk's my county." "I'm told the dumplings is uncommon fine down there," said William. I was not aware of it myself, but I felt it necessary to uphold the institutions of my county, and to evince a familiarity with them, so I shook my head as much to say, "I believe you." "And the punches," said William. "There's cattle. A Suffolk punch, when he's a good un, is worth his weight in gold. Did you ever breed any Suffolk punches yourself, sir?" "No," I said, "not exactly." "Here's a gentleman behind me, I'll pound it," said William, "as has bred 'em by wholesale." The gentleman spoken of was a gentleman with a very unpromising squint, and a prominent chin, who had a tall white hat on with a narrow flat brim, and whose close-fitting drab trousers seemed to button all the way up outside his legs from his boots to his hips. His chin was cocked over the coachman's shoulder, so near to me that his breath quite tickled the back of my head, and as I looked at him, he leered at the leaders with the eye with which he didn't squint in a very knowing manner. "Ain't you?" asked William. "Ain't I what?" said the gentleman behind. "Bred them Suffolk punches by wholesale." "I should think so," said the gentleman. "There ain't no sort of 'orse that I ain't bred, and no sort of dorg. 'Orses and dorgs is some men's fancy. They're wittles and drink to me, lodging, wife and children, reading, writing, and arithmetic, snuff, tobacco, and sleep." "That ain't the sort of man to see sitting behind a coach-box, is it, though?" said William in my ear, as he handed the reins. I construed this remark into an indication of a wish that he should have my place, so I blushingly offered to resign it. "Well, if you don't mind, sir," said William, "I think it would be more correct." I have always considered this as the first fall I had in life. When I booked my place at the coach office, I had had box seat written against the entry, and had given the bookkeeper £50. I was got up in a special great coat and shawl, expressly to do honor to that distinguished eminence, had glorified myself upon it a good deal, and had felt that I was a credit to the coach. And here, in the very first stage, I was supplanted by a shabby man with a squint, who had no other merit than smelling like a livery stables, and being able to walk across me, more like a fly than a human being, while the horses were at a canter. A distrust of myself, which has often beset me in life on small occasions, when it would have been better away, was assuredly not stopped in its growth by this little incident outside the Canterbury coach. It was in vain to take refuge in gruffness of speech. I spoke from the pit of my stomach for the rest of the journey, but I felt completely extinguished and dreadfully young. It was curious and interesting, nevertheless, to be sitting up there behind 4 horses, well educated, well dressed, and with plenty of money in my pocket, and to look out for the places where I had slept on my weary journey. I had abundant occupation for my thoughts in every conspicuous landmark on the road. When I looked down at the trampers whom we passed, and saw that well-remembered style of face turned up, I felt as if the tinker's blackened hand were in the bosom of my shirt again. When we clattered through the narrow street of Chatham, and I caught a glimpse in passing of the lane where the old monster lived who had bought my jacket, I stretched my neck eagerly to look for the place where I had sat, in the sun and in the shade, waiting for my money. When we came at last within a stage of London, and past the veritable Salem house where Mr. Creakle had laid about him with a heavy hand, I would have given all I had for lawful permission to get down and thrash him, and let all the boys out like so many caged sparrows. We went to the Golden Cross at Charing Cross, then a mouldy sort of establishment in a close neighborhood. A waiter showed me into the coffee room, and a chambermaid introduced me to my small bedchamber, which smelt like a hackney coach, and was shut up like a family vault. I was still painfully conscious of my youth, for nobody stood in any awe of me at all, the chambermaid being utterly indifferent to my opinions on any subject, and the waiter being familiar with me and offering advice to my inexperience. "Well now," said the waiter in a tone of confidence, "what would you like for dinner? Young gentleman likes poultry in general. Have a fowl." I told him as majestically as I could that I wasn't in the humor for a fowl. "Ain't you?" said the waiter. "Young gentleman is generally tired of beef and mutton. Have a veal cutlet." I assented to this proposal in default of being able to suggest anything else. "Do you care for taters?" said the waiter with an insinuating smile and his head on one side. "Young gentleman generally has been overdosed with taters." I commanded him in my deepest voice to order a veal cutlet and potatoes and all things fitting, and to inquire at the bar if there were any letters for Trotwood Copperfield, Esquire, which I knew there were not and couldn't be, but I thought it manly to appear to expect. He soon came back to say that there were none, at which I was much surprised, and began to lay the cloth for my dinner in a box by the fire. While he was so engaged, he asked me what I would take with it, and on my replying, "Half a pint of sherry," thought it a favorable opportunity, I am afraid, to extract that measure of wine from the stale leavings at the bottoms of several small decanters. I am of this opinion because, while I was reading the newspaper, I observed him behind a low wooden partition, which was his private apartment, very busy pouring out a number of those vessels into one, like a chemist and druggist making up a prescription. When the wine came, too, I thought it flat, and it certainly had more English crumbs in it than were expected in a foreign wine in anything like a pure state, but I was bashful enough to drink it and say nothing. Being then in a pleasant frame of mind, from which I infer that poisoning is not always disagreeable in some stages of the process, I resolved to go to the play. It was Covent Garden Theatre that I chose, and there, from the back of a centre box, I saw Julius Caesar and the new pantomime. To have all those noble Romans alive before me and walking in and out for my entertainment, instead of being the stern taskmasters they had been at school, was a most novel and delightful effect. But the mingled reality and mystery of the whole show, the influence upon me of the poetry, the lights, the music, the company, the smooth, stupendous changes of glittering and brilliant scenery, were so dazzling and opened up such illimitable regions of delight that when I came out into the rainy street at 12 o'clock at night, I felt as if I had come from the clouds where I had been leading a romantic life for ages, to a bawling, splashing, link-lighted, umbrella-struggling, hackney coach-jostling, patent-clinking, muddy, miserable world. I had emerged by another door and stood in the street for a little while, as if I really were a stranger upon earth, but the unceremonious pushing and hustling that I received soon recalled me to myself, and put me in the road back to the hotel, whither I went, revolving the glorious vision all the way, and where, after some porter and oysters, I sat revolving it still, at past 1 o'clock with my eyes on the coffee-room fire. I was so filled with the play and with the past, for it was, in a manner, like a shining transparency, through which I saw my earlier life moving along, that I don't know when the figure of a handsome, well-formed young man dressed with a tasteful, easy negligence, which I have reason to remember very well, became a real presence to me. But I recollect being conscious of his company without having noticed his coming in, and my still sitting musing over the coffee-room fire. At last I rose to go to bed, much to the relief of the sleepy waiter, who had got the fidgets in his legs and was twisting them and hitting them and putting them through all kinds of contortions in his small pantry. In going towards the door, I passed the person who had come in and saw him plainly. I turned directly, came back, and looked again. He did not know me, but I knew him in a moment. At another time I might have wanted the confidence or the decision to speak to him, and might have put it off until next day, and might have lost him. But, in the then condition of my mind, where the play was still running high, his former protection of me appeared so deserving of my gratitude, and my old love for him overflowed my breast so freshly and spontaneously, that I went up to him at once, with a fast-beating heart, and said, "Steerforth, won't you speak to me?" He looked at me, just as he used to look sometimes, but I saw no recognition in his face. "You don't remember me, I'm afraid," said I. "My God," he suddenly exclaimed, "it's little Copperfield." I grasped him by both hands and could not let them go, but for very shame, and the fear that it might displease him, I could have held him round the neck and cried, "I never, never, never was so glad, my dear Steerforth. I am so overjoyed to see you." "And I am rejoiced to see you too," he said, shaking my hands heartily. "Why, Copperfield, old boy, don't be overpowered." And yet he was glad too, I thought, to see how the delight I had in meeting him affected me. I brushed away the tears that my utmost resolution had not been able to keep back, and I made a clumsy laugh of it, and we sat down together, side by side. "Why, how did you come to be here?" said Steerforth, clapping me on my shoulder. "I came here by the Canterbury coach today. I have been adopted by an aunt down in that part of the country, and have just finished my education there. How do you come to be here, Steerforth?" "Well, I'm what they call an Oxford man," he returned. "That is to say, I get bored to death down there periodically, and I'm on my way now to my mother's." "You're a devilish amiable-looking fellow, Copperfield. Just what you used to be, now I look at you, not altered in the least." "I knew you immediately," I said, "but you are more easily remembered." He laughed as he ran his hand through the clustering curls of his hair, and said gaily, "Yes, I am on an expedition of duty. My mother lives a little way out of town, and the roads being in a beastly condition, and our house tedious enough, I remained here tonight instead of going on. I have not been in town half a dozen hours, and those I have been dozing and grumbling away at the play." "I've been at the play too," said I, "at Covent Garden. What a delightful and magnificent entertainment, Steerforth." Steerforth laughed heartily. "My dear young Davy," he said, clapping me on the shoulder again, "you are a very daisy. The daisy of the field at sunrise is not fresher than you are. I have been at Covent Garden too, and there never was a more miserable business. Halloa, you, sir!" This was addressed to the waiter, who had been very attentive to our recognition at a distance, and now came forward deferentially. "Where have you put my friend, Mr. Copperfield?" said Steerforth. "Beg your pardon, sir? Where does he sleep? What's his number? You know what I mean," said Steerforth. "Well, sir," said the waiter with an apologetic air, "Mr. Copperfield is at present in 44, sir." "And what the devil do you mean," retorted Steerforth, "by putting Mr. Copperfield into a little loft over a stable?" "Why, you see, we wasn't aware, sir," returned the waiter, still apologetically, "as Mr. Copperfield was anyways particular. We can give Mr. Copperfield 72, sir, if it would be preferred. Next to you, sir." "Of course it would be preferred," said Steerforth, "and do it at once." The waiter immediately withdrew to make the exchange. Steerforth, very much amused at my having been put into 44, laughed again, and clapped me on the shoulder again, and invited me to breakfast with him next morning at 10 o'clock, an invitation I was only too proud and happy to accept. It being now pretty late, we took our candles and went upstairs, where we parted with friendly heartiness at his door, and where I found my new room a great improvement on my old one, it not being at all musty, and having an immense 4-post bedstead in it, which was quite a little landed estate. Here, among pillows enough for 6, I soon fell asleep in a blissful condition, and dreamed of ancient Rome, Steerforth, and friendship, until the early morning coaches, rumbling out of the archway underneath, made me dream of thunder and the gods. End of Chapter 19. Recorded by John Austin, Portland, Oregon.
Chapter 20 of David Copperfield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Deborah Lynn. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 20. Steerforth's Home. When the chambermaid tapped at my door at 8 o'clock and informed me that my shaving water was outside, I felt severely the having no occasion for it, and blushed in my bed. The suspicion that she laughed, too, when she said it, preyed upon my mind all the time I was dressing, and gave me, I was conscious, a sneaking and guilty air when I passed her on the staircase as I was going down to breakfast. I was so sensitively aware, indeed, of being younger than I could have wished, that for some time I could not make up my mind to pass her at all, under the ignoble circumstances of the case. But, hearing her there with a broom, stood peeping out of the window at King Charles on horseback, surrounded by a maze of hackney coaches, and looking anything but regal in a drizzling rain and a dark brown fog, until I was admonished by the waiter that the gentleman was waiting for me. It was not in the coffee-room that I found Steerforth expecting me, but in a snug private apartment, red-curtained and turkey-carpeted, where the fire burnt bright, and a fine hot breakfast was set forth on a table covered with a clean cloth, and a cheerful miniature of the room, the fire, the breakfast, Steerforth and all, was shining in a little round mirror over the sideboard. I was rather bashful at first, Steerforth being so self-possessed and elegant and superior to me in all respects, age included, but his easy patronage soon put that to rights, and made me quite at home. I could not enough admire the change he had wrought in the Golden Cross, or compare the dull forlorn state I had held yesterday with this morning's comfort and this morning's entertainment. As to the waiter's familiarity, it was quenched as if it had never been. He attended on us, as I may say, in sackcloth and ashes. "Now, Copperfield," said Steerforth when we were alone, "I should like to hear what you are doing and where you are going, and all about you. I feel as if you were my property." Glowing with pleasure to find that he had still this interest in me, I told him how my aunt had proposed the little expedition that I had before me, and whither it tended. "As you are in no hurry, then," said Steerforth, "come home with me to Highgate, and stay a day or two. You will be pleased with my mother. She is a little vain and prosy about me, but that you can forgive her, and she will be pleased with you." "I should like to be as sure of that as you are kind enough to say you are," I answered, smiling. "Oh," said Steerforth, "every one who likes me has a claim on her that is sure to be acknowledged." "Then I think I shall be a favourite," said I. "Good," said Steerforth. "Come and prove it. We will go and see the lions for an hour or two. It's something to have a fresh fellow like you to show them to, Copperfield. And then we'll journey out to Highgate by the coach." I could hardly believe but that I was in a dream, and that I should wake presently in number 44 to the solitary box in the coffee-room and the familiar waiter again. After I had written to my aunt and told her of my fortunate meeting with my admired old schoolfellow and my acceptance of his invitation, we went out in a hackney chariot and saw a panorama and some other sights, and took a walk through the museum, where I could not help observing how much Steerforth knew on an infinite variety of subjects, and of how little account he seemed to make his knowledge. "You'll take a high degree at college, Steerforth," said I, "if you have not done so already, and they will have good reason to be proud of you." "I take a degree!" cried Steerforth. "Not I, my dear Daisy. Will you mind my calling you Daisy?" "Not at all," said I. "That's a good fellow." "My dear Daisy," said Steerforth, laughing, "I have not the least desire or intention to distinguish myself in that way. I have done quite sufficient for my purpose. I find that I am heavy company enough for myself as I am." "But the fame," I was beginning. "You romantic Daisy," said Steerforth, laughing still more heartily, "why should I trouble myself that a parcel of heavy-headed fellows may gape and hold up their hands? Let them do it at some other man. There's fame for him, and he's welcome to it." I was abashed at having made so great a mistake, and was glad to change the subject. Fortunately, it was not difficult to do, for Steerforth could always pass from one subject to another with a carelessness and lightness that were his own. Lunch succeeded to our sightseeing, and the short winter day wore away so fast that it was dusk when the stage-coach stopped with us at an old brick house at Highgate, on the summit of the hill. An elderly lady, though not very far advanced in years, with a proud carriage and a handsome face, was in the doorway as we alighted, and greeting Steerforth as "My dearest James," folded him in her arms. To this lady he presented me as his mother, and she gave me a stately welcome. It was a genteel, old-fashioned house, very quiet and orderly. From the windows of my room I saw all London lying in the distance like a great vapour, with here and there some lights twinkling through it. I had only time in dressing to glance at the solid furniture, the framed pieces of work, done, I suppose, by Steerforth's mother when she was a girl, and some pictures in crayons of ladies with powdered hair and bodices coming and going on the walls, as the newly kindled fire crackled and sputtered when I was called to dinner. There was a second lady in the dining-room, of a slight short figure, dark and not agreeable to look at, but with some appearance of good looks too, who attracted my attention, perhaps because I had not expected to see her, perhaps because I found myself sitting opposite to her, perhaps because of something really remarkable in her. She had black hair and eager black eyes, and was thin, and had a scar upon her lip. It was an old scar. I should rather call it a seam, for it was not discoloured, and had healed years ago, which had once cut through her mouth downward towards the chin, but was now barely visible across the table, except above and on her upper lip, the shape of which it had altered. I concluded in my own mind that she was about 30 years of age, and that she wished to be married. She was a little dilapidated, like a house, with having been so long to let, yet had, as I have said, an appearance of good looks. Her thinness seemed to be the effect of some wasting fire within her, which found a vent in her gaunt eyes. She was introduced as Miss Dartle, and both Steerforth and his mother called her Rosa. I found that she lived there, and had been for a long time Mrs. Steerforth's companion. It appeared to me that she never said anything she wanted to say outright, but hinted at it, and made a great deal more of it by this practice. For example, when Mrs. Steerforth observed, more in jest than earnest, that she feared her son led but a wild life at college, Miss Dartle put in thus: "Oh, really? You know how ignorant I am, and that I only ask for information, but isn't it always so? I thought that kind of life was on all hands understood to be, eh?" "It is education for a very grave profession, if you mean that, Rosa," Mrs. Steerforth answered with some coldness. "Oh, yes, that's very true," returned Miss Dartle. "But isn't it, though? I want to be put right if I am wrong. Isn't it, really?" "Really what?" said Mrs. Steerforth. "Oh, you mean it's not," returned Miss Dartle. "Well, I'm very glad to hear it. Now I know what to do. That's the advantage of asking. I shall never allow people to talk before me about wastefulness and profligacy and so forth in connection with that life any more." "And you will be right," said Mrs. Steerforth. "My son's tutor is a conscientious gentleman, and if I had not implicit reliance on my son, I should have reliance on him." "Should you?" said Miss Dartle. "Dear me! Conscientious, is he? Really conscientious, now?" "Yes, I am convinced of it," said Mrs. Steerforth. "How very nice!" exclaimed Miss Dartle. "What a comfort! Really conscientious! Then he's not But of course he can't be if he's really conscientious. Well, I shall be quite happy in my opinion of him from this time. You can't think how it elevates him in my opinion to know for certain that he's really conscientious." Her own views of every question, and her correction of everything that was said to which she was opposed, Miss Dartle insinuated in the same way. Sometimes, I could not conceal from myself, with great power, though in contradiction even of Steerforth. An instance happened before dinner was done. Mrs. Steerforth speaking to me about my intention of going down into Suffolk, I said at hazard how glad I should be if Steerforth would only go there with me, and explaining to him that I was going to see my old nurse and Mr. Peggotty's family, I reminded him of the boatman whom he had seen at school. "Oh, that bluff fellow," said Steerforth. "He had a son with him, hadn't he?" "No, that was his nephew," I replied, "whom he adopted, though, as a son. He has a very pretty little niece, too, whom he adopted as a daughter. In short, his house, or rather his boat, for he lives in one, on dry land, is full of people who are objects of his generosity and kindness. You would be delighted to see that household." "Should I?" said Steerforth. "Well, I think I should. I must see what can be done. It would be worth a journey, not to mention the pleasure of a journey with you, Daisy, to see that sort of people together and to make one of 'em." My heart leaped with a new hope of pleasure, but it was in reference to the tone in which he had spoken of "that sort of people" that Miss Dartle, whose sparkling eyes had been watchful of us, now broke in again. "Oh, but really, do tell me, are they, though?" she said. "Are they what? And are who what?" said Steerforth. "That sort of people. Are they really animals and clods and beings of another order? I want to know so much." "Why, there's a pretty wide separation between them and us," said Steerforth with indifference. "They are not to be expected to be as sensitive as we are. Their delicacy is not to be shocked or hurt easily. They are wonderfully virtuous, I dare say. Some people contend for that at least, and I am sure I don't want to contradict them. But they have not very fine natures, and they may be thankful that, like their coarse, rough skins, they are not easily wounded." "Really?" said Miss Dartle. "Well, I don't know now when I have been better pleased than to hear that. It's so consoling. It's such a delight to know that when they suffer they don't feel. Sometimes I have been quite uneasy for that sort of people, but now I shall just dismiss the idea of them altogether. Live and learn. I had my doubts, I confess, but now they're cleared up. I didn't know, and now I do know, and that shows the advantage of asking, don't it?" I believed that Steerforth had said what he had in jest, or to draw Miss Dartle out, and I expected him to say as much when she was gone and we two were sitting before the fire. But he merely asked me what I thought of her. "She is very clever, is she not?" I asked. "Clever? She brings everything to a grindstone," said Steerforth, "and sharpens it, as she has sharpened her own face and figure these years past. She has worn herself away by constant sharpening. She is all edge." "What a remarkable scar that is upon her lip," I said. Steerforth's face fell, and he paused a moment. "Why, the fact is," he returned, "I did that." "By an unfortunate accident?" "No. I was a young boy, and she exasperated me, and I threw a hammer at her. A promising young angel I must have been. I was deeply sorry to have touched on such a painful theme, but that was useless now. She has borne the mark ever since, as you see," said Steerforth, "and she'll bear it to her grave, if she ever rests in one, though I can hardly believe she will ever rest anywhere. She was the motherless child of a sort of cousin of my father's. He died one day. My mother, who was then a widow, brought her here to be company to her. She has a couple of £1,000 of her own, and saves the interest of it every year to add to the principal. There's the history of Miss Rosa Dartle for you." "And I have no doubt she loves you like a brother?" said I. "Humph!" retorted Steerforth, looking at the fire. "Some brothers are not loved overmuch, and some love. But help yourself, Copperfield. We'll drink the daisies of the field in compliment to you, and the lilies of the valley that toil not, neither do they spin, in compliment to me. The more shame for me." A moody smile that had overspread his features cleared off as he said this merrily, and he was his own frank, winning self again. I could not help glancing at the scar with a painful interest when we went in to tea. It was not long before I observed that it was the most susceptible part of her face, and that when she turned pale, that mark altered first, and became a dull lead-colored streak, lengthening out to its full extent like a mark in invisible ink brought to the fire. There was a little altercation between her and Steerforth about a cast of the dice at backgammon, when I thought her, for one moment, in a storm of rage, and then I saw it start forth like the old writing on the wall. It was no matter of wonder to me to find Mrs. Steerforth devoted to her son. She seemed to be able to speak or think about nothing else. She showed me his picture as an infant in a locket with some of his baby hair in it. She showed me his picture as he had been when I first knew him, and she wore at her breast his picture as he was now. All the letters he had ever written to her she kept in a cabinet near her own chair by the fire, and she would have read me some of them, and I should have been very glad to hear them, too, if he had not interposed and coaxed her out of the design. "It was at Mr. Creakle's, my son tells me, that you first became acquainted," said Mrs. Steerforth, as she and I were talking at one table, while they played backgammon at another. "Indeed, I recollect his speaking at that time of a pupil younger than himself who had taken his fancy there, but your name, as you may suppose, has not lived in my memory." "He was very generous and noble to me in those days, I assure you, ma'am," said I, "and I stood in need of such a friend. I should have been quite crushed without him." "He is always generous and noble," said Mrs. Steerforth proudly. I subscribed to this with all my heart, God knows. She knew I did, for the stateliness of her manner already abated towards me, except when she spoke in praise of him, and then her air was always lofty. "It was not a fit school generally for my son," said she, "far from it. But there were particular circumstances to be considered at the time, of more importance even than that selection. My son's high spirit made it desirable that he should be placed with some man who felt its superiority, and would be content to bow himself before it, and we found such a man there. I knew that, knowing the fellow, and yet I did not despise him the more for it, but thought it a redeeming quality in him if he could be allowed any grace for not resisting one so irresistible as Steerforth. My son's great capacity was tempted on there by a feeling of voluntary emulation and conscious pride," the fond lady went on to say. "He would have risen against all constraint, but he found himself the monarch of the place, and he haughtily determined to be worthy of his station. It was like himself." I echoed with all my heart and soul that it was like himself. So my son took of his own will, and on no compulsion, to the course in which he can always, when it is his pleasure, outstrip every competitor, she pursued. "My son informs me, Mr. Copperfield, that you were quite devoted to him, and that when you met yesterday you made yourself known to him with tears of joy. I should be an affected woman if I made any pretence of being surprised by my son's inspiring such emotions, but I cannot be indifferent to anyone who is so sensible of his merit, and I am very glad to see you here, and can assure you that he feels an unusual friendship for you, and that you may rely on his protection." Miss Dartle played backgammon as eagerly as she did everything else. If I had seen her first at the board, I should have fancied that her figure had got thin and her eyes had got large over that pursuit and no other in the world. But I am very much mistaken if she missed a word of this, or lost a look of mine as I received it with the utmost pleasure, and, honoured by Mrs. Steerforth's confidence, felt older than I had done since I left Canterbury. When the evening was pretty far spent, and a tray of glasses and decanters came in, Steerforth promised, over the fire, that he would seriously think of going down into the country with me. There was no hurry, he said, a week hence would do, and his mother hospitably said the same. While we were talking, he more than once called me Daisy, which brought Miss Dartle out again. "But really, Mr. Copperfield," she asked, "is it a nickname? And why does he give it you? Is it, because he thinks you young and innocent? I am so stupid in these things." I coloured in replying that I believed it was. "Oh, said Miss Dartle. "Now I am glad to know that. I asked for information, and I am glad to know it. He thinks you young and innocent, and so you are his friend. Well, that's quite delightful." She went to bed soon after this, and Mrs. Steerforth retired too. Steerforth and I, after lingering for half an hour over the fire, talking about Traddles and all the rest of them at Old Salem House, went upstairs together. Steerforth's room was next to mine, and I went in to look at it. It was a picture of comfort, full of easy chairs, cushions, and footstools, worked by his mother's hand, and with no sort of thing omitted that could help to render it complete. Finally, her handsome features looked down on her darling from a portrait on the wall, as if it were even something to her that her likeness should watch him while he slept. I found the fire burning clear enough in my room by this time, and the curtains drawn before the windows and round the bed, giving it a very snug appearance. I sat down in a great chair upon the hearth to meditate on my happiness, and had enjoyed the contemplation of it for some time, when I found a likeness of Miss Dartle looking eagerly at me from above the chimney-piece. It was a startling likeness, and necessarily had a startling look. The painter hadn't made the scar, but I made it, and there it was, coming and going, now confined to the upper lip as I had seen it at dinner, and now showing the whole extent of the wound inflicted by the hammer, as I had seen it when she was passionate. I wondered peevishly why they couldn't put her anywhere else instead of quartering her on me. To get rid of her, I undressed quickly, extinguished my light, and went to bed. But as I fell asleep, I could not forget that she was still there looking. Is it really, though? I want to know. And when I awoke in the night, I found that I was uneasily asking all sorts of people in my dreams whether it really was or not, without knowing what I meant. End of chapter 20.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The present recording is by Raju. Email ramina45@hotmail.com. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 21. Little Emily. There was a servant in that house, a man who, I understood, was usually with Steerforth, and had come into his service at the university, who was in appearance a pattern of respectability. I believe there never existed in this station a more respectable-looking man. He was taciturn, soft-footed, very quiet in his manner, deferential, observant, always at hand when wanted, and never near when not wanted. But his great claim to consideration was his respectability. He had not a pliant face. He had rather a stiff neck, rather a tight, smooth head with short hair clinging to it at the sides, a soft way of speaking, with a peculiar habit of whispering the letter S so distinctly that he seemed to use it oftener than any other man, but every peculiarity that he had, he made respectable. If his nose had been upside down, he would have made that respectable. He surrounded himself with an atmosphere of respectability and walked secure in it. It would have been next to impossible to suspect him of anything wrong, he was so thoroughly respectable. Nobody could have thought of putting him in a livery, he was so highly respectable. To have imposed any derogatory work upon him would have been to inflict a wanton insult on the feelings of a most respectable man. And of this, I noticed the women servants in the household were so intuitively conscious that they always did such work themselves, and generally while he read the paper by the pantry fire. Such a self-contained man I never saw, but in the quality, as in every other he possessed, he only seemed to be the more respectable. Even the fact that no one knew his Christian name seemed to form a part of his respectability. Nothing could be objected against his surname, Littimer, by which he was known. Peter might have been hanged, or Tom transported, but Littimer was perfectly respectable. It was occasioned, I suppose, by the reverent nature of respectability in the abstract, but I felt particularly young in this man's presence. How old he was himself, I could not guess, and that again went to his credit on the same score. For, in the calmness of respectability, he might have numbered 50 years as well as 30. Littimer was in my room in the morning before I was up, to bring me the reproachful shaving water and to put out my clothes. When I undrew the curtains and looked out of bed, I saw him in an equable temperature of respectability, unaffected by the east wind of January, and not even breathing frostily, standing my boots right and left in the first dancing position, and blowing specks of dust off my coat as he laid it down like a baby. I gave him good morning and asked him what o'clock it was. He took out his pocket the most respectable hunting watch I ever saw, and preventing the spring with his thumb from opening far, looked in at the face as if he were consulting an oracular oyster, shut it up again and said, "If I please." It was 8:30. "Mr. Steerforth will be glad to hear how you have rested, sir." "Thank you," said I. "Very well indeed. Is Mr. Steerforth quite well?" "Thank you, sir. Mr. Steerforth is tolerably well. Another of his characteristics. No use of superlatives. A cool, calm medium always. Is there anything more I can have the honor of doing for you, sir?" "The warning bell will ring at 9. The family take breakfast at 9:30. "Nothing, I thank you." "I thank you, sir, if you please." And with that, and with a little inclination of his head, when he passed the bedside as an apology for correcting me, he went out, shutting the door as delicately as if I had just fallen into a sweet sleep on which my life depended. Every morning we held exactly this conversation, never any more, never any less, and yet invariably, however far I might have been lifted out of myself overnight and advanced towards maturer years by Steerforth's companionship, or Mrs. Steerforth's confidence, or Miss Tottle's conversation, in the presence of this most respectable man, I became, as our smaller poets sing, a boy again. He got horses for us, and Steerforth, who knew everything, gave me lessons in riding. He provided foils for us, and Steerforth gave me lessons in fencing. Gloves, and I began, of the same master, to improve in boxing. It gave me no manner of concern that Steerforth should find me a novice in these sciences, but I never could bear to show my want of skill before the respectable Littimer. I had no reason to believe that Littimer understood such arts himself. He never led me to suppose anything of the kind, by so much as the vibration of one of his respectable eyelashes. Yet whenever he was by, while we were practicing, I felt myself the greenest and the most inexperienced of mortals. I am particular about this man because he made a particular effect on me at that time, and because of what took place thereafter. The week passed away in a most delightful manner. It passed rapidly, as may be supposed, to one entranced as I was, and yet it gave me so many occasions for knowing Steerforth better and admiring him more in 1,000 aspects, that at its close I seemed to have been with him for a much longer time. A dashing way he had of treating me like a plaything was more agreeable to me than any behavior he could have adopted. It reminded me of our old acquaintance. It seemed the natural sequel of it. It showed me that he was unchanged. It relieved me of any uneasiness I might have felt in comparing my merits with his, and measuring my claims upon his friendship by any equal standard. Above all, it was a familiar, unrestrained, affectionate demeanor that he used towards no one else. As he had treated me at school differently from all the rest, I joyfully believe that he treated me in life unlike any other friend he had. I believed that I was nearer to his heart than any other friend, and my own heart warmed with attachment to him. He made up his mind to go with me into the country, and the day arrived for our departure. He had been doubtful at first whether to take Littimer or not, but desired to leave him at home. The respectable creature, satisfied with his lot, whatever it was, arranged our portmanteau on the little carriage that was to take us into London, as if they were intended to defy the shocks of ages, and received my modestly proffered donation with perfect tranquillity. We bade adieu to Mrs. Steerforth and Miss Dartle, with many thanks on my part and much kindness on the devoted mother's. The last thing I saw was Littimer's unruffled eye, fraught, as I fancied, with the silent conviction that I was very young indeed. What I felt in returning so auspiciously to the old familiar places, I shall not endeavour to describe. We went down by the mail. I was so concerned, I recollect, even for the honour of Yarmouth, that when Steerforth said, as we drove through its dark streets to the inn, that, as well as he could make out, it was a good, queer, out-of-the-way kind of hole, I was highly pleased. We went to bed on our arrival. I observed a pair of dirty shoes and gaiters in connection with my old friend the Dolphin as we passed the door, and breakfasted late in the morning. Steerforth, who was in great spirits, had been strolling about the beach before I was up, and had made acquaintance, he said, with half the boatmen in the place. Moreover, he had seen, in the distance, what he was sure must be the identical house of Mr. Peggotty, with smoke coming out of the chimney, and had had a great mind, he told me, to walk in and swear he was myself grown out of knowledge. "When do you propose to introduce me there, Daisy?" he said. "I am at your disposal. Make your own arrangements." "Why, I was thinking that this evening would be a good time, Steerforth, when they are all sitting round the fire. I should like you to see it when it is snug. It is such a curious place." "So be it," returned Steerforth, "this evening." "I shall not give them any notice that we are here, you know," said I, delighted. "We must take them by surprise." "Oh, of course, it's no fun," said Steerforth, "unless we take them by surprise. Let us see the natives in their aboriginal condition." "Though they are that sort of people that you mentioned," I returned. "Aha! What? You recollect my skirmishes with Rosa, do you?" he exclaimed with a quick look. "Confound the girl! I am half afraid of her. She is like a goblin to me. But never mind her. Now, what are you going to do? You are going to see your nurse, I suppose?" "Why, yes," I said. "I must see Peggotty first of all." "Well," replied Steerforth, looking at his watch, "suppose I deliver you up to be cried over for a couple of hours. Is that long enough?" I answered, laughing, that I thought we might get through it in that time, but that he must come also, for he would find that his renown had preceded him, and that he was almost as great a personage as I was. "I'll come anywhere you like," said Steerforth, "or do anything you like. Tell me where to come to, and in 2 hours I'll produce myself in any state you please, sentimental or comical." I gave him minute directions for finding the residence of Mr. Barkis, carrier to Blunderstone, and elsewhere, and on this understanding went out alone. There was a sharp bracing air. The ground was dry. The sea was crisp and clear. The sun was diffusing abundance of light, if not much warmth, and everything was fresh and lively. I was so fresh and lively myself, in the pleasure of being there, that I could have stopped the people in the streets and shaken hands with them. The streets looked small, of course. The streets that we have only seen as children always do, I believe, when we go back to them. But I had forgotten nothing in them and found nothing changed, until I came to Mr. Omer's shop. Omer and Joram was now written up where Omer used to be, but the inscription, draper, tailor, haberdasher, funeral furnisher, and remained as it was. My footsteps seemed to tend so naturally to the shop door after I had read these words from over the way, that I went across the road and looked in. There was a pretty woman at the back of the shop, dancing a little child in her arms, while another little fellow clung to her apron. I had no difficulty in recognizing either Minnie or Minnie's children. The glass door of the parlour was not open, but in the workshop across the yard I could faintly hear the old tune playing as if it had never left off. "Is Mr. Omer at home?" said I, entering. I should like to see him for a moment, if he is. Oh yes, sir, he is at home, said Minnie. The weather don't suit his asthma out of doors. Joe, call your grandfather. The little fellow who was holding her apron gave such a lusty shout that the sound of it made him bashful, and he buried his face in her skirts, to her great admiration. I heard a heavy puffing and blowing coming towards us, and soon Mr. Omer, shorter-winded than of yore, but not much older looking, stood before me. Servant, sir, said Mr. Omer. What can I do for you, sir? You can shake hands with me, Mr. Omer, if you please, said I, putting out my own. You were very good-natured to me once, when I am afraid I didn't show that I thought so. Was I, though? Returned the old man. I am glad to hear it, but I don't remember when. Are you sure it was me? Quite. I think my memory has got as short as my breath, said Mr. Omer, looking at me and shaking his head, for I don't remember you. Don't you remember your coming to the coach to meet me, and my having breakfast here, and our riding out to Blunderstone together, you and I, and Mrs. Joram, and Mr. Joram too, who wasn't her husband then? Why, Lord bless my soul, exclaimed Mr. Omer after being thrown by his surprise into a fit of coughing. You don't say so? Minnie, my dear, you recollect? Dear me, yes, the party was a lady, I think. My mother, I rejoined. To be sure, said Mr. Omer, touching my waistcoat with his forefinger. And there was a little child too. There was 2 parties. The little party was laid along with the other party. Over the Blunderstone it was, of course. Dear me, and how have you been since? Very well, I thanked him, as I hoped he had been too. Oh, nothing to grumble at, you know, said Mr. Omer. I find my breath gets short, but it seldom gets longer as a man gets older. I take it as it comes, and make the most of it. That is the best way, ain't it? Mr. Omer coughed again, in consequence of laughing, and was assisted out of his fit by his daughter, who now stood close beside us, dancing her smallest child on the counter. Dear me, said Mr. Omer. Yes, to be sure. 2 parties. Why, in that very ride, if you will believe me, the day was named for my Minnie to marry Joram. Do name it, sir, says Joram. Yes, do, father, says Minnie. And now he has come into the business. And look here, the youngest. Minnie laughed and stroked her banded hair upon her temples as her father put one of his fat fingers into the hand of the child she was dancing on the counter. 2 parties, of course, said Mr. Omer, nodding his head retrospectively. Exactly so. And Joram's at work at this minute on a grey one with silver nails, not this measurement, the measurement of the dancing child upon the counter, by a good 2 inches. Will you take something? I thanked him but declined. Let me see, Mr. Omer. Barkis, the carrier's wife, Peggotty's, the boatman's sister. She had something to do with your family. She was in service there, sure? My answering in the affirmative gave him great satisfaction. I believe my breath will get long next. My memory is getting so much so, said Mr. Omer. Well, sir, we have got a young relation of hers here, under articles to us, that has as elegant a taste in the dressmaking business. I assure you I don't believe there is a duchess in England can touch her. Not little Emily, I said, involuntarily. Emily's her name, said Mr. Omer, and she is little too. But if you believe me, she has such a face of her own that half the women in this town are mad against her. Nonsense, father, cried Minnie. My dear, said Mr. Omer, I don't say it is the case with you, winking at me, but I say that half the women in Yarmouth, and in 5 mile round, are mad against that girl. Then she should have kept her own station in life, father, said Minnie, and not have given them any hold to talk about her, and then they couldn't have done it. Couldn't have done it, my dear? Retorted Mr. Omer. Couldn't have done it. Is that your knowledge of life? What's there that any woman couldn't do, that she shouldn't do, especially on the subject of another woman's good looks? I really thought it was all over with Mr. Omer after he had uttered this libellous pleasantry. He coughed to that extent, and his breath eluded all his attempts to recover it with that obstinacy that I fully expected to see his head go down behind the counter, and his little black breeches with the rusty little bunches of ribbons at the knees come quivering up in a last ineffectual struggle. At length, however, he got better, though he still panted hard and was so exhausted that he was obliged to sit on the stool of the shop desk. "You see," he said, wiping his head and breathing with difficulty, "she hasn't taken much to any companions here. She hasn't taken kindly to any particular acquaintances and friends, not to mention sweethearts. In consequence, an ill-natured story got about that Emily wanted to be a lady. Now my opinion is that it came into circulation principally on account of her sometimes saying at the school that if she was a lady she would like to do so and so for her uncle, don't you see, and buy him such and such fine things. I assure you, Mr. Omer, she has said so to me," I returned eagerly, "when we were both children." Mr. Omer nodded his head and rubbed his chin. "Just so. Then out of a very little, she could dress herself, you see, better than most others could out of a deal, and that made things unpleasant. Moreover, she was rather what might be called wayward. I'll go so far as to say what I should call wayward myself," said Mr. Omer. "Didn't know her own mind quite, a little spoiled, and couldn't at first exactly bind herself down. No more than what was ever said against her, Minnie?" "No, father," said Mrs. Joram. "That's the worst, I believe. So when she got a situation," said Mr. Omer, "to keep a fractious old lady company, they didn't very well agree, and she didn't stop. At last she came here, apprenticed for 3 years. Nearly 2 of them are over, and she has been as good a girl as ever was. Worth any 6. Minnie, is she worth any 6 now?" "Yes, father," replied Minnie. "Never say I detracted from her." "Very good," said Mr. Omer. "That's right. And so, young gentleman," he added, after a few moments' further rubbing of his chin, "that you may not consider me long-winded as well as short-breathed, I believe that's all about it." As they had spoken in a subdued tone while speaking of Emily, I had no doubt that she was near. On my asking now if that were not so, Mr. Omer nodded yes, and nodded towards the door of the parlour. My hurried inquiry if I might peep in was answered with a free permission, and looking through the glass I saw her sitting at her work. I saw her, a most beautiful little creature, with a cloudless blue eyes that had looked into my childish heart, turned laughingly upon another child of Minnie's, who was playing near her, with enough of wilfulness in her bright face to justify what I had heard, with much of the old capricious coyness lurking in it, but with nothing in her pretty looks, I am sure, but with what was meant for goodness and for happiness, and what was on a good and happy course. The tune across the yard, that seemed as if it never had left off, alas, it was the tune that never does leave off, was beating softly all the while. "Wouldn't you like to step in," said Mr. Omer, "and speak to her? Walk in and speak to her, sir. Make yourself at home." I was too bashful to do so then. I was afraid of confusing her, and I was no less afraid of confusing myself. But I informed myself of the hour at which she left off an evening, in order that our visit might be timed accordingly, and taking leave of Mr. Omer and his pretty daughter and her little children, went away to my dear old Peggotty's. Here she was in the tiled kitchen cooking dinner. The moment I knocked at the door, she opened it and asked me what I pleased to want. I looked at her with a smile, but she gave me no smile in return. I had never ceased to write to her, but it must have been 7 years since we had met. "Is Mr. Barkis at home, ma'am?" I said feigning to speak roughly to her. "He is at home, sir," returned Peggotty. "But he is bad abed with the rheumatics." "Don't he go over to Blunderstone now?" I asked. "When he is well, he do," she answered. "Do you ever go there, Mrs. Barkis?" She looked at me more attentively, and I noticed a quick movement of her hands towards each other. "Because I want to ask a question about a house there that they call the Rookery," said I. She took a step backward and put out her hands in an undesired, frightened way, as if to keep me off. "Peggotty," I cried to her. She cried, "My darling boy," and we both burst into tears and were locked in one another's arms. What extravagances she committed, what laughing and crying over me, what pride she showed, what joy, what sorrow, that she whose pride and joy I might have been, could never hold me in a fond embrace. I have not the heart to tell. I was troubled with no misgiving that it was young in me to respond to her emotions. I had never laughed and cried in all my life, I dare say, not even to her, more freely than I did that morning. "Barkis will be so glad," said Peggotty, wiping her eyes with her apron, "that it will do him more good than pints of liniment. May I go and tell him you are here? Will you come up and see him, my dear?" Of course I would, but Peggotty could not get out of the room as easily as she meant to, for as often as she got to the door and looked round at me, she came back again to have another laugh and another cry upon my shoulder. At last, to make the matter easier, I went upstairs with her, and having waited outside for a minute while she said a word of preparation to Mr. Barkis, presented myself before that invalid. He received me with absolute enthusiasm. He was too rheumatic to be shaken hands with, but he begged me to shake the tassel on the top of his nightcap, which I did most cordially. When I sat down by the side of the bed, he said that it did him a world of good to feel as if he was driving me on the Blunderstone road again. As he lay in bed, face upward and so covered, with that exception that he seemed to be nothing but a face, like a conventional cherubim, he looked the queerest object I ever beheld. "What name was it, as I wrote up in the cart, sir?" said Mr. Barkis, with a slow rheumatic smile. "Ah, Mr. Barkis, we had some grave talks about that matter, hadn't we?" "I was willing a long time, sir," said Mr. Barkis. "A long time," said I. "And I don't regret it," said Mr. Barkis. "Do you remember what you told me once about her making all the apple pasties and doing all the cooking?" "Yes, very well," I returned. "It was as true," said Mr. Barkis, "as turnips is." "It was as true," said Mr. Barkis, nodding his nightcap, which was his only means of emphasis, "as taxes is, and nothing is truer than them." Mr. Barkis turned his eyes upon me as if for my assent to this result of his reflections in bed, and I gave it. "Nothing is truer than them," repeated Mr. Barkis. "A man as poor as I am finds that out in his mind when he is laid up. I am a very poor man, sir." "I am sorry to hear it, Mr. Barkis." "A very poor man indeed I am," said Mr. Barkis. Here his right hand came slowly and feebly from under the bedclothes, and with a purposeless, uncertain grasp took hold of a stick which was loosely tied to the side of the bed. After some poking about with his instrument, in the course of which his face assumed a variety of distracted expressions, Mr. Barkis poked it against a box, an end of which had been visible to me all the time. Then his face became composed. "Old clothes," said Mr. Barkis. "Oh," said I. "I wish it was money, sir," said Mr. Barkis. "I wish it was, indeed," said I. "But it ain't," said Mr. Barkis, opening both his eyes as wide as he possibly could. I expressed myself quite sure of that, and Mr. Barkis, turning his eyes more gently to his wife, said, "She is the usefulest and best of women, C.P. Barkis. All the praise that anyone can give to C.P. Barkis she deserves, and more. "My dear, you will get a dinner today. For company, something good to eat and drink. Will you?" I should have protested against this unnecessary demonstration in my honor, but that I saw Peggotty on the opposite side of the bed, extremely anxious I should not. So I held my peace. "I've got a trifle of money somewhere about me, my dear," said Mr. Barkis, "but I am a little tired. If you and Mr. David will leave me for a short nap, I'll try and find it when I wake." We left the room in compliance with this request. When we got outside the door, Peggotty informed me that Mr. Barkis, being a little nearer than he used to be, always resorted to this same device before producing a single coin from his store, and that he endured unheard of agonies in crawling out of bed alone and taking it from that unlucky box. In effect, we presently heard him uttering suppressed groans of the most dismal nature, as this magpie proceeding rocked him every joint. But while Peggotty's eyes were full of compassion for him, she said his generous impulse would do him good, and it was better not to check it. So he groaned on until he got into bed again, suffering, I have no doubt, a martyrdom, and then called us in, pretending to have just woke up from a refreshing sleep, and to produce a guinea from under his pillow. His satisfaction in which happy imposition on us, and in having preserved the impenetrable secret of the box, appeared to be sufficient compensation to him for all his tortures. I prepared Peggotty for Steerforth's arrival, and it was not long before he came. I am persuaded she knew no difference between his having been a personal benefactor of hers and a kind friend to me, and that she would have received him with the utmost gratitude and devotion in any case. But his easy, spirited good humour, his genial manner, his handsome looks, his natural gift of adapting himself to whomsoever he pleased, and making direct, when he cared to do it, to the main point of interest in anybody's heart, bound her to him wholly in 5 minutes. His manner to me alone would have won her. But through all these causes combined, I sincerely believe she had a kind of adoration for him before he left the house that night. He stayed there with me to dinner. If I were to say willingly, I should not have expressed how readily and gaily. He went into Mr. Barkis' room like light and air, brightening and refreshing it as if he were healthy weather. There was no noise, no effort, no consciousness in anything he did, but in everything an indescribable lightness, a seeming impossibility of doing anything else or doing anything better, which was so graceful, so natural and agreeable that it overcomes me even now in the remembrance. We made merry in the little parlour, where the Book of Martyrs, unthumbed since my time, was laid out upon the desk as of old, and where I now turned over its terrific pictures, remembering the old sensations they had awakened, but not feeling them. When Peggotty spoke of what she called my room, and of its being ready for me at night, and of her hoping I would occupy it before I could so much as look at Steerforth, hesitating, he was possessed of the whole case. Of course, he said, you will sleep here while we stay, and I shall sleep at the hotel. But to bring you so far I return, and to separate seems bad companionship, Steerforth. Why, in the name of heaven, where do you naturally belong? He said. What is seems compared to that? It was settled at once. He maintained all his delightful qualities to the last, until we started forth at 8 o'clock for Mr. Peggotty's boat. Indeed, they were more and more brightly exhibited as the hours went on, for I thought even then, and I have no doubt now, that the consciousness of success in his determination to please inspired him with a new delicacy of perception, and made it subtle as it was, more easy to him. If anyone had told me then that all this was a brilliant game, played for the excitement of the moment, for the employment of high spirits, in the thoughtless love of superiority, in a mere wasteful, careless course of winning what was worthless to him, and next minute thrown away, I say, if anyone had told me such a lie that night, I wonder In what manner of receiving it, my indignation would have found a vent. Probably only in an increase, had that been possible, of the romantic feelings of fidelity and friendship with which I walked beside him over the dark, wintry sands towards the old boat, the wind sighing around us even more mournfully than it had sighed and moaned upon the night when I first darkened Mr. Peggotty's door. "This is a wild kind of place, Steerforth, is it not? Dismal enough in the dark," he said, "and the sea roars as if it were hungry for us. Is that the boat where I see a light yonder?" "That's the boat," said I. "And it is the same I saw this morning," he returned. "I came straight to it by instinct, I suppose." We said no more as we approached the light, but made softly for the door. I laid my hand upon the latch, and whispering Steerforth to keep close to me, went in. A murmur of voice had been audible on the outside, and at the moment of our entrance a clapping of hands, which later noise, I was surprised to see, proceeded from the generally disconsolate Mrs. Gummidge. But Mrs. Gummidge was not the only person there who was unusually excited. Mr. Peggotty, his face lighted up with uncommon satisfaction, and laughing with all his might, held his rough arms wide open as if for little Emily to run into them. Ham, with a mixed expression in his face of admiration, exultation, and a lumbering sort of bashfulness that sat upon him very well, held little Emily by the hand as if he were presenting her to Mr. Peggotty. Little Emily herself, blushing and shy, but delighted with Mr. Peggotty's delight, as her joyous eyes expressed, was stopped by our entrance, for she saw us first, in the very act of springing from Ham to nestle in Mr. Peggotty's embrace. In the first glimpse we had of them all, and at the moment of our passing from the dark cold night into warm light room, this was the way in which they were all employed. Mrs. Gummidge in the background, clapping her hands like a mad woman. The little picture was so instantaneously dissolved by our going in, that one might have doubted whether it had ever been. I was in the midst of the astonished family, face to face with Mr. Peggotty, and holding out my hand to him when Ham shouted, "Master Davy, it's Master Davy." In a moment we were all shaking hands with one another and asking one another how we did, and telling one another how glad we were to meet, and all talking at once. Mr. Peggotty was so proud and overjoyed to see us that he did not know what to say or do, but kept over and over again shaking hands with me, and then with Steerforth, and then with me, and then ruffling shaggy hair all over his head, and laughing with such glee and triumph that it was a treat to see him. "Why, that you two gentlemen growled, should come to this here roof tonight, of all nights in my life," said Mr. Peggotty, "is such a thing as never happened afore, I do rightly believe. Emily, my darling, come here, my little witch. There's Master Davy's friend, my dear. There's the gentleman as you have heard on, Emily. He comes to see you along with Master Davy, on the brightest night of your uncle's life as ever was, or will be. Gom the tea the other one, and roar for it." After delivering this speech all in a breath, and with extraordinary animation and pleasure, Mr. Peggotty put one of his large hands rapturously on each side of his niece's face, and kissing it a dozen times, laid it with a gentle pride and love upon his broad chest, and patted it as if his hand had been a lady's. Then he let her go, and as she ran into the little chamber where I used to sleep, looked round upon us, quite hot and out of breath with this uncommon satisfaction. "If you two gentlemen growled now, and such gentlemen," said Mr. Peggotty. So they are," cried Ham. "Well said, so they are. Master Davy bore. Gentlemen growled, so they are." "If you two gentlemen growled," said Mr. Peggotty, "don't excuse me for being in a state of mind when you understand matters. I will ask your pardon. Emily, my dear, she knows I am going to tell." Here his delight broke out again, and has made off. "Would you be so good as look after her, mother, for a minute?" Mrs. Gummidge nodded and disappeared. "If this ain't," said Mr. Peggotty, sitting down among us by the fire, "the brightest night of my life. I'm a shellfish, boiled too, and more I can't say. This here little Emily, sir," in a low voice to Steerforth. "Her, as you see, you're blushing here just now." Steerforth only nodded, but with such a pleased expression of interest and of participation in Mr. Peggotty's feelings, that the latter answered him as if he had spoken. "To be sure," said Mr. Peggotty, "that's her, and so she is. Thank you, sir." Ham nodded to me several times, as if he would have said so too. "This here little Emily of ours," said Mr. Peggotty, "has been in our house, what I suppose. I am an ignorant man, but that's my belief. No one but a little bright-eyed creature can be in a house. She ain't my child. I never had one, but I couldn't love her more. You understand? I couldn't do it." "I quite understand," said Steerforth. "I know you do, sir," returned Mr. Peggotty, "and thank ye again. Mas Davy, he can remember what she was. You may judge for your own self what she is, but neither of you can fully know what she has been, is, and will be, to my loving heart. I am rough, sir," said Mr. Peggotty. "I am as rough as a sea porcupine, but no one, unless, mayhap, it is a woman, can know, I think, what our little Emily is to me. And betwixt ourselves," sinking his voice lower yet, "that woman's name ain't Miss Gummidge neither, though she has a word of merits." Mr. Peggotty ruffled his hair again with both hands, as a further preparation for what he was going to say, and went on with a hand upon each of his knees. "There was a certain person as had knowed our Emily from the time when her father was drowned, as had seen her constant, when a baby, when a young girl, when a woman. Not much of a person to look at. He weren't," said Mr. Peggotty. "Something o' my own build, rough, a good deal. Oh, the so wester in him, very salt, but on the whole, a honest sort of a chap, with his heart in the right place." I thought I had never seen Ham grin to anything like the extent to which he sat grinning at us now. "What does this here blessed tarpaulin go and do?" said Mr. Peggotty, with his face one high noon of enjoyment. "But he loses that there art of his to our little Emily. He follows her about. He makes himself a sort of servant to her. He loses in a great measure his relish for his victuals. On the long run he makes it clear to me what's amiss. Now I could wish myself, you see, that our little Emily was in a fair way of being married. I could wish to see her, at all events, under articles to an honest man, as had a right to defend her. I don't know how long I may live, or how soon I may die, but I know that if I was capsized any night in a gale of wind in Yarmouth Roads here, and was to see the town lights shining for the last time over the rollers, as I couldn't make a head against, I could go down, quite for thinking, there is a man ashore there, iron true to my little Emily. Lord bless her, and no wrong can touch my Emily, while so be as that man lives." Mr. Peggotty, in simple earnestness, waved his right arm, as if he were waving it at the town lights for the last time, and then exchanging a nod with Ham, whose eye he caught, proceeded as before. "Well, I counsels him to speak to Emily. He is big enough, but he is bashfuller than a little urn, and he don't like, so I speak. What, him, says Emily, him that I have knowed so intimate so many years and like so much. Oh, uncle, I never can have him. He is such a good fellow. I gives her a kiss, and I says no more to her than, my dear, you are right to speak out. You are to choose for yourself. You are as free as a little bird. Then I always to him, and I says, I wish it could have been so, but it can't. But you can both be as you was. And what I say to you is, be as you was with her like a man. He says to me, a shaking of my hand, I will, he says, and he was honorable and manful. For 2 years going on, and was just the same at home here as afore. Mr. Peggotty's face, which had varied in its expression with the various stages of his narrative, now resumed all its former triumphant delight, as he laid a hand upon my knee and a hand upon Steerforth's, previously wetting them both for the greater emphasis of the action, and divided the following speech between us. All of a sudden, one evening, as it might be tonight, comes little Emily from her work, and him with her. There ain't so much in that, you will say. No, because he takes care on her, like a brother, after dark, and indeed afore dark, and at all times. But this tarpaulin chap, he takes hold of her hand, and he cries out to me, joyful, Look here, this is to my little wife. And she says, half bold and half shy, and half a laughing and half a crying, Yes, uncle, if you please. If I please, cried Mr. Peggotty, rolling his head in an ecstasy of the idea. Lord, as if I should do anything else. If you please, I am steadier now, and I have thought better of it, and I will be as good a little wife as I can to him, for he is a dear good fellow. Then Mrs. Gummidge, she claps her hands like a play, and you come in. There, the murder's out, said Mr. Peggotty. You come in. It took place this here present hour, and here is the man that I will marry her, the minute she is out of her time. Ham staggered, as well he might, under the blow Mr. Peggotty dealt him in his unbounded joy as a mark of confidence and friendship. But feeling called upon to say something to us, he said with much faltering and great difficulty, She warn't no higher than you was, Miss Davy. When you first come, when I thought what she would grow up to be, I see her grown up, gentleman, like a flower. I would lay down my life for her, Master Davy. Oh, most content and cheerful. She is more to me, gentlemen, than she is all to me that ever I can want, and more than ever I could say. I love her true. There ain't a gentleman in all the land, nor it sailing upon all the sea, that can love his lady more than I love her, though there's many a common man would say better what he meant. I thought it affecting to see such a sturdy fellow as Ham was now, trembling in the strength of what he felt for the pretty little creature who had won his heart. I thought the simple confidence reposed in us by Mr. Peggotty and by himself was, in itself, affecting. I was affected by the story altogether. How far my emotions were influenced by the recollections of my childhood, I don't know. Whether I had come there with any lingering fancy that I was still to love little Emily, I don't know. I know that I was filled with pleasure by all this, but at first, with an indescribably sensitive pleasure, that a very little would have changed to pain. Therefore, if it had depended upon me to touch the prevailing chord among them with any skill, I should have made a poor hand of it. But it depended upon Steerforth, and he did it with such address that in a few minutes we were all as easy and as happy as it was possible to be. Mr. Peggotty, he said, you are a thoroughly good fellow, and deserve to be as happy as you are tonight. My hand upon it. Ham, I give you joy, my boy. My hand upon that too. Daisy, stir the fire and make it a brisk one. And Mr. Peggotty, unless you can induce your gentle niece to come back, for whom I vacate this seat in the corner, I shall go. Any gap at your fireside on such a night, such a gap least of all, I wouldn't make, for the wealth of the Indies. So Mr. Peggotty went into my old room to fetch little Emily. At first little Emily didn't like to come, and then Ham went. Presently they brought her to the fireside, very much confused and very shy. But she soon became more assured when she found how gently and respectfully Steerforth spoke to her, how skillfully he avoided anything that would embarrass her, how he talked to Mr. Peggotty of boats and ships and tides and fish, how he referred to me about the time when he had seen Mr. Peggotty at Salem House, how delighted he was with the boat and all belonging to it, how lightly and easily he carried on until he brought us by degrees into a charmed circle, and we were all talking away without any reserve. Emily indeed sat little all the evening, but she looked and listened, and her face got animated, and she was charming. Steerforth told a story of a dismal shipwreck, which arose out of his talk with Mr. Peggotty, as if he saw it all before him, and little Emily's eyes were fastened on him all the time, as if she saw it too. He told us a merry adventure of his own as a relief to that, with as much gaiety as if the narrative were as fresh to him as it was to us, and little Emily laughed until the boat rang with musical sounds. And we all laughed, Steerforth too, in irresistible sympathy with what was so pleasant and light-hearted. He got Mr. Peggotty to sing, or rather to roar, "When the stormy winds do blow, do blow, do blow," and he sang a sailor's song himself, so pathetically and beautifully that I could have almost fancied that the real wind creeping sorrowfully round the house and murmuring low through our unbroken silence was there to listen. As to Mrs. Gummidge, he roused the victim of dependency with a success never attained by anyone else, so Mr. Peggotty informed me, since the decease of the old one. He left her so little leisure for being miserable that she said next day she thought she must have been bewitched. But he set up no monopoly of the general attention or the conversation. When little Emily grew more courageous and talked, but still bashfully, across the fire to me of her old wanderings upon the beach to pick up shells and pebbles, and when I asked her if she recollected how I used to be devoted to her, and when we both laughed and reddened, casting these looks back on the pleasant old times, so unreal to look at now, he was silent and attentive, and observed us thoughtfully. She sat at this time and all the evening on the old locker in her old little corner by the fire, Ham beside her, where I used to sit. I could not satisfy myself whether it was in her own little tormenting way, or in a maidenly reserve before us, that she kept quite close to the wall and away from him, but I observed that she did so all the evening. As I remember, it was almost midnight when we took our leave. We had some biscuit and dried fish for supper, and Steerforth had produced from his pocket a full flask of Hollands, which we men now, without a blush, had emptied. We parted merrily, and as they all stood crowded round the door to light us as far as they could upon our road, I saw the sweet blue eyes of little Emily peeping after us from behind Ham, and heard her soft voice calling to us to be careful how we went. "A most engaging little beauty," said Steerforth, taking my arm. "Well, it's a quaint place, and they are quaint company, and it's quite a new sensation to mix with them." "How fortunate we are too," I returned, "to have arrived to witness their happiness in that intended marriage. I never saw people so happy. How delightful to see it, and to be made the sharers in their honest joy, as we have been." "That's rather a chuckle-headed fellow for the girl, isn't he?" said Steerforth. He had been so hearty with him and with them all, that I felt a shock in this unexpected and cold reply. But turning quickly upon him, and seeing a laugh in his eyes, answered much relieved, "Ah, Steerforth, it's well for you to joke about the poor. You may skirmish with Miss Dartle, or try to hide your sympathies in jest for me. But I know better. When I see how perfectly you understand them, how exquisitely you can enter into happiness like this plain fisherman's, or humour a love like my old nurse's, I know that there is not a joy or sorrow not an emotion of such people that can be indifferent to you, and I admire and love you for it, Steerforth, 20 times the more. He stopped and, looking in my face, said, Daisy, I believe you are in earnest and are good. I wish we all were. Next moment he was gaily singing Mr. Peggotty's song as we walked at a round place back to Yarmouth. End of chapter 21. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The present recording is by Raju. Email ramina45@hotmail.com. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 22. Some old scenes and some new people. Steerforth and I stayed for more than a fortnight in that part of the country. We were very much together, I need not say, but occasionally we were asunder for some hours at a time. He was a good sailor, and I was but an indifferent one. And when he went out, boating with Mr. Peggotty, which was a favourite amusement of his, I generally remained ashore. My occupation of Peggotty's spare room put a constraint upon me, from which he was free. For, knowing how assiduously she attended on Mr. Barkis all day, I did not like to remain out late at night, whereas Steerforth, lying at the inn, had nothing to consult but his own humour. Thus it came about that I heard of his making little treats for the fisherman at Mr. Peggotty's house of call, the Willing Mind, after I was in bed, and of his being afloat, wrapped in fisherman's clothes, whole moonlight nights, and coming back when the morning tide was at flood. By this time, however, I knew that his restless nature and bold spirits delighted to find a vent in rough toil and hard weather, as in any other means of excitement that presented itself freshly to him, so none of his proceedings surprised me. Another cause of our being sometimes apart was that I had naturally an interest in going over to Blunderstone and revisiting the old familiar scenes of my childhood, while Steerforth, after being there once, had naturally no great interest in going there again. Hence, on 3 or 4 days that I can at once recall, we went our several ways after an early breakfast and met again at a late dinner. I had no idea how he employed his time in the interval, beyond a general knowledge that he was very popular in the place and had 20 means of actively diverting himself where another man might not have found one. For my own part, my occupation in my solitary pilgrimages was to recall every yard of the old road as I went along it, and to haunt the old spots of which I never tired. I haunted them as my memory had often done, and lingered among them as my younger thoughts had lingered when I was far away. The grave beneath the tree, where both my parents lay, on which I had looked out when it was my father's only, with such curious feelings of compassion, and by which I had stood so desolate when it was opened to receive my pretty mother and her baby, the grave which Peggotty's own faithful care had ever since kept neat and made a garden of, I walked near by the hour. It lay a little off the churchyard path in a quiet corner, not so far removed, but I could read the names upon the stone as I walked to and fro, startled by the sound of the church bell when it struck the hour, for it was like a departed voice to me. My reflections at these times were always associated with the figure I was to make in life and the distinguished things I was to do. My echoing footsteps went to no other tune, but were as constant to that as if I had come home to build my castles in the air at a living mother's side. There were great changes in my old home. The rag nests so long deserted by the roots were gone, and the trees were lopped and topped out of their remembered shapes. The garden had run wild, and half the windows of the house were shut up. It was occupied, but only by a poor lunatic gentleman and the people who took care of him. He was always sitting at my little window, looking out into the churchyard, and I wondered whether his rambling thoughts ever went upon any of the fancies that used to occupy mine on the rosy mornings when I peeped out of that same little window in my night clothes and saw the sheep quietly feeding in the light of the rising sun. Our old neighbors, Mr. and Mrs. Grayper, were gone to South America, and the rain had made its way through the roof of their empty house and stained the outer walls. Mr. Chillip was married again to a tall, raw-boned, high-nosed wife, and they had a wizened little baby and a heavy head that it couldn't hold up, and two weak, staring eyes with which it seemed to be always wondering why it had ever been born. It was with a singular jumble of sadness and pleasure that I used to linger about my native place until the reddening winter sun admonished me that it was time to start on my returning walk. But when the place was left behind, and especially when Steerforth and I were happily seated over our dinner by a blazing fire, it was delicious to think of having been there. So it was, though in a softened degree, when I went to my neat room at night, and turning over the leaves of the crocodile book, which was always there upon a little table, remembered with a grateful heart how blessed I was in having such a friend as Steerforth, such a friend as Peggotty, and such a substitute for what I had lost as my excellent and generous aunt. My nearest way to Yarmouth in coming back from these long walks was by a ferry. It landed me on the flat between the town and the sea, which I could make straight across and so save myself a considerable circuit by the high road. Mr. Peggotty's house being on that waste place and not 100 yards out of my track, I always looked in as I went by. Steerforth was pretty sure to be there expecting me, and we went on together through the frosty air and gathering fog towards the twinkling lights of the town. One dark evening, when I was later than usual, for I had that day been making my parting visit to Blunderstone, as we were now about to return home, I found him alone in Mr. Peggotty's house, sitting thoughtfully before the fire. He was so intent upon his own reflections that he was quite unconscious of my approach. This, indeed, he might easily have been, if he had been less absorbed, for footsteps fell noiselessly on the sandy ground outside, but even my entrance failed to rouse him. I was standing close to him, looking at him, and still, with a heavy brow, he was lost in his meditations. He gave such a start when I put my hand upon his shoulder that he made me start too. "You come upon me," he said almost angrily, like a reproachful ghost. I was obliged to announce myself. Somehow I replied, "Have I called you down from the stars?" "No," he answered, "no." "Up from anywhere then?" said I, taking my seat near him. "I was looking at the pictures in the fire," he returned. "But you are spoiling them for me," said I, as he stirred it quickly with a piece of burning wood, striking out of it a train of red-hot sparks that went careering up the little chimney and roaring out into the air. "You would not have seen them," he returned. "I detest this mongrel time, neither day or night. How late you are! Where have you been?" "I have been taking leave of my usual walk," said I. And I have been sitting here, said Steerforth, glancing round the room, thinking that all the people we found so glad on the night of our coming down might, to judge from the present wasted air of the place, be dispersed, or dead, or come to I don't know what harm. David, I wish to God I had had a judicious father these last 20 years. My dear Steerforth, what's the matter? I wish with all my soul I had been better guided, he exclaimed. I wish with all my soul I could guide myself better. There was a passionate dejection in his manner that quite amazed me. He was more unlike himself than I could have supposed possible. It would be better to be this poor Peggotty or his lout of a nephew, he said, getting up and leaning moodily against the chimney piece with his face towards the fire, than to be myself 20 times richer and 20 times wiser, and be the torment to myself that I have been in this devil's bark of a boat within the last half hour. I was so confounded by the alteration in him that at first I could only observe him in silence as he stood leaning his head upon his hand and looking gloomily down at the fire. At length I begged him, with all the earnestness I felt, to tell me what had occurred to cross him so unusually, and to let me sympathize with him, if I could not hope to advise him. Before I had well concluded, he began to laugh, fretfully at first, but soon with returning gaiety. "Tut, it's nothing, Daisy, nothing," he replied. "I told you at the inn in London, I am heavy company for myself sometimes. I have been a nightmare to myself just now. Must have had one, I think. At odd, dull times, nursery tales come up into the memory, unrecognized for what they are. I believe I have been confounding myself with the bad boy who didn't care, and became food for lions, a grander kind of going to the dogs, I suppose. What old women call the horrors have been creeping over me from head to foot. I have been afraid of myself." "You are afraid of nothing else, I think," said I. "Perhaps not, and yet may have enough to be afraid of too," he answered. "Well, so it goes by. I am not about to be hipped again, David. But I tell you, my good fellow, once more, that it would have been well for me, and for more than me, if I had had steadfast and judicious father." His face was always full of expression, but I never saw it express such a dark kind of earnestness as when he said these words with his glance bent on the fire. "So much for that," he said, making as if he tossed something light into the air with his hand. "Why, being gone, I am a man again, like Macbeth, and now for dinner. If I have not, Macbeth-like, broken up the feast with most admired disorder, Daisy. But where are they all, I wonder?" said I. "God knows," said Steerforth. "After strolling to the ferry looking for you, I strolled in here and found the place deserted. That set me thinking, and you found me thinking. The advent of Mrs. Gummidge with a basket explained how the house had happened to be empty. She had hurried out to buy something that was needed against Mr. Peggotty's return with the tide, and had left the door open in the meanwhile, lest Ham and little Emily, with whom it was an early night, should come home while she was gone. Steerforth, after very much improving Mrs. Gummidge's spirits by a cheerful salutation and a jocose embrace, took my arm and hurried me away. He had improved his own spirits no less than Mrs. Gummidge's, for they were again at their usual flow, and he was full of vivacious conversation as we went along. "And so," he said gaily, "we abandon this buccaneer life tomorrow, do we?" "So we agreed," I returned, "and our places by the coach are taken, you know." "Aye, there's no help for it, I suppose," said Steerforth. "I have almost forgotten that there is anything to do in the world but to go out tossing on the sea here. I wish there was not." "As long as the novelty should last," said I, laughing. Like enough, he returned, though there is a sarcastic meaning in that observation for an amiable piece of innocence like my young friend. Well, I dare say I am a capricious fellow, David. I know I am, but while the iron is hot, I can strike it vigorously too. I could pass a reasonably good examination already. As a pilot in these waters, I think. Mr. Peggotty says you are a wonder, I returned. A nautical phenomenon, eh? Laughed Steerforth. Indeed he does, and you know how truly. I know how ardent you are in any pursuit to follow, and how easily you can master it. And that amazes me most in you, Steerforth, that you should be contented with such fitful uses of your powers. Contented? He answered merrily. I am never contented except with your freshness, my gentle Daisy. As to fitfulness, I have never learnt the art of binding myself to any of the wheels on which the Ixians of these days are turning round and round. I missed it somehow in a bad apprenticeship, and now don't care about it. You know I have bought a boat down here. What an extraordinary fellow you are, Steerforth, I exclaimed, stopping, for this was the first I had heard of it, when you may never care to come near the place again. I don't know that, he returned. I have taken a fancy to the place. At all events, walking me briskly on, I have bought a boat that was for sale. A clipper, Mr. Peggotty says, and so she is, and Mr. Peggotty will be master of her in my absence. Now I understand you, Steerforth, said I exultingly. You pretend to have bought it for yourself, but you have really done so to confer a benefit on him. I might have known as much at first, knowing you. My dear kind Steerforth, how can I tell you what I think of your generosity? Shh, he answered, turning red. The less said, the better. Didn't I know? Cried I. Didn't I say that there was not a joy or sorrow or any emotion of such honest arts that was indifferent to you? Ay, he answered. You told me all that. There, let it rest. We have said enough. Afraid of offending him by pursuing the subject when he made so light of it, I only pursued it in my thoughts as we went on at even a quicker pace than before. She must be newly rigged, said Steerforth, and I shall leave Littimer behind it to see it done, that I may know she is quite complete. Did I tell you Littimer had come down? No. Oh yes, came down this morning with a letter from my mother. As our looks met, I observed that he was pale even to his lips, though he looked very steadily at me. I feared that some difference between him and his mother might have led to his being in the frame of mind in which I had found him at the solitary fireside. I hinted so. Oh no, he said, shaking his head and giving a slight laugh. Nothing of the sort. Yes, he's come down, that man of mine. The same as ever, said I. The same as ever, said Steerforth, distant and quiet as the North Pole. He shall see to the boat being fresh named. She is the Stormy Petrel now. What does Mr. Peggotty care for Stormy Petrels? I will have her christened again. By what name? The little Emily. As he had continued to look steadily at me, I took it as a reminder that he objected to being extolled for his consideration. I could not help showing in my face how much it pleased me, but I said little, and he resumed his usual smile and seemed relieved. But see here, he said, looking before us, where the original little Emily comes, and that fellow with her. Upon my soul, he is a true knight, he never leaves her. Ham was a boat builder in these days, having improved a natural ingenuity in that handicraft until he had become a skilled workman. He was in his working dress and looked rugged enough, but manly withal, and a very fit protector for the blooming little creature at his side. Indeed, there was a frankness in his face, an honesty, and an undisguised show of his pride in her and his love for her, which were to me the best of good looks. I thought, as they came towards us, that they were well matched even in that particular. She withdrew her hand timidly from his arm as we stopped to speak to them, and blushed as she gave it to Steerforth and to me. When they passed on, after we had exchanged a few words, she did not like to replace that hand, but still appearing timid and constrained, walked by herself. I thought all this very pretty and engaging, and Steerforth seemed to think so too, as we looked after them, fading away in the light of a young moon. Suddenly there passed us, evidently following them, a young woman whose approach we had not observed, but whose face I saw as she went by and thought I had a faint remembrance of. She was lightly dressed, looked bold and haggard and flaunting and poor, but seemed for the time to have given all that to the wind which was blowing, and to have nothing in her mind but going after them. As the dark distant level, absorbing their figures into itself, left but itself visible between us and the sea and clouds, her figure disappeared in like manner, still no nearer to them than before. "That's a black shadow to be following the girl," said Steerforth, standing still. "What does it mean?" He spoke in a low voice that sounded almost strange to me. "She must have it in her mind to beg of them, I think," said I. "A beggar would be no novelty," said Steerforth, "but it's a strange thing that the beggar should take that shape tonight." "Why?" I asked. "For no better reason, truly, than because I was thinking," he said after a pause, "of something like it when it came by. Where the devil did it come from, I wonder?" "From the shadow of this wall, I think," said I, as we emerged upon a road on which a wall abutted. "It's gone," he returned, looking over his shoulder, "and all ill go with it. Now for our dinner." But he looked again over his shoulder towards the sea line, glimmering afar off, and yet again, and he wondered about it in some broken expressions several times in the short remainder of our walk, and only seemed to forget it when the light of fire and candle shone upon us, seated warm and merry at table. Littimer was there, and had his usual effect upon me. When I said to him that I hoped Mrs. Steerforth and Miss Dartle were well, he answered respectfully, and of course respectably, that they were tolerably well. He thanked me, and had sent their compliments. This was all, and yet he seemed to me to say as plainly as a man could say, "You are very young, sir. You are exceedingly young." We had almost finished dinner when, taking a step or two towards the table, from the corner where he kept watch upon us, or rather upon me, as I felt, he said to his master, "I beg your pardon, sir. Miss Mowcher is down here." "Who?" cried Steerforth, much astonished. "Miss Mowcher, sir." "Why, what on earth does she do here?" said Steerforth. "It appears to be her native part of the country, sir. She informs me that she makes one of her professional visits here every year, sir. I met her in the street this afternoon, and she wished to know if she might have the honor of waiting on you after dinner, sir." "Do you know the giantess in question, Daisy?" inquired Steerforth. I was obliged to confess I felt ashamed even of being at this disadvantage before Littimer, that Miss Mowcher and I were wholly unacquainted. "Then you shall know her," said Steerforth, "for she is one of the 7 wonders of the world. When Miss Mowcher comes, show her in." I felt some curiosity and excitement about this lady, especially as Steerforth burst into a fit of laughing when I referred to her, and positively refused to answer any question of which I made her the subject. I remained, therefore, in a state of considerable expectation until the cloth had been removed, some half an hour, and we were sitting over our decanter of wine before the fire, when the door opened and Littimer, with his habitual serenity quite undisturbed, announced, "Miss Mowcher." I looked at the doorway and saw nothing. I was still looking at the doorway, thinking that Miss Mowcher was a long while making her appearance, when to my infinite astonishment there came waddling round a sofa which stood between me and it, a pursy dwarf of about 40 or 45, with a very large head and face, a pair of roguish grey eyes, and such extremely little arms, that to enable herself to lay a finger archly against her snub nose as she ogled Steerforth, she was obliged to meet the finger halfway and lay her nose against it. Her chin, which was what is called double chin, was so fat that it entirely swallowed up the strings of her bonnet, bow and all. Throat she had none, waist she had none, legs she had none, worth mentioning. For though she was more than full-sized down to where her waist would have been if she had had any, and though she terminated as human beings generally do in a pair of feet, she was so short that she stood at a common-sized chair as at a table, resting a bag she carried on the seat. This lady, dressed in an offhand, easy style, bringing her nose and her forefinger together with the difficulty I have described, standing with her head necessarily on one side and with one of her sharp eyes shut up, making an uncommonly knowing face, after ogling Steerforth for a few moments, broke into a torrent of words. "What, my flower?" she pleasantly began, shaking her large head off him. "You are there, are you? Oh, you naughty boy! Fie for shame! What do you do so far away from home? Up to mischief? I'll be bound. Oh, you are a downy fellow, Steerforth, so you are, and I am another, ain't I? Ha ha ha! You would have betted 100 pound to 5 now that you wouldn't have seen me here, wouldn't you? Bless you, man alive, I am everywhere. I am here and there, and where not, like the conjurer's half-crown in the lady's handkerchief. Talking of handkerchiefs, and talking of ladies, what a comfort you are to your blessed mother, ain't you, my dear boy, over one of my shoulders, and I don't say which." Miss Mowcher untied her bonnet at this passage of her discourse, threw back the strings, and sat down, panting, on a footstool in front of the fire, making a kind of arbor of the dining table, which spread its mahogany shelter above her head. "Oh, my stars, and what's their names?" she went on, clapping a hand on each of her little knees and glancing shrewdly at me. "I am of too full a habit, that's a fact, Steerforth. After a flight of stairs, it gives me as much trouble to draw every breath I want as if it was a bucket of water. If you saw me looking out of an upper window, you would think I was a fine woman, wouldn't you?" "I should think that wherever I saw you," replied Steerforth. "Go along, you dog, do!" cried the little creature, making a whisk at him with the handkerchief with which she was wiping her face. "And don't be impudent. But I give you my word and honor, I was at Lady Mithers last week. There is a woman. How she wears! And Mithers himself came into the room where I was waiting for her. There's a man. How he wears! And is weak too, for he has had it these 10 years, and he went on at that rate in the complimentary line that I began to think I should be obliged to ring the bell. Ha ha ha! He's a pleasant wretch, but he wants principle." "What were you doing for Lady Mithers?" asked Steerforth. "That's tellings, my blessed infant," she retorted, topping her nose again, screwing up her face, and twinkling her eyes like an imp of supernatural intelligence. "Never you mind. You'd like to know whether I stop her hair from falling off, or dye it, or touch up her complexion, or improve her eyebrows, wouldn't you? And so you shall, my darling, when I tell you. Do you know what my great-grandmother's name was?" "No," said Steerforth. "It was Walker, my sweet pet," replied Miss Mowcher. "And he came of a long line of Walkers, that I inherit all the Hookey estates from him." I never beheld anything approaching to Miss Mowcher's wink, except Miss Mowcher's self-possession. She had a wonderful way, too, when listening to what was said to her, or when waiting for an answer to what she had said herself, of pausing with her head cunningly on one side and one eye turned up like a magpie's. Altogether, I was lost in amazement and sat staring at her, quite oblivious, I am afraid, of the laws of politeness. She had by this time drawn the chair to her side and was busily engaged in producing from the bag, plunging in her short arm to the shoulder at every dive, a number of small bottles, sponges, combs, brushes, bits of flannel, little pairs of curling irons, and other instruments which she stumbled in a heap upon the chair. From this employment she suddenly desisted and said to Steerforth, much to my confusion, "Who is your friend?" "Mr. Copperfield," said Steerforth. "He wants to know you." "Well, then he shall. I thought he looked as if he did," returned Miss Mowcher, waddling up to me, bag in hand, and laughing on me as she came. Face like a peach, standing on tiptoe to pinch my cheek as I sat. Quite tempting. I am very fond of peaches. Happy to make your acquaintance, Mr. Copperfield, I am sure. I said that I congratulated myself on having the honor to make hers, and that the happiness was mutual. "Oh, my goodness, how polite we are!" exclaimed Miss Mowcher, making a preposterous attempt to cover her large face with her morsel of a hand. "What a world of gammon and spinach it is, though, ain't it?" This was addressed confidentially to both of us, as the morsel of a hand came away from the face and buried itself, arm and all, in the bag again. "What do you mean, Miss Mowcher?" said Steerforth. "Ha, ha, ha! What a refreshing set of humbugs we are, to be sure, ain't we, my sweet child?" replied that morsel of a woman, feeling in the bag with her head on one side and her eye in the air. "Look here," taking something out. "Scrap of the Russian prince's nails. Prince alphabet turned topsy-turvy. I call him, for his name has got all the letters in it, higgledy-piggledy." "The Russian prince is a client of yours, is he?" said Steerforth. "I believe you, my pet," replied Miss Mowcher. "I keep his nails in order for him, twice a week, fingers and toes." "He pays well, I hope," said Steerforth. "Pays as he speaks, my dear child, through the nose," replied Miss Mowcher. "None of your close shavers the prince ain't. You would say so if you saw his mustachios. Red by nature, black by art." "By your art, of course," said Steerforth. Miss Mowcher winked assent. "Forced to send for me. Couldn't help it. The climate affected his dye. It did very well in Russia, but it was no go here. You never saw such a rusty prince in all your born days as he was, like old iron." "Is that why you called him a humbug just now?" inquired Steerforth. "Oh, you are a broth of a boy, ain't you?" returned Miss Mowcher, shaking her head violently. "I said what a set of humbugs we were in general, and I showed you the scraps of the prince's nails to prove it. The prince's nails do more for me in private families of the genteel sort than all my talents put together. I always carry them about. They are the best introduction. If Miss Mowcher cuts the prince's nails, she must be all right. I give them away to the young ladies. They put them in albums, I believe. Ha, ha, ha! Upon my life, the whole social system, as the men call it when they make speeches in Parliament, is a system of prince's nails," said this least of women, trying to fold her short arms and nodding her large head. Steerforth laughed heartily, and I laughed too, Miss Mowcher continuing all the time to shake her head, which was very much on one side, and to look into the air with one eye, and to wink with the other. "Well, well," she said, smiting her small knees and rising. "This is not business. Come, Steerforth, let's explore the polar regions and have it over." She then selected 2 or 3 of the little instruments and a little bottle, and asked, to my surprise, if the table would bear. On Steerforth's replying in the affirmative, she pushed a chair against it, and begging the assistance of my hand, mounted up pretty nimbly to the top as if it were a stage. "If either of you saw my ankles," she said, when she was safely elevated, "say so, and I will go home and destroy myself." "I did not," said Steerforth. "I did not," said I. "Well then," cried Miss Mowcher, "I will consent to live. Now, ducky, 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 come to Mrs. Bond and be killed. This was an invocation to Steerforth to place himself under her hands, who accordingly sat himself down with his back to the table and his laughing face towards me, and submitted his head to her inspection, evidently for no other purpose than our entertainment. To see Miss Mowcher standing over him, looking at his rich profusion of brown hair through a large round magnifying glass, which she took out of her pocket, was a most amazing spectacle. "You are a pretty fellow," said Miss Mowcher, after a brief inspection. "You'd be as bald as a friar on the top of your head in 12 months but for me. Just half a minute, my young friend, and we will give you a polishing that shall keep your curls on for the next 10 years. With this, she tilted some of the contents of the little bottle onto one of the little bits of flannel, and again importing some of the virtues of that preparation to one of the little brushes, began rubbing and scraping away with both on the crown of Steerforth's head in the busiest manner I ever witnessed, talking all the time. "There is Charlie Pyegrave, the Duke's son," she said. "You know Charlie?" peeping round into his face. "A little," said Steerforth. "What a man he is! There is a whisker. As to Charlie's legs, if they were only a pair, which they ain't, they would defy competition. Would you believe he tried to do without me, in the Life Guards too?" "Mad," said Steerforth. "It looks like it. However mad or sane, he tried," returned Miss Mowcher. "What does he do? But lo and behold you, he goes into a perfumer's shop and wants to buy a bottle of Madagascar liquid." "Charlie does?" said Steerforth. "Charlie does, but they haven't got any Madagascar liquid." "What is it? Something to drink?" asked Steerforth. "To drink?" returned Miss Mowcher, stopping to slap his cheek. "To doctor his own mustachios with, you know. There was a woman in the shop, elderly female, quite a griffin, who had never even heard of it by name. 'Begging pardon, sir,' said the griffin to Charlie. 'It's not rouge, is it?' 'Rouge?' said Charlie to Griffin. 'What the unmentionable to ears polite do you think I want with rouge?' 'No offence, sir,' said the Griffin. 'We have it asked for by so many names, I thought it might be. Now that, my child,' continued Miss Mowcher, rubbing all the time as busily as ever, "is another instance of the refreshing humbug I was speaking of. I do something in that way myself, perhaps a good deal, perhaps a little. Sharp's the word, my dear boy, never mind." "In what way do you mean? In the rouge way?" said Steerforth. "Put this and that together, my tender people," returned the wary Mowcher, touching her nose. "Work it by the rule of secrets in all trades, and the product will give you the desired result. I say I do a little in that way myself. One dowager, she calls it lip slave, another she calls it blouse, another she calls it tucker edging, another she calls it a fan. I call it whatever they call it. I supply it for them, but we keep up the trick so, to one another, and make believe with such a face that they would as soon think of laying it on before a whole drawing room as before me. And when I wait upon them, they will say to me sometimes, with it on, thick and no mistake, 'How am I looking, Mowcher? Am I pale? Ha 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 ha! Isn't that refreshing, my young friend?' I never did in my days behold anything like Mowcher as she stood upon the dining table, intensely enjoying this refreshment, rubbing busily at Steerforth's head, and winking at me over it. 'Ah,' she said, 'such things are not in much demand hereabouts. That sets me off again. I haven't seen a pretty woman since I have been here, Jemmy.' 'No,' said Steerforth. 'Not the ghost of one,' replied Miss Mowcher. 'We could show her the substance of one, I think,' said Steerforth, addressing his eyes to mine. 'Eh, Daisy?' 'Yes, indeed,' said I. 'Aha!' cried the little creature, glancing sharply at my face, and then peeping round at Steerforth's. 'Umph!' The first exclamation sounded like a question put to both of us, and the second like a question put to Steerforth only. She seemed to have found no answer to either, but continued to rub with her head on one side and her eye turned up, as if she were looking for an answer in the air and were confident of its appearing presently. "A sister of yours, Copperfield?" she cried after a pause, and still keeping the same lookout. "Eh? No," said Steerforth, before I could reply. "Nothing of the sort. On the contrary, Mr. Copperfield used, or I am much mistaken, to have a great admiration for her." "Why, hasn't he now?" returned Miss Mowcher. "Is he fickle? Oh, for shame! Did he sip every flower, and change every hour, until Polly his passion requited? Is her name Polly?" The elfin suddenness with which she pounced upon me with this question and a searching look quite disconcerted me for a moment. "No, Miss Mowcher," I replied. "Her name is Emily." "Aha!" she cried exactly as before. What a rattle I am! Mr. Copperfield, ain't I volatile?" Her tone and look implied something that was not agreeable to me in connection with the subject. So I said in a graver manner than any of us had yet assumed, "She is as virtuous as she is pretty. She is engaged to be married to a most worthy and deserving man in her own station of life. I esteem her for her good sense as much as I admire her for her good looks." "Well said," cried Steerforth. Here. Now I'll quench the curiosity of this little Fatima, my dear Daisy, by leaving her nothing to guess at. She is at present apprenticed, Miss Mowcher, or article, or whatever it may be, to Omar and Joram, haberdashers, milliners, and so forth in this town. Do you observe? Omar and Joram, the promise of which my friend has spoken, is made and entered into with her cousin, Christian name Ham, surname Peggotty, occupation boat builder, also of this town. She lives with a relative, Christian name unknown, surname Peggotty, occupation seafaring, also of this town. She is the prettiest and most engaging little fairy in the world. I admire her, as my friend does, exceedingly. If it were not that I might appear to disparage her intended, which I know my friend would not like, I would add that to me she seems to be throwing herself away, that I am sure she might do better, and that I swear she was born to be a lady. Miss Mowcher listened to these words, which were very slowly and distinctly spoken, with her head on one side and her eye in the air, as if she were still looking for that answer. When he ceased, she became brisk again in an instant and rattled away with surprising volubility. "Oh, and that's all about it, is it?" she exclaimed, trimming his whiskers with a little restless pair of scissors that went glancing round his head in all directions. Very well. Quite a long story. Ought to end, and they lived happy ever afterwards. Oughtn't it? Ah, what is that game at forfeits? I love my love with an E, because she is enticing. I hate her with an E, because she is engaged. I took her to the sign of the excuse and treated her with an elopement. Her name is Emily, and she lives in the East. Ha! Mr. Copperfield, ain't I volatile? Merely looking at me with extravagant slyness and not waiting for any reply, she continued without drawing breath. There, if ever any scapegrace was trimmed and touched up to perfection, you are Steerforth. If I understand any noddle in the world, I understand yours. Do you hear me when I tell you that, my darling? I understand yours. Peeping down into his face. Now you may mizzle, Jemmy, as we say at court, and if Mr. Copperfield will take the chair, I will operate on him. What do you say, Daisy? Inquired Steerforth, laughing and resigning his seat. Will you be improved? Thank you, Miss Mowcher, not this evening. Don't say no, returned the little woman, looking at me with the aspect of a connoisseur. A little bit more eyebrow? Thank you, I returned, some other time. Have it carried half a quarter of an inch towards the temple, said Miss Mowcher. We can do it in a fortnight. No, I thank you, not at present. Go in for a tip, she urged. No, let's get the scaffolding up, then for a pair of whiskers, come. I could not help blushing as I declined, for I felt we were on my weak point now. But Miss Mowcher, finding that I was not at present disposed for any decoration within the range of her art, and that I was, for the time being, proof against blandishments of the small bottle which she held up before one eye to enforce her persuasions, said we would make a beginning on an early day, and requested the aid of my hand to descend from her elevated station. Thus assisted, she skipped down with much agility and began to tie her double chin into her bonnet. The fee, said Steerforth, is 5 bob, replied Miss Mowcher, and dirt cheap, my chicken. Ain't I volatile, Mr. Copperfield? I replied politely, not at all, but I thought she was rather so when she tossed up his 2 half-crowns like a goblin pie man, caught them, dropped them in her pocket, and gave it a loud slap. That's the till, observed Miss Mowcher, standing at the chair again and replacing in the bag a miscellaneous collection of little objects she had emptied out of it. Have I got all my traps? It seems so. It won't do to be like long Ned Beadwood when they took him to church to marry him to somebody, as he says, and left the bride behind. Ha ha ha, a wicked rascal, Ned, but droll. Now I know I am going to break your hearts, but I am forced to leave you. You must call up all your fortitude and try to bear it. Goodbye, Mr. Copperfield. Take care of yourself. Jockey of Norfolk. How I have been rattling on. It's all the fault of you 2 wretches. I forgive you. Bob's 4, as the Englishman said for good night. When he first learnt French and thought it so like English, Bob's 4, my ducks. With the bag slung over her arm and rattling as she waddled away, she waddled to the door, where she stopped to inquire if she should leave us a lock of her hair. Ain't I volatile? She added as a commentary on this offer, and with her finger on her nose departed. Steerforth laughed to that degree that it was impossible for me to help laughing too, though I am not sure I should have done so but for this inducement. When we had had our laugh quite out, which was after some time, he told me that Miss Mowcher had quite an extensive connection and made herself useful to a variety of people in a variety of ways. Some people trifled with her as a mere oddity, he said, but she was as shrewdly and sharply observant as anyone he knew, and as long-headed as she was short-armed. He told me that what she had said of being here and there and everywhere was true enough, for she made little darts into the provinces and seemed to pick up customers everywhere and to know everybody. I asked him what her disposition was, whether it was at all mischievous, and if her sympathies were generally on the right side of things. But not succeeding in attracting his attention to these questions after 2 or 3 attempts, I forbore or forgot to repeat them. He told me instead, with much rapidity, a good deal about her skill and her profits, and about her being a scientific cupper, if I should have occasion for her service in that capacity. She was the principal theme of our conversation during the evening, and when we parted for the night, Steerforth called after me over the banisters, Bob's 4, as I went downstairs. I was surprised when I came to Mr. Barkis's house to find Ham walking up and down in front of it, and still more surprised to learn from him that little Emily was inside. I naturally inquired why he was not there too, instead of pacing the streets by himself. Why, you see, Master Davy, he rejoined in a hesitating manner, Emily, she is talking to someone in there. I should have thought, said I, smiling, that was a reason for your being in here too, Ham. Well, Master Davy, in a general way, so it would be, he returned. But looky here, Master Davy, lowering his voice and speaking very gravely, it's a young woman, sir, a young woman that Emily knowed once, and don't ought to know no more. when I heard these words, a light began to fall upon the figure I had seen following them some hours ago. "It's a poor Uran, Master Davy," said Ham, as it trod underfoot by all the town, up street and down street. "They mould, oh, the churchyard don't hold any that the folk shrink away from more. Did I see her tonight, Ham, on the sand after we met you?" "Keep us in sight," said Ham. "It's like you did, Master Davy." "Not that I know them. She was there, sir, but along of her, creeping soon afterwards under Emily's little winder. When she see the light come, and whispering, 'Emily, Emily, for Christ's sake, have a woman's heart towards me. I was once like you.' These were solemn words, Master Davy, for to hear." "They were indeed, Ham. What did Emily do?" Says Emily, "Martha, is it you? Oh, Martha, can it be you?" For they had sat at work together many a day at Mr. Omer's. "I recollect her now," cried I, recalling one of the two girls I had seen when I first went there. "I recollect her quite well." "Martha Endell," said Ham, 2 or 3 years older than Emily, but was at the school with her. "I never heard her name," said I. "I didn't mean to interrupt you." "For the matter o' that, Master Davy," replied Ham, "all's told a'most in them words. Emily, Emily, for Christ's sake, have a woman's heart towards me. I was once like you." She wanted to speak to Emily. Emily couldn't speak to her there, for her loving uncle was come home, and he wouldn't. "No, Master Davy," said Ham, with great earnestness. "He couldn't, kind-natured, tender-hearted as he is, see them two together, side by side, for all the treasures that's wrecked in the sea." I felt how true this was. I knew it on the instant, quite as well as Ham. "So Emily writes in pencil in a bit of paper," he pursued, "and gives it to her out of winder to bring here. 'Show that,' she says, 'to my aunt, Mrs. Barkis, and she will set you down by her fire for the love of me, till uncle is gone out, and I can come.' By and by she tells me what I tell you, Master Davy, and asks me to bring her. What can I do? She don't ought to know any such, but I can't deny her when the tears is on her face." He put his hand into the breast of his shaggy jacket and took out with great care a pretty little purse. "And if I could deny her when the tears was on her face, Master Davy," said Ham, tenderly adjusting it on the rough palm of his hand, "how could I deny her when she gave me this to carry for her, knowing what she brought it for? Such a toy as it is," said Ham, thoughtfully looking on it, "with such a little money in it, Emily, my dear." I shook him warmly by the hand when he had put it away again, for that was more satisfactory to me than saying anything, and we walked up and down for a minute or two in silence. The door opened then, and Peggotty appeared, beckoning to Ham to come in. I would have kept away, but she came after me, entreating me to come in too. Even then, I would have avoided the room where they all were, but for its being the neat tiled kitchen I have mentioned more than once. The door opening immediately into it, I found myself among them before I considered whither I was going. The girl, the same I had seen upon the sands, was near the fire. She was sitting on the ground with her head and one arm lying on a chair. I fancied, from the disposition of her figure, that Emily had but newly risen from the chair, and that the forlorn head might perhaps have been lying on her lap. I saw but little of the girl's face, over which her hair fell loose and scattered, as if she had been disordering it with her own hands. But I saw that she was young and of a fair complexion. Peggotty had been crying, so had little Emily. Not a word was spoken when we first went in, and the Dutch clock by the dresser seemed, in the silence, to tick twice as loud as usual. Emily spoke first. "Martha wants," she said to Ham, to go to London. Why to London? Returned Ham. He stood between them, looking on the prostrate girl with a mixture of compassion for her and of jealousy of her holding any companionship with her whom he loved so well, which I have always remembered distinctly. They both spoke as if she were ill, in a soft, suppressed tone that was plainly heard, although it hardly rose above a whisper. Better there than here, said a third voice aloud, Martha's, though she did not move. No one knows me there, everybody knows me here. What will she do there? Inquired Ham. She lifted up her head and looked darkly round at him for a moment, then laid it down again and curved her right arm about her neck, as a woman in a fever or in an agony of pain from a shot might twist herself. She will try to do well, said little Emily. You don't know what she has said to us. Does he? Do they, Aunt? Peggotty shook her head compassionately. I will try, said Martha, if you will keep me away. I never can do worse than I have done here. I may do better. Oh, with a dreadful shiver. Take me out of these streets, where the whole town knows me from a child. As Emily held out her hand to Ham, I saw him put in it a little canvas bag. She took it as if she thought it were her purse and made a step or two forward, but finding her mistake, came back to where he had retired near me and showed it to him. It's all yourn, Emily, I could hear him say. I haven't now in all the world that ain't yourn, my dear. It ain't of no delight to me except for you. The tears rose freshly in her eyes, but she turned away and went to Martha. What she gave her, I don't know. I saw her stooping over her and putting money in her bosom. She whispered something as she asked, was that enough? More than enough, the other said, and took her hand and kissed it. Then Martha arose and gathering a shawl about her, covering her face with it and weeping aloud, went slowly to the door. She stopped a moment before going out, as if she would have uttered something or turned back, but no word passed her lips. Making the same low, dreary, wretched moaning in her shawl, she went away. As the door closed, little Emily looked at us three in a hurried manner and then hid her face in her hands and fell to sobbing. Don't, Emily, said Ham, tapping her gently on the shoulder. Don't, my dear, you don't ought to cry so pretty. Oh, Ham, she exclaimed, still weeping pitifully. I am not so good a girl as I ought to be. I know I have not the thankful heart sometimes I ought to have. Yes, yes, you have, I am sure, said Ham. No, 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 cried little Emily, sobbing and shaking her head. I am not as good a girl as I ought to be. Not near, not near. And still she cried as if her heart would break. I try your love too much. I know I do, she sobbed. I am often cross to you, unchangeable with you, when I ought to be far different. You are never so to me. Why am I ever so to you, when I should think of nothing but how to be grateful and to make you happy? You always make me so, said Ham. My dear, I am happy in the sight of you. I am happy all day long in the thoughts of you. Ah, that's not enough, she cried. That's because you are good, not because I am. Oh, my dear, it might have been a better fortune for you if you had been fond of someone else, of someone steadier and much worthier than me, who was all bound up in you, and never vain and changeable like me. Poor little tender heart, said Ham in a low voice. Martha has overset her altogether. Please, Aunt, sobbed Emily, come here and let me lay my head upon you. Oh, I am very miserable tonight, Aunt. Oh, I am not as good a girl as I ought to be. I am not, I know. Peggotty had hastened to the chair before the fire. Emily, with her arms around her neck, kneeled by her, looking up most earnestly into her face. Oh, pray, Aunt, try to help me. Ham, dear, try to help me. Mr. David, for the sake of old times, do, please try to help me. I want to be a better girl than I am. I want to feel 100 times more thankful than I do. I want to feel more. What a blessed thing it is to be the wife of a good man and to lead a peaceful life. Oh me, oh me, oh my heart, my heart. She dropped her face on my old nurse's breast, and ceasing this supplication, which in its agony and grief was half a woman's, half a child's, as all her manner was, being in that more natural and better suited to her beauty, as I thought, than any other manner could have been, wept silently while my old nurse hushed her like an infant. She got calmer by degrees, and then we soothed her, now talking encouragingly and now jesting a little with her, until she began to raise her head and speak to us. So we got on until she was able to smile, and then to laugh, and then to sit up half ashamed, while Peggotty recalled her stray ringlets, dried her eyes, and made her neat again, lest her uncle should wonder when she got home why his darling had been crying. I saw her do that night what I had never seen her do before. I saw her innocently kiss her chosen husband on the cheek and creep close to his bluff form as if it were her best support, when they went away together in the waning moonlight, and I looked after them, comparing their departure in my mind with Martha's. I saw that she held his arm with both her hands and still kept close to him. End of chapter 22. Recording by Raju. Ramina45@hotmail.com.
Chapter 23 of David Copperfield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This reading by Deborah Lynn. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 23. I corroborate Mr. Dick and choose a profession. When I awoke in the morning, I thought very much of little Em'ly and her emotion last night after Martha had left. I felt as if I had come into the knowledge of those domestic weaknesses and tendernesses in a sacred confidence, and that to disclose them, even to Steerforth, would be wrong. I had no gentler feeling towards anyone than towards the pretty creature who had been my playmate, and whom I have always been persuaded, and shall always be persuaded, to my dying day, I then devotedly loved. The repetition to any ears, even to Steerforth's, of what she had been unable to repress when her heart lay open to me by an accident, I felt would be a rough deed unworthy of myself, unworthy of the light of our pure childhood, which I always saw encircling her head. I made a resolution, therefore, to keep it in my own breast, and there it gave her image a new grace. While we were at breakfast, a letter was delivered to me from my aunt. As it contained matter on which I thought Steerforth could advise me as well as anyone, and on which I knew I should be delighted to consult him, I resolved to make it a subject of discussion on our journey home. For the present we had enough to do in taking leave of all our friends. Mr. Barkis was far from being the last among them in his regret at our departure, and I believe would even have opened the box again and sacrificed another guinea if it would have kept us 48 hours in Yarmouth. Peggotty and all her family were full of grief at our going. The whole house of Omer and Joram turned out to bid us good-bye, and there were so many seafaring volunteers in attendance on Steerforth when our portmanteaus went to the coach, that if we had had the baggage of a regiment with us, we should hardly have wanted porters to carry it. In a word, we departed to the regret and admiration of all concerned, and left a great many people very sorry behind us. "Do you stay long here, Littimer?" said I, as he stood waiting to see the coach start. "No, sir," he replied, "probably not very long, sir." "He can hardly say just now," observed Steerforth carelessly. "He knows what he has to do, and he'll do it." "That I am sure he will," said I. Littimer touched his hat in acknowledgment of my good opinion, and I felt about 8 years old. He touched it once more, wishing us a good journey, and we left him standing on the pavement, as respectable a mystery as any pyramid in Egypt. For some little time we held no conversation, Steerforth being unusually silent, and I being sufficiently engaged in wondering within myself when I should see the old places again, and what new changes might happen to me or them in the meanwhile. At length Steerforth, becoming gay and talkative in a moment, as he could become anything he liked at any moment, pulled me by the arm. "Find a voice, David. What about that letter you were speaking of at breakfast?" "Oh," said I, taking it out of my pocket, "it's from my aunt." "And what does she say, requiring consideration?" "Why, she reminds me, Steerforth," said I, "that I came out on this expedition to look about me and to think a little." "Which, of course, you have done?" "Indeed, I can't say I have particularly. To tell you the truth, I am afraid I have forgotten it." "Well, look about you now, and make up for your negligence," said Steerforth. "Look to the right, and you'll see a flat country with a good deal of marsh in it. Look to the left, and you'll see the same. Look to the front, and you'll find no difference. Look to the rear, and there it is still." I laughed, and replied that I saw no suitable profession in the whole prospect, which was perhaps to be attributed to its flatness. "What says our aunt on the subject?" inquired Steerforth, glancing at the letter in my hand. "Does she suggest anything?" "Why, yes," said I. "She asks me here if I think I should like to be a proctor. What do you think of it?" "Well, I don't know," replied Steerforth coolly. "You may as well do that as anything else, I suppose." I could not help laughing again at his balancing all callings and professions so equally, and I told him so. "What is a proctor, Steerforth?" said I. "Why, he is a sort of monkish attorney," replied Steerforth. "He is, to some faded courts held in Doctors' Commons, a lazy old nook near St. Paul's churchyard, what solicitors are to the courts of law and equity. He is a functionary whose existence, in the natural course of things, would have terminated about 200 years ago. I can tell you best what he is by telling you what Doctors' Commons is. It's a little out-of-the-way place where they administer what is called ecclesiastical law, and play all kinds of tricks with obsolete old monsters of Acts of Parliament, which 3/4 of the world know nothing about, and the other 1/4 supposes to have been dug up in a fossil state in the days of the Edwards. It's a place that has an ancient monopoly in suits about people's wills and people's marriages, and disputes among ships and boats." "Nonsense, Steerforth!" I exclaimed. "You don't mean to say that there is any affinity between nautical matters and ecclesiastical matters?" "I don't indeed, my dear boy," he returned, "but I mean to say that they are managed and decided by the same set of people down in that same Doctors' Commons. You shall go there one day and find them blundering through half the nautical terms in Young's Dictionary, apropos of the Nancy having run down the Sarah Jane, or Mr. Peggotty and the Yarmouth boatman having put off in a gale of wind with an anchor and cable to the Nelson Indiaman in distress, and you shall go there another day and find them deep in the evidence, pro and con, respecting a clergyman who has misbehaved himself, and you shall find the judge in the nautical case, the advocate in the clergyman's case, or contrariwise. They are like actors. Now a man's a judge, and now he is not a judge. Now he's one thing, now he's another. Now he's something else, change and change about. But it's always a very pleasant, profitable little affair of private theatricals, presented to an uncommonly select audience." "But advocates and proctors are not one and the same," said I, a little puzzled. "Are they?" "No," returned Steerforth. "The advocates are civilians, men who have taken a doctor's degree at college, which is the first reason of my knowing anything about it. The proctors employ the advocates. Both get very comfortable fees, and altogether they make a mighty snug little party. On the whole, I would recommend you to take to Doctors' Commons kindly, David. They plume themselves on their gentility there, I can tell you, if that's any satisfaction." I made allowance for Steerforth's light way of treating the subject, and considering it with reference to the staid air of gravity and antiquity which I associated with that lazy old nook near St. Paul's churchyard, did not feel indisposed towards my aunt's suggestion, which she left to my free decision, making no scruple of telling me that it had occurred to her on her lately visiting her own proctor in Doctors' Commons for the purpose of settling her will in my favour. "That's a laudable proceeding on the part of our aunt, at all events," said Steerforth when I mentioned it, "and one deserving of all encouragement. Daisy, my advice is that you take kindly to Doctors' Commons." I quite made up my mind to do so. I then told Steerforth that my aunt was in town awaiting me, as I found from her letter, and that she had taken lodgings for a week at a kind of private hotel at Lincoln's Inn Fields, where there was a stone staircase and a convenient door in the roof, my aunt being firmly persuaded that every house in London was going to be burnt down every night. We achieved the rest of our journey pleasantly, sometimes recurring to Doctors' Commons, and anticipating the distant days when I should be a proctor there, which Steerforth pictured in a variety of humorous and whimsical lights that made us both merry. When we came to our journey's end, he went home, engaging to call upon me next day but one, and I drove to Lincoln's Inn Fields, where I found my aunt up and waiting supper. If I had been round the world since we parted, we could hardly have been better pleased to meet again. My aunt cried outright as she embraced me, and said, pretending to laugh, that if my poor mother had been alive, that silly little creature would have shed tears, she had no doubt. "So you have left Mr. Dick behind, aunt?" said I. "I am sorry for that. Ah, Janet, how do you do?" As Janet curtsied, hoping I was well, I observed my aunt's visage lengthen very much. "I am sorry for it too," said my aunt, rubbing her nose. "I have had no peace of mind, Trot, since I have been here." Before I could ask why, she told me. "I am convinced," said my aunt, laying her hand with melancholy firmness on the table, "that Dick's character is not a character to keep the donkeys off. I am confident he wants strength of purpose. I ought to have left Janet at home instead, and then my mind might perhaps have been at ease. If ever there was a donkey trespassing on my green," said my aunt with emphasis, "there was one this afternoon at 4 o'clock. A cold feeling came over me from head to foot, and I know it was a donkey." I tried to comfort her on this point, but she rejected consolation. "It was a donkey," said my aunt, "and it was the one with the stumpy tail which that murdering sister of a woman rode when she came to my house." This had been ever since the only name my aunt knew for Miss Murdstone. "If there is any donkey in Dover whose audacity it is harder to me to bear than another's, that," said my aunt, striking the table, "is the animal." Janet ventured to suggest that my aunt might be disturbing herself unnecessarily, and that she believed the donkey in question was then engaged in the sand and gravel line of business, and was not available for purposes of trespass. But my aunt wouldn't hear of it. Supper was comfortably served and hot, though my aunt's rooms were very high up, whether that she might have more stone stairs for her money, or might be nearer to the door in the roof, I don't know, and consisted of a roast fowl, a steak, and some vegetables, to all of which I did ample justice, and which were all excellent. But my aunt had her own ideas concerning London provision, and ate but little. "I suppose this unfortunate fowl was born and brought up in a cellar," said my aunt, "and never took the air except on a hackney coach stand. I hope the steak may be beef, but I don't believe it. Nothing's genuine in the place, in my opinion, but the dirt." "Don't you think the fowl may have come out of the country, aunt?" I hinted. "Certainly not," returned my aunt. "It would be no pleasure to a London tradesman to sell anything which was what he pretended it was." I did not venture to controvert this opinion, but I made a good supper, which it greatly satisfied her to see me do. When the table was cleared, Janet assisted her to arrange her hair, to put on her nightcap, which was of a smarter construction than usual, "in case of fire," my aunt said, and to fold her gown back over her knees, these being her usual preparations for warming herself before going to bed. I then made her, according to certain established regulations from which no deviation, however slight, could ever be permitted, a glass of hot wine and water, and a slice of toast cut into long thin strips. With these accompaniments we were left alone to finish the evening, my aunt sitting opposite to me, drinking her wine and water, soaking her strips of toast in it one by one before eating them, and looking benignantly on me from among the borders of her nightcap. "Well, Trot," she began, "what do you think of the Proctor plan, or have you not begun to think about it yet?" "I have thought a good deal about it, my dear aunt, and I have talked a good deal about it with Steerforth. I like it very much indeed. I like it exceedingly." "Come," said my aunt, "that's cheering." "I have only one difficulty, Aunt." "Say what it is, Trot," she returned. "Why, I want to ask, Aunt, as this seems, from what I understand, to be a limited profession, whether my entrance into it would not be very expensive." "It will cost," returned my aunt, "to article you, just £1,000. "Now, my dear aunt," said I, drawing my chair nearer, "I am uneasy in my mind about that. It's a large sum of money. You have expended a great deal on my education, and have always been as liberal to me in all things as it was possible to be. You have been the soul of generosity. Surely there are some ways in which I might begin life with hardly any outlay, and yet begin with a good hope of getting on by resolution and exertion. Are you sure that it would not be better to try that course? Are you certain that you can afford to part with so much money, and that it is right that it should be so expended? I only ask you, my second mother, to consider. Are you certain?" My aunt finished eating the piece of toast on which she was then engaged, looking me full in the face all the while, and then, setting her glass on the chimney-piece, and folding her hands upon her folded skirts, replied as follows: "Trot, my child, if I have any object in life, it is to provide for your being a good, a sensible, and a happy man. I am bent upon it. So is Dick. I should like some people that I know to hear Dick's conversation on the subject. Its sagacity is wonderful, but no one knows the resources of that man's intellect except myself." She stopped for a moment to take my hand between hers, and went on: "It's in vain, Trot, to recall the past unless it works some influence upon the present. Perhaps I might have been better friends with your poor father. Perhaps I might have been better friends with that poor child, your mother, even after your sister Betsy Trotwood disappointed me. When you came to me, a little runaway boy, all dusty and way-worn, perhaps I thought so. From that time until now, Trot, you have ever been a credit to me, and a pride and a pleasure. I have no other claim upon my means. At least," here to my surprise she hesitated and was confused, "no, I have no other claim upon my means, and you are my adopted child. Only be a loving child to me in my age, and bear with my whims and fancies, and you will do more for an old woman whose prime of life was not so happy or conciliating as it might have been, than ever that old woman did for you." It was the first time I had heard my aunt refer to her past history. There was a magnanimity in her quiet way of doing so, and of dismissing it, which would have exalted her in my respect and affection if anything could. "All is agreed and understood between us now, Trot," said my aunt, "and we need talk of this no more. Give me a kiss, and we'll go to the Commons after breakfast tomorrow." We had a long chat by the fire before we went to bed. I slept in a room on the same floor with my aunt's, and was a little disturbed in the course of the night by her knocking at my door as often as she was agitated by a distant sound of hackney coaches or market carts, and inquiring if I heard the engines. But towards morning she slept better, and suffered me to do so too. At about midday we set out for the office of Messrs. Spenlow and Jorkins in Doctors' Commons. My aunt, who had this other general opinion in reference to London, that every man she saw was a pickpocket, gave me her purse to carry for her, which had 10 guineas in it and some silver. We made a pause at the toy shop in Fleet Street to see the giants of St. Dunstan's strike upon the balls. We had timed our going so as to catch them at it at 12 o'clock, and then went on towards Ludgate Hill and St. Paul's Churchyard. We were crossing to the former place when I found that my aunt greatly accelerated her speed and looked frightened. I observed at the same time that a lowering, ill-dressed man, who had stopped and stared at us in passing a little before, was coming so close after us as to brush against her. "Trot, my dear Trot!" cried my aunt in a terrified whisper, and pressing my arm. "I don't know what I am to do." "Don't be alarmed," said I. "There's nothing to be afraid of. Step into a shop, and I'll soon get rid of this fellow." "No, no, child," she returned. "Don't speak to him for the world. I entreat, I order you." "Good heaven, aunt," said I, "he is nothing but a sturdy beggar." "You don't know what he is," replied my aunt. "You don't know who he is. You don't know what you say." We had stopped in an empty doorway while this was passing, and he had stopped too. "Don't look at him," said my aunt, as I turned my head indignantly. "But get me a coach, my dear, and wait for me in St. Paul's Churchyard." "Wait for you?" I replied. "Yes," rejoined my aunt. "I must go alone." I must go with him." "With him, aunt? This man?" "I am in my senses," she replied, "and I tell you I must. Get me a coach." However much astonished I might be, I was sensible that I had no right to refuse compliance with such a peremptory command. I hurried away a few paces, and called a hackney chariot which was passing empty. Almost before I could let down the steps, my aunt sprang in, I don't know how, and the man followed. She waved her hand to me to go away, so earnestly, that all confounded as I was, I turned from them at once. In doing so, I heard her say to the coachman, "Drive anywhere, drive straight on," and presently the chariot passed me, going up the hill. What Mr. Dick had told me, and what I had supposed to be a delusion of his, now came into my mind. I could not doubt that this person was the person of whom he had made such mysterious mention, though what the nature of his hold upon my aunt could possibly be, I was quite unable to imagine. After half an hour's cooling in the churchyard, I saw the chariot coming back. The driver stopped beside me, and my aunt was sitting in it alone. She had not yet sufficiently recovered from her agitation to be quite prepared for the visit we had to make. She desired me to get into the chariot, and to tell the coachman to drive slowly up and down a little while. She said no more, except, "My dear child, never ask me what it was, and don't refer to it," until she had perfectly regained her composure, when she told me she was quite herself now, and we might get out. On her giving me her purse to pay the driver, I found that all the guineas were gone, and only the loose silver remained. Doctors' Commons was approached by a little low archway. Before we had taken many paces down the street beyond it, the noise of the city seemed to melt, as if by magic, into a softened distance. A few dull courts and narrow ways brought us to the skylighted offices of Spenlow and Jorkins, in the vestibule of which temple, accessible to pilgrims without the ceremony of knocking, 3 or 4 clerks were at work as copyists. One of these, a little dry man, sitting by himself, who wore a stiff brown wig that looked as if it were made of gingerbread, rose to receive my aunt, and show us into Mr. Spenlow's room. "Mr. Spenlow's in court, ma'am," said the dry man. "It's an Arches day, but it's close by, and I'll send for him directly." As we were left to look about us while Mr. Spenlow was fetched, I availed myself of the opportunity. The furniture of the room was old-fashioned and dusty, and the green baize on the top of the writing-table had lost all its colour, and was as withered and pale as an old pauper. There were a great many bundles of papers on it, some endorsed as allegations, and some, to my surprise, as libels, and some as being in the Consistory Court, and some in the Arches Court, and some in the Prerogative Court, and some in the Admiralty Court, and some in the Delegates' Court, giving me occasion to wonder much how many courts there might be in the gross, and how long it would take to understand them all. Besides these, there were sundry immense manuscript books of evidence taken on affidavit, strongly bound and tied together in massive sets, a set to each cause, as if every cause were a history in 10 or 20 volumes. All this looked tolerably expensive, I thought, and gave me an agreeable notion of a proctor's business. I was casting my eyes with increasing complacency over these and many similar objects, when hasty footsteps were heard in the room outside, and Mr. Spenlow, in a black gown trimmed with white fur, came hurrying in, taking off his hat as he came. He was a little light-haired gentleman with undeniable boots and the stiffest of white cravats and shirt-collars. He was buttoned up, mighty trim and tight, and must have taken a great deal of pains with his whiskers, which were accurately curled. His gold watch chain was so massive that a fancy came across me that he ought to have a sinewy golden arm to draw it out with, like those which are put up over the gold-beaters' shops. He was got up with such care, and was so stiff that he could hardly bend himself, being obliged, when he glanced at some papers on his desk, after sitting down in his chair, to move his whole body from the bottom of his spine, like Punch. I had previously been presented by my aunt, and had been courteously received. He now said, "And so, Mr. Copperfield, you think of entering into our profession. I casually mentioned to Miss Trotwood, when I had the pleasure of an interview with her the other day," with another inclination of his body, Punch again, "that there was a vacancy here. Miss Trotwood was good enough to mention that she had a nephew who was her peculiar care, and for whom she was seeking to provide genteelly in life. "That nephew, I believe. I have now the pleasure of Punch again." I bowed my acknowledgments, and said my aunt had mentioned to me that there was that opening, and that I believed I should like it very much. That I was strongly inclined to like it, and had taken immediately to the proposal. That I could not absolutely pledge myself to like it until I knew something more about it. That although it was little else than a matter of form, I presumed I should have an opportunity of trying how I liked it before I bound myself to it irrevocably. "Oh, surely, surely," said Mr. Spenlow. "We always in this house propose a month, an initiatory month. I should be happy myself to propose 2 months, 3, an indefinite period, in fact, but I have a partner, Mr. Jorkins." "And the premium, sir," I returned, "is £1,000? "And the premium, stamp included, is £1,000, said Mr. Spenlow. "As I have mentioned to Miss Trotwood, I am actuated by no mercenary considerations. Few men are less so, I believe. But Mr. Jorkins has his opinions on these subjects, and I am bound to respect Mr. Jorkins's opinions. Mr. Jorkins thinks £1,000 too little, in short." "I suppose, sir," said I, still desiring to spare my aunt, "that it is not the custom here, if an articled clerk were particularly useful, and made himself a perfect master of his profession—" I could not help blushing, this looked so like praising myself. "I suppose it is not the custom, in the later years of his time, to allow him any—" Mr. Spenlow, by a great effort, just lifted his head far enough out of his cravat to shake it, and answered, anticipating the word salary: "No, I will not say what consideration I might give to that point myself, Mr. Copperfield, if I were unfettered. Mr. Jorkins is immovable." I was quite dismayed by the idea of this terrible Jorkins, but I found out afterwards that he was a mild man of a heavy temperament, whose place in the business was to keep himself in the background, and be constantly exhibited by name as the most obdurate and ruthless of men. If a clerk wanted his salary raised, Mr. Jorkins wouldn't listen to such a proposition. If a client was slow to settle his bill of costs, Mr. Jorkins was resolved to have it paid. And however painful these things might be, and always were, to the feelings of Mr. Spenlow, Mr. Jorkins would have his bond. The heart and hand of the good angel Spenlow would have been always open, but for the restraining demon Jorkins. As I have grown older, I think I have had experience of some other houses doing business on the principle of Spenlow and Jorkins. It was settled that I should begin my month's probation as soon as I pleased, and that my aunt need neither remain in town nor return at its expiration, as the articles of agreement of which I was to be the subject could easily be sent to her at home for her signature. When we had got so far, Mr. Spenlow offered to take me into court then and there, and show me what sort of place it was. As I was willing enough to know, we went out with this object, leaving my aunt behind, who would trust herself, she said, in no such place, and who, I think, regarded all courts of law as a sort of powder mills that might blow up at any time. Mr. Spenlow conducted me through a paved courtyard formed of grave brick houses, which I inferred, from the doctors' names upon the doors, to be the official abiding places of the learned advocates of whom Steerforth had told me, and into a large dull room, not unlike a chapel, to my thinking, on the left hand. The upper part of this room was fenced off from the rest, and there, on the 2 sides of a raised platform of the horseshoe form, sitting on easy old-fashioned dining-room chairs, were sundry gentlemen in red gowns and grey wigs, whom I found to be the doctors aforesaid. Blinking over a little desk, like a pulpit desk, in the curve of the horseshoe, was an old gentleman whom, if I had seen him in an aviary, I should certainly have taken for an owl, but who, I learned, was the presiding judge. In the space within the horseshoe, lower than these, that is to say, on about the level of the floor, were sundry other gentlemen of Mr. Spenlow's rank, and dressed like him in black gowns with white fur upon them, sitting at a long green table. Their cravats were in general stiff, I thought, and their looks haughty, but in this last respect I presently conceived I had done them an injustice, for when 2 or 3 of them had to rise and answer a question of the presiding dignitary, I never saw anything more sheepish. The public, represented by a boy with a comforter, and a shabby genteel man secretly eating crumbs out of his coat pockets, was warming itself at a stove in the centre of the court. The languid stillness of the place was only broken by the chirping of this fire, and by the voice of one of the doctors, who was wandering slowly through a perfect library of evidence, and stopping to put up from time to time at little roadside inns of argument on the journey. Altogether, I have never on any occasion made one at such a cosy, dosy, old-fashioned, time-forgotten, sleepy-headed little family party in all my life, and I felt it would be quite a soothing opiate to belong to it in any character, except perhaps as a suitor. Very well satisfied with the dreamy nature of this retreat, I informed Mr. Spenlow that I had seen enough for that time, and we rejoined my aunt, in company with whom I presently departed from the Commons, feeling very young when I went out of Spenlow and Jorkins's on account of the clerks poking one another with their pens to point me out. We arrived at Lincoln's Inn Fields without any new adventures, except encountering an unlucky donkey in a costermonger's cart, who suggested painful associations to my aunt. We had another long talk about my plans when we were safely housed, and as I knew she was anxious to get home, and between fire, food, and pickpockets could never be considered at her ease for half an hour in London, I urged her not to be uncomfortable on my account, but to leave me to take care of myself. "I have not been here a week tomorrow without considering that too, my dear," she returned. "There is a furnished little set of chambers to be let in the Adelphi, Trot, which ought to suit you to a marvel." With this brief introduction, she produced from her pocket an advertisement carefully cut out of a newspaper, setting forth that in Buckingham Street in the Adelphi there was to be let furnished, with a view of the river, a singularly desirable and compact set of chambers, forming a genteel residence for a young gentleman, a member of one of the Inns of Court or otherwise, with immediate possession. Terms moderate, and could be taken for a month only if required. "Why, this is the very thing, aunt," said I, flushed with the possible dignity of living in chambers. "Then come," replied my aunt, immediately resuming the bonnet she had a minute before laid aside. "We'll go and look at 'em." Away we went. The advertisement directed us to apply to Mrs. Crupp on the premises, and we rung the area bell, which we supposed to communicate with Mrs. Crupp. It was not until we had rung 3 or 4 times that we could prevail on Mrs. Crupp to communicate with us, but at last she appeared, being a stout lady with a flounce of flannel petticoat below a nankeen gown. "Let us see these chambers of yours, if you please, ma'am," said my aunt. "For this gentleman?" said Mrs. Crupp, feeling in her pocket for her keys. "Yes, for my nephew," said my aunt. "And a sweet set they is for sich," said Mrs. Crupp. So we went upstairs. They were on the top of the house, a great point with my aunt, being near the fire escape, and consisted of a little half-blind entry where you could see hardly anything, a little stone-blind pantry where you could see nothing at all, a sitting-room and a bedroom. The furniture was rather faded, but quite good enough for me, and sure enough the river was outside the windows. As I was delighted with the place, my aunt and Mrs. Crupp withdrew into the pantry to discuss the terms, while I remained on the sitting-room sofa, hardly daring to think it possible that I could be destined to live in such a noble residence. After a single combat of some duration they returned, and I saw to my joy, both in Mrs. Crupp's countenance and in my aunt's, that the deed was done. "Is it the last occupant's furniture?" inquired my aunt. "Yes, it is, ma'am," said Mrs. Crupp. "What's become of him?" asked my aunt. Mrs. Crupp was taken with a troublesome cough, in the midst of which she articulated with much difficulty, "He was took ill here, ma'am, and dear me, and he died." "Hey, what did he die of?" asked my aunt. "Well, ma'am, he died of drink," said Mrs. Crupp in confidence, "and smoke." "Smoke? You don't mean chimneys?" said my aunt. "No, ma'am," returned Mrs. Crupp, "cigars and pipes." "That's not catching, Trot, at any rate," remarked my aunt, turning to me. "No, indeed," said I. In short, my aunt, seeing how enraptured I was with the premises, took them for a month, with leave to remain for 12 months when that time was out. Mrs. Crupp was to find linen and to cook, every other necessary was already provided, and Mrs. Crupp expressly intimated that she should always yearn towards me as a son. I was to take possession the day after tomorrow, and Mrs. Crupp said, thank heaven she had now found someone she could care for. On our way back, my aunt informed me how she confidently trusted that the life I was now to lead would make me firm and self-reliant, which was all I wanted. She repeated this several times next day, in the intervals of our arranging for the transmission of my clothes and books from Mr. Wickfield's, relative to which, and to all my late holiday, I wrote a long letter to Agnes, of which my aunt took charge, as she was to leave on the succeeding day. Not to lengthen these particulars, I need only add that she made a handsome provision for all my possible wants during my month of trial, that Steerforth, to my great disappointment, and hers too, did not make his appearance before she went away, that I saw her safely seated in a Dover coach, exulting in the coming discomfiture of the vagrant donkeys, with Janet at her side, and that when the coach was gone, I turned my face to the Adelphi, pondering on the old days when I used to roam about its subterranean arches, and on the happy changes which had brought me to the surface. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of David Copperfield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 24. My First Dissipation. It was a wonderfully fine thing to have that lofty castle to myself, and to feel, when I shut my outer door, like Robinson Crusoe when he had got into his fortification and pulled his ladder up after him. It was a wonderfully fine thing to walk about town with the key of my house in my pocket, and to know that I could ask any fellow to come home, and make quite sure of its being inconvenient to nobody if it were not so to me. It was a wonderfully fine thing to let myself in and out, and to come and go without a word to anyone, and to ring Mrs. Crupp up, gasping from the depths of the earth when I wanted her, and when she was disposed to come. All this, I say, was wonderfully fine. But I must say, too, that there were times when it was very dreary. It was fine in the morning, particularly in the fine mornings. It looked a very fresh, free life by daylight, still fresher and more free by sunlight. But as the day declined, the life seemed to go down too. I don't know how it was. It seldom looked well by candlelight. I wanted somebody to talk to then. I missed Agnes. I found a tremendous blank in the place of that smiling repository of my confidence. Mrs. Crupp appeared to be a long way off. I thought about my predecessor who had died of drink and smoke, and I could have wished he had been so good as to live, and not bother me with his decease. After 2 days and nights, I felt as if I had lived there for a year, and yet I was not an hour older, but was quite as much tormented by my own youthfulness as ever. Steerforth not yet appearing, which induced me to apprehend that he must be ill, I left the Commons early on the 3rd day, and walked out to Highgate. Mrs. Steerforth was very glad to see me, and said that he had gone away with one of his Oxford friends to see another who lived near St. Albans, but that she expected him to return tomorrow. I was so fond of him that I felt quite jealous of his Oxford friends. As she pressed me to stay to dinner, I remained, and I believe we talked about nothing but him all day. I told her how much the people liked him at Yarmouth, and what a delightful companion he had been. Miss Dartle was full of hints and mysterious questions, but took a great interest in all our proceedings there, and said, "Was it really, though?" and so forth, so often that she got everything out of me she wanted to know. Her appearance, it was exactly what I have described it when I first saw her, but the society of the two ladies was so agreeable and came so natural to me that I felt myself falling a little in love with her. I could not help thinking several times in the course of the evening, and particularly when I walked home at night, what delightful company she would be in Buckingham Street. I was taking my coffee and roll in the morning, before going to the Commons, and I may observe in this place that it is surprising how much coffee Mrs. Crupp used, and how weak it was, considering, when Steerforth himself walked in, to my unbounded joy. "My dear Steerforth," cried I began to think I would never see you again." "I was carried off by force of arms," said Steerforth, "the very next morning after I got home. Why, Daisy, what a rare old bachelor you are here." I showed him over the establishment, not omitting the pantry, with no little pride, and he commended it highly. "I tell you what, old boy," he added, "I shall make quite a town house of this place, unless you give me notice to quit." This was a delightful hearing. I told him if he waited for that, he would have to wait till doomsday. "But you should have some breakfast," said I, with my hand on the bell-rope, "and Mrs. Krupp shall make you some fresh coffee, and I'll toast you some bacon in a bachelor's Dutch oven that I've got here." "No, no," said Steerforth, "don't ring. I can't. I'm going to breakfast with one of these fellows who is at the Piazza Hotel in Covent Garden." "But you'll come back to dinner," said I. "I can't, upon my life. There's nothing I should like better, but I must remain with these two fellows. We're all three off together tomorrow morning." "Then bring them here to dinner," I returned. "Do you think they'd come?" "Oh, they would come fast enough," said Steerforth, "but we should inconvenience you. You'd better come and dine with us somewhere." I would not by any means consent to this, for it occurred to me that I really ought to have a little housewarming, and that there never could be a better opportunity. I had a new pride in my rooms after his approval of them, and burned with a desire to develop their utmost resources. I therefore made him promise positively in the names of his two friends, and we appointed 6 o'clock as the dinner hour. When he was gone, I rang for Mrs. Krupp and acquainted her with my desperate design. Mrs. Krupp said, in the first place, of course, it was well known she couldn't be expected to wait, but she knew a handy young man who she thought could be prevailed upon to do it, and whose terms would be 5 shillings, and what I pleased. I said certainly we should have him. Next, Mrs. Krupp said it was clear she couldn't be in 2 places at once, which I felt to be reasonable, and that a young gal, stationed in the pantry with a bedroom candle, there never to desist from washing plates, would be indispensable. I said, what would be the expense of this young female? And Mrs. Krupp said she supposed 18 pence would neither make me nor break me. I said I supposed not, and that was settled. Then Mrs. Krupp said, now about the dinner. It was a remarkable instance of want of forethought on the part of the ironmonger who had made Mrs. Krupp's kitchen fireplace, that it was capable of cooking nothing but chops and mashed potatoes. As to a fish kittle, Mrs. Krupp said, well, would I only come and look at the range? She couldn't say fairer than that. Would I come and look at it? As I should not have been much the wiser if I had looked at it, I declined and said, never mind fish. But Mrs. Krupp said, don't say that. Oysters was in, why not them? So that was settled. Mrs. Krupp then said what she would recommend would be this: a pair of hot roast fowls from the pastry cook's, a dish of stewed beef with vegetables from the pastry cook's, 2 little corner things as a roast pie and a dish of kidneys from the pastry cook's, a tart, and if I liked, a shape of jelly from the pastry cook's. This, Mrs. Krupp said, would leave her at full liberty to concentrate her mind on the potatoes, and to serve up the cheese and celery as she could wish to see it done. I acted on Mrs. Krupp's opinion, and gave the order at the pastry cook's myself. Walking along the Strand afterwards, and observing a hard mottled substance in the window of a ham and beef shop, which resembled marble but was labelled mock turtle, I went in and bought a slab of it, which I have since seen reason to believe would have sufficed for 15 people. This preparation Mrs. Krupp, after some difficulty, consented to warm up, and it shrunk so much in a liquid state that we found it what Steerforth called rather a tight fit for 4. These preparations happily completed, I bought a little dessert in Covent Garden Market, and gave a rather extensive order at a retail wine merchant's in that vicinity. When I came home in the afternoon and saw the bottles drawn up in a square on the pantry floor, they looked so numerous, there were 2 missing, which made Mrs. Krupp very uncomfortable. I was absolutely frightened at them. One of Steerforth's friends was named Granger, and the other Markham. They were both very gay and lively fellows. Granger something older than Steerforth, Markham youthful-looking, and I should say not more than 20. I observed that the latter always spoke of himself indefinitely, as a man, and seldom or never in the first-person singular. "A man might get on very well here, Mr. Copperfield," said Markham, meaning himself. "It's not a bad situation," said I, "and the rooms are really commodious." "I hope you've both brought appetites with you," said Steerforth. "Upon my honour," returned Markham, "town seems to sharpen a man's appetite. A man is hungry all day long. A man is perpetually eating." Being a little embarrassed at first, and feeling much too young to preside, I made Steerforth take the head of the table when dinner was announced, and seated myself opposite to him. Everything was very good. We did not spare the wine, and he exerted himself so brilliantly to make the thing pass off well that there was no pause in our festivity. I was not quite such good company during dinner as I could have wished to be, for my chair was opposite the door, and my attention was distracted by observing that the handy young man went out of the room very often, and that his shadow always presented itself immediately afterwards on the wall of the entry with a bottle at its mouth. The young gal likewise occasioned me some uneasiness, not so much by neglecting to wash the plates as by breaking them. For, being of an inquisitive disposition, and unable to confine herself, as her positive instructions were, to the pantry, she was constantly peering in at us, and constantly imagining herself detected, in which belief she several times retired upon the plates with which she had carefully paved the floor, and did a great deal of destruction. These, however, were small drawbacks, and easily forgotten when the cloth was cleared and the dessert put on the table, at which period of the entertainment the handy young man was discovered to be speechless. Giving him private directions to seek the society of Mrs. Crupp, and to remove the young gal to the basement also, I abandoned myself to enjoyment. I began by being singularly cheerful and light-hearted. All sorts of half-forgotten things to talk about came rushing into my mind, and made me hold forth in a most unwonted manner. I laughed heartily at my own jokes, and everybody else's, called Steerforth to order for not passing the wine, made several engagements to go to Oxford, announced that I meant to have a dinner party exactly like that once a week until further notice, and madly took so much snuff out of Granger's box that I was obliged to go into the pantry and have a private fit of sneezing 10 minutes long. I went on by passing the wine faster and faster yet, and continually starting up with a corkscrew to open more wine, long before any was needed. I proposed Steerforth's health. I said he was my dearest friend, the protector of my boyhood, and the companion of my prime. I said I was delighted to propose his health. I said I owed him more obligations than I could ever repay, and held him in a higher admiration than I could ever express. I finished by saying, "I'll give you Steerforth. God bless him. Hooray!" We gave him 3 times 3, and another, and a good one to finish with. I broke my glass in going round the table to shake hands with him, and I said, in 2 words, "Steerforth, you're the guiding star of my existence." I went on by finding suddenly that somebody was in the middle of a song. Markham was the singer, and he sang, "When the heart of a man is depressed with care." He said when he had sung it, he would give us "Woman." I took objection to that, and I couldn't allow it. I said it was not a respectful way of proposing the toast, and I would never permit that toast to be drunk in my house otherwise than "the ladies." I was very high with him, mainly I think because I saw Steerforth and Granger laughing at me, or at him, or at both of us. He said a man was not to be dictated to. I said a man was. He said a man was not to be insulted then. I said he was right there, never under my roof, where the ladies were sacred and the laws of hospitality paramount. He said it was no derogation from a man's dignity to confess that I was a devilish good fellow. I instantly proposed his health. Somebody was smoking. We were all smoking. I was smoking, and trying to suppress a rising tendency to shudder. Steerforth had made a speech about me, in the course of which I had been affected almost to tears. I returned thanks, and hoped the present company would dine with me tomorrow and the day after, each day at 5 o'clock, that we might enjoy the pleasures of conversation and society through a long evening. I felt called upon to propose an individual. I give them my aunt, Miss Betsy Trotwood, the best of her sex. Somebody was leaning out of my bedroom window, refreshing his forehead against the cool stone of the parapet, and feeling the air upon his face. It was myself. I was addressing myself as Copperfield and saying, "Why did you try to smoke? You might have known you couldn't do it." Now somebody was unsteadily contemplating his features in the looking-glass. That was I too. I was very pale in the looking-glass, my eyes had a vacant appearance, and my hair, only my hair, nothing else, looked drunk. Somebody said to me, "Let us go to the theatre, Copperfield." There was no bedroom before me, but again the jingling table covered with glasses, the lamp, Granger on my right hand, Markham on my left, and Steerforth opposite, all sitting in a mist and a long way off. The theatre? To be sure, the very thing. Come along. But they must excuse me if I saw everybody out first and turned the lamp off, in case of fire. Owing to some confusion in the dark, the door was gone. I was feeling for it in the window curtains when Steerforth, laughing, took me by the arm and led me out. We went downstairs, one behind the another. Near the bottom, somebody fell and rolled down. Somebody else said it was Copperfield. I was angry at that false report, until, finding myself on my back in the passage, I began to think there might be some foundation for it. A very foggy night, with great rings round the lamps in the streets. There was an indistinct talk of its being wet. I considered it frosty. Steerforth dusted me under a lamp-post and put my hat into shape, which somebody produced from somewhere in a most extraordinary manner, for I hadn't had it on before. Steerforth then said, "You're all right, Copperfield, are you not?" And I told him, "Never better." A man sitting in a pigeon-hole place looked out of the fog and took money from somebody, inquiring if I was one of the gentlemen paid for, and appearing rather doubtful, as I remember in the glimpse I had of him, whether to take the money for me or not. Shortly afterwards we were very high up in a very hot theatre, looking down into a large pit that seemed to me to smoke. The people with whom it was crammed were so indistinct. There was a great stage, too, looking very clean and smooth after the streets, and there were people upon it, talking about something or other, but not at all intelligibly. There was an abundance of bright lights, and there was music, and there were ladies down in the boxes, and I don't know what more. The whole building looked to me as if it were learning to swim. It conducted itself in such an unaccountable manner when I tried to steady it. On somebody's motion, we resolved to go downstairs to the dress boxes where the ladies were. A gentleman lounging, full-dressed, on a sofa with an opera-glass in his hand, passed before my view, and also my own figure at full length in a glass. Then I was being ushered into one of these boxes, and found myself saying something as I sat down, and people about me crying, "Silence!" to somebody, and ladies casting indignant glances at me, and what? Yes, Agnes, sitting on the seat before me, in the same box, with a lady and gentleman beside her whom I didn't know. I see her face now, better than I did then, I dare say, with this indelible look of regret and wonder turned upon me. "Agnes!" I said thickly. "Lord bless me, Agnes!" "Hush, pray," she answered. I could not conceive why. "You disturb the company. Look at the stage." I tried, on her injunction, to fix it, and to hear something of what was going on there, but quite in vain. I looked at her again by and by, and saw her shrink into her corner and put her gloved hand to her forehead. "Agnes," I said, "I'm afraid you're not well." "Yes, yes, do not mind me, Trotwood," she returned. "Listen, are you going away soon?" "Am I going away soon?" I repeated. "Yes." I had a stupid intention of replying that I was going to wait to hand her downstairs. I suppose I expressed it somehow, for after she had looked at me attentively for a little while, she appeared to understand, and replied in a low tone, "I know you will do as I ask you if I tell you I am very earnest in it. Go away now, Trotwood, for my sake, and ask your friends to take you home." She had so far improved me for the time, that though I was angry with her, I felt ashamed. With a short "Hurry," which I intended for "good night," got up and went away. They followed, and I stepped at once out of the box door into my bedroom, where only Steerforth was with me, helping me to undress, and where I was by turns telling him that Agnes was my sister, and adjuring him to bring the corkscrew that I might open another bottle of wine. How How somebody lying in my bed lay saying and doing all this over again at cross purposes in a feverish dream all night, the bed a rocking sea that was never still. How, as that somebody slowly settled down into myself, did I begin to parch and feel as if my outer covering of skin were a hard board, my tongue the bottom of an empty kettle furred with long service and burning up over a slow fire, the palms of my hands hot plates of metal which no ice could cool. But the agony of mind, the remorse and shame I felt when I became conscious next day, my horror of having committed 1,000 offences I had forgotten, and which nothing could ever expiate, my recollection of that indelible look which Agnes had given me, the torturing impossibility of communicating with her, not knowing, beast that I was, how she came to be in London or where she stayed, my disgust of the very sight of the room where the revel had been held, my racking head, the smell of smoke, the sight of glasses, the impossibility of going out or even getting up. Oh, what a day it was! Oh, what an evening, when I sat down by my fire to a basin of mutton broth, dimpled all over with fat, and thought I was going the way of my predecessor, and should succeed to his dismal story as well as to his chambers, and had half a mind to rush express to Dover and reveal all. What an evening, when Mrs. Crupp, coming in to take away the broth basin, produced 1 kidney on a cheese plate as the entire remains of yesterday's feast, and I was really inclined to fall upon her nankeen breast and say in heartfelt penitence, "Oh, Mrs. Crupp, never mind the broken meats. I'm very miserable." Only that I doubted, even at that pass, if Mrs. Crupp were quite the sort of woman to confide in. End of chapter 24. Recording by Simon Evers. Chapter 25 of David Copperfield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Evers. David Copperfield by Charles Dickens. Chapter 25. Good and Bad Angels. I was going out at my door on the morning after that deplorable day of headache, sickness, and repentance, with an odd confusion in my mind relative to the date of my dinner party, as if a body of Titans had taken an enormous lever and pushed the day before yesterday some months back, when I saw a ticket porter coming upstairs with a letter in his hand. He was taking his time about his errand then, but when he saw me on the top of the staircase, looking at him over the banisters, he swung into a trot, and came up panting as if he had run himself into a state of exhaustion. "T. Copperfield, Esquire," said the ticket porter, touching his hat with his little cane. I could scarcely lay claim to the name. I was so disturbed by the conviction that the letter came from Agnes. However, I told him that I was T. Copperfield, Esquire, and he believed it, and gave me the letter which he said required an answer. I shut him out on the landing to wait for the answer, and went into my chambers again in such a nervous state that I was fain to lay the letter down on my breakfast table and familiarize myself with the outside of it a little before I could resolve to break the seal. I found when I did open it that it was a very kind note containing no reference to my condition at the theatre. All it said was, "My dear Trotwood, I am staying at the house of my papa's agent, Mr. Waterbrook, in Ely Place, Holborn. Will you come and see me to-day, at any time you like to appoint? Ever yours affectionately, Agnes." It took me such a long time to write an answer at all to my satisfaction that I don't know what the ticket porter can have thought, unless he thought I was learning to write. I must have written 6 answers at least. I began one, "How can I ever hope, my dear Agnes, to efface from your remembrance the disgusting impression—" There I didn't like it, and then I tore it up. I began another, "Shakespeare has observed, my dear Agnes, how strange it is that a man should put an M.A. into his mouth—" That reminded me of Markham, and it got no farther. I even tried poetry. I began one note in a 6-syllable line, "Oh, do not remember," but that associated itself with the 5th of November, and became an absurdity. After many attempts, I wrote, "My dear Agnes, Your letter is like you, and what could I say of it that would be higher praise than that? I will come at 4 o'clock. Affectionately and sorrowfully, T.C. With this missive, which I was in 20 minds at once about recalling as soon as it was out of my hands, the ticket porter at last departed. If the day were half as tremendous to any other professional gentleman in Doctors' Commons as it was to me, I sincerely believe he made some expiation for his share in that rotten old ecclesiastical cheese. Although I left the office at 3:30 and was prowling about the place of appointment within a few minutes afterwards, the appointed time was exceeded by a full quarter of an hour, according to the clock of St. Andrew's, Holborn, before I could muster up sufficient desperation to pull the private bell handle let into the left-hand doorpost of Mr. Waterbrook's house. The professional business of Mr. Waterbrook's establishment was done on the ground floor, and the genteel business, of which there was a good deal, in the upper part of the building. I was shown into a pretty but rather close drawing-room, and there sat Agnes netting a purse. She looked so quiet and good, and reminded me so strongly of my airy, fresh schooldays at Canterbury, and the sodden, smoky, stupid wretch I had been the other night, that, nobody being by, I yielded to my self-reproach and shame, and, in short, made a fool of myself. I cannot deny that I shed tears. To this hour I am undecided whether it was upon the whole the wisest thing I could have done, or the most ridiculous. If it had been any one but you, Agnes, said I, turning away my head, I should not have minded it half so much, but that it should have been you who saw me. I almost wish I had been dead first. She put her hand, its touch was like no other hand, upon my arm for a moment, and I felt so befriended and comforted that I could not help moving it to my lips and gratefully kissing it. "Sit down," said Agnes cheerfully. "Don't be unhappy, Trotwood. If you cannot confidently trust me, whom will you trust?" "Ah, Agnes," I returned, "you are my good angel." She smiled rather sadly, I thought, and shook her head. "Yes, Agnes, my good angel, always my good angel." "If I were indeed Trotwood," she returned, "there is one thing that I should set my heart on very much." I looked at her inquiringly, but already with a foreknowledge of her meaning. "On warning you," said Agnes, with a steady glance, "against your bad angel." "My dear Agnes," I began, "if you mean Steerforth—" "I do, Trotwood," she returned. "Then, Agnes, you wrong him very much. He my bad angel or anyone's? He anything but a guide, a support, and a friend to me? My dear Agnes, now is it not unjust and unlike you to judge him from what you saw of me the other night?" "I do not judge him from what I saw of you the other night," she quietly replied. "From what, then?" "From many things. Trifles in themselves, but they do not seem to me to be so when they are put together. I judge him partly from your account of him, Trotwood, and your character, and the influence he has over you." There was always something in her modest voice that seemed to touch a chord within me, answering to that sound alone. It was always earnest, but when it was very earnest, as it was now, there was a thrill in it that quite subdued me. I sat looking at her as she cast her eyes down on her work. I sat seeming still to listen to her, and Steerforth, in spite of all my attachment to him, darkened in that tone. "It is very bold in me," said Agnes, looking up again, "who have lived in such seclusion and can know so little of the world, to give you my advice so confidently, or even to have this strong opinion. But I know in what it is engendered, Trotwood, in how true a remembrance of our having grown up together, and in how true an interest in all relating to you. It is that which makes me bold. I am certain that what I say is right. I am quite sure it is. I feel as if it were someone else speaking to you and not I, when I caution you that you have made a dangerous friend." Again I looked at her. Again I listened to her after she was silent. And again his image, though it was still fixed in my heart, darkened. "I am not so unreasonable as to expect," said Agnes, resuming her usual tone after a little while, that you will, or that you can, at once change any sentiment that has become a conviction to you, least of all a sentiment that is rooted in your trusting disposition. You ought not hastily to do that. I only ask you, Trotwood, if you ever think of me, I mean," with a quiet smile, for I was going to interrupt her, and she knew why, "as often as you think of me, to think of what I have said. Do you forgive me for all this?" "I will forgive you, Agnes," I replied, "when you come to do Steerforth justice, and to like him as well as I do." "Not until then," said Agnes. I saw a passing shadow on her face when I made this mention of him, but she returned my smile, and we were again as unreserved in our mutual confidence as of old. "And when, Agnes," said I, "will you forgive me the other night?" "When I recall it," said Agnes. She would have dismissed the subject so, but I was too full of it to allow that, and insisted on telling her how it happened that I had disgraced myself, and what chain of accidental circumstances had had the theatre for its final link. It was a great relief to me to do this, and to enlarge on the obligation that I owed to Steerforth for his care of me when I was unable to take care of myself. "You must not forget," said Agnes, calmly changing the conversation as soon as I had concluded, "that you are always to tell me, not only when you fall into trouble, but when you fall in love. Who has succeeded to Miss Larkins, Trotwood?" "No one, Agnes." "Some one, Trotwood," said Agnes, laughing and holding up her finger. "No, Agnes, upon my word. There is a lady, certainly, at Mrs. Steerforth's house, who is very clever, and whom I like to talk to, Miss Dartle, but I don't adore her." Agnes laughed again at her own penetration, and told me that if I were faithful to her in my confidence, she thought she could keep a little register of my violent attachments, with the date, duration, and termination of each, like the table of the reigns of the kings and queens in the history of England. Then she asked me if I had seen Uriah. "Uriah Heep?" said I. "No. Is he in London?" "He comes to the office downstairs every day," returned Agnes. "He was in London a week before me. I'm afraid on disagreeable business, Trotwood." "On some business that made you uneasy, Agnes, I see," said I. "What can that be?" Agnes laid aside her work, and replied, folding her hands upon one another, and looking pensively at me out of those beautiful soft eyes of hers, "I believe he is going to enter into partnership with Papa." "What, Uriah? That mean, fawning fellow worm himself into such promotion?" I cried indignantly. "Have you made no remonstrance about it, Agnes? Consider what a connection it is likely to be. You must speak out. You must not allow your father to take such a mad step. You must prevent it, Agnes, while there's time." Still looking at me, Agnes shook her head while I was speaking, with a faint smile at my warmth, and then replied, "You remember our last conversation about Papa? It was not long after that, not more than 2 or 3 days, when he gave me the first intimation of what I tell you. It was sad to see him struggling between his desire to represent it to me as a matter of choice on his part, and his inability to conceal that it was forced upon him. I felt very sorry." "Forced upon him, Agnes? Who forces it upon him?" "Uriah," she replied, after a moment's hesitation, "has made himself indispensable to Papa. He is subtle and watchful. He has mastered Papa's weaknesses, fostered them, and taken advantage of them, until, to say all that I mean in a word, Trotwood, until Papa is afraid of him." There was more that she might have said, more than she knew, or that she suspected, I clearly saw. I could not give her pain by asking what it was, for I knew that she withheld it from me to spare her father. It had long been going on to this, I was sensible. Yes, I could not but feel on the least reflection that it had been going on to this for a long time. I remained silent. "His ascendancy over Papa," said Agnes, "is very great. He professes humility and gratitude, with truth perhaps, I hope so, but his position is really one of power, and I fear he makes a hard use of his power." I said he was a hound, which at the moment was a great satisfaction to me. At the time I speak of as the time when Papa spoke to me, pursued Agnes, he had told Papa that he was going away, that he was very sorry and unwilling to leave, but that he had better prospects. Papa was very much depressed then, and more bowed down by care than ever you or I have seen him. But he seemed relieved by this expedient of the partnership, though at the same time he seemed hurt by it and ashamed of it. And how did you receive it, Agnes? I did, Trotwood, she replied, what I hoped was right. Feeling sure that it was necessary for Papa's peace that the sacrifice should be made, I entreated him to make it. I said it would lighten the load of his life. I hope it will, and that it would give me increased opportunities of being his companion. Oh, Trotwood, cried Agnes, putting her hands before her face as her tears started on it, I almost feel as if I had been Papa's enemy instead of his loving child. For I know how he has altered in his devotion to me. I know how he has narrowed the circle of his sympathies and duties in the concentration of his whole mind upon me. I know what a multitude of things he has shut out for my sake, and how his anxious thoughts of me have shadowed his life and weakened his strength and energy by turning them always upon one idea. If I could ever set this right, if I could ever work out his restoration, as I have so innocently been the cause of his decline. I had never before seen Agnes cry. I had seen tears in her eyes when I had brought new honours home from school, and I had seen them there when we last spoke about her father, and I had seen her turn her gentle head aside when we took leave of one another. But I had never seen her grieve like this. It made me so sorry that I could only say in a foolish, helpless manner, "Pray, Agnes, don't. Don't, my dear sister." But Agnes was too superior to me in character and purpose, as I know well now, whatever I might know or not know then, to be long in need of my entreaties. The beautiful, calm manner which made her so different in my remembrance from everybody else came back again, as if a cloud had passed from a serene sky. "We are not likely to remain alone much longer," said Agnes, "and while I have an opportunity, let me earnestly entreat you, Trotwood, to be friendly to Uriah. Don't repel him. Don't resent, as I think you have a general disposition to do, what may be uncongenial to you in him. He may not deserve it, for we know no certain ill of him. In any case, think first of Papa and me." Agnes had no time to say more, for the room door opened, and Mrs. Waterbrook, who was a large lady, or who wore a large dress, I don't exactly know which, for I don't know which was dress and which was lady, came sailing in. I had a dim recollection of having seen her at the theatre, as if I had seen her in a pale magic lantern, but she appeared to remember me perfectly, and still to suspect me of being in a state of intoxication. Finding by degrees, however, that I was sober, and, I hope, that I was a modest young gentleman, Mrs. Waterbrook softened towards me considerably, and inquired, firstly, if I went much into the parks, and secondly, if I went much into society. On my replying to both these questions in the negative, it occurred to me that I fell again in her good opinion, but she concealed the fact gracefully, and invited me to dinner next day. I accepted the invitation, and took my leave, making a call on Uriah in the office as I went out, and leaving a card for him in his absence. When I went to dinner next day, and on the street door being open plunged into a vapour bath of haunch of mutton, I divined that I was not the only guest, for I immediately identified the ticket porter in disguise, assisting the family servant, and waiting at the foot of the stairs to carry up my name. He looked, to the best of his ability, when he asked me for it confidentially, as if he had never seen me before. But well did I know him, and well did he know me. Conscience made cowards of us both. I found Mr. Waterbrook to be a middle-aged gentleman with a short throat, and a good deal of shirt-collar, who only wanted a black nose to be the portrait of a pug dog. He told me he was happy to have the honour of making my acquaintance, and when I had paid my homage to Mrs. Waterbrook, presented me with much ceremony to a very awful lady in a black velvet dress and a great black velvet hat, whom I remember as looking like a near relation of Hamlet's, say his aunt. Mrs. Henry Spiker was this lady's name, and her husband was there too, so cold a man that his head, instead of being grey, seemed to be sprinkled with hoar frost. Immense deference was shown to the Henry Spikers, male and female, which Agnes told me was on account of Mr. Henry Spiker being solicitor to something or to somebody, I forget what or which, remotely connected with the Treasury. I found Uriah Heep among the company in a suit of black and in deep humility. He told me, when I shook hands with him, that he was proud to be noticed by me, and that he really felt obliged to me for my condescension. I could have wished he had been less obliged to me, for he hovered about me in his gratitude all the rest of the evening, and whenever I said a word to Agnes, was sure, with his shadowless eyes and cadaverous face, to be looking gauntly down upon us from behind. There were other guests, all iced for the occasion, as it struck me, like the wine. But there was one who attracted my attention before he came in, on account of my hearing him announced as Mr. Traddles. My mind flew back to Salem House, and could it be Tommy, I thought, who used to draw the skeletons? I looked for Mr. Traddles with unusual interest. He was a sober, steady-looking young man of retiring manners, with a comic head of hair and eyes that were rather wide open, and he got into an obscure corner so soon that I had some difficulty in making him out. At length I had a good view of him, and either my vision deceived me, or it was the old, unfortunate Tommy. I made my way to Mr. Waterbrook and said that I believed I had the pleasure of seeing an old schoolfellow there. "Indeed," said Mr. Waterbrook, surprised. "You are too young to have been at school with Mr. Henry Spiker." "Oh, I don't mean him," I replied. "I mean the gentleman named Traddles." "Oh, aye, indeed," said my host, with much diminished interest. "Possibly." "If it's really the same person," said I, glancing towards him, "it was at a place called Salem House where we were together, and he was an excellent fellow." "Oh yes, Traddles is a good fellow," returned my host, nodding his head with an air of toleration. "Traddles is quite a good fellow." "It's a curious coincidence," said I. "It is really," returned my host, "quite a coincidence that Traddles should be here at all, as Traddles was only invited this morning, when the place at table intended to be occupied by Mrs. Henry Spiker's brother became vacant in consequence of his indisposition. A very gentlemanly man, Mrs. Henry Spiker's brother, Mr. Copperfield." I murmured an assent, which was full of feeling, considering that I knew nothing at all about him, and I inquired what Mr. Traddles was by profession. "Traddles," returned Mr. Waterbrook, "is a young man reading for the bar. Yes, he is quite a good fellow. Nobody's enemy but his own." "Is he his own enemy?" said I, sorry to hear this. "Well," returned Mr. Waterbrook, pursing up his mouth and playing with his watch-chain in a comfortable, prosperous sort of way, "I should say he was one of those men who stand in their own light. Yes, I should say he would never, for example, be worth £500. Traddles was recommended to me by a professional friend. Oh yes, he has a kind of talent for drawing briefs and stating a case in writing, plainly. I'm able to throw something in Traddles' way in the course of the year. Something for him considerable. Oh yes. I was much impressed by the extremely comfortable and satisfied manner in which Mr. Waterbrook delivered himself of this little word, "yes," every now and then. There was wonderful expression in it. It completely conveyed the idea of a man who had been born, not to say with a silver spoon, but with a scaling ladder, and had gone on mounting all the heights of life one after another, until now he looked from the top of the fortifications with the eye of a philosopher and a patron on the people down in the trenches. My reflections on this theme were still in progress when dinner was announced. Mr. Waterbrook went down with Hamlet's aunt. Mr. Henry Spiker took Mrs. Waterbrook. Agnes, whom I should have liked to take myself, was given to a simpering fellow with weak legs. Uriah, Traddles, and I, as the junior part of the company, went down last, how we could. I was not so vexed at losing Agnes as I might have been, since it gave me an opportunity of making myself known to Traddles on the stairs, who greeted me with great fervour. while Uriah writhed with such unobtrusive satisfaction and self-abasement that I could gladly have pitched him over the banisters. Traddles and I were separated at table, being billeted in two remote corners, he in the glare of a red velvet lady, I in the gloom of Hamlet's aunt. The dinner was very long, and the conversation was about the aristocracy and blood. Mrs. Waterbrook repeatedly told us that if she had a weakness, it was blood. It occurred to me several times that we should have got on better if we had not been quite so genteel. We were so exceedingly genteel that our scope was very limited. Mr. and Mrs. Gulpidge were of the party, who had something to do at second hand, at least Mr. Gulpidge had, with the law business of the bank. And what with the bank and what with the Treasury, we were as exclusive as the court circular. To mend the matter, Hamlet's aunt had the family failing of indulging in soliloquy, and held forth in a desultory manner by herself on every topic that was introduced. These were few enough, to be sure, but as we always fell back upon blood, she had as wide a field for abstract speculation as her nephew himself. We might have been a party of ogres, the conversation assumed such a sanguine complexion. "I confess I am of Mrs. Waterbrook's opinion," said Mr. Waterbrook, with his wine-glass at his eye. "Other things are all very well in their way, but give me blood." "Oh, there is nothing," observed Hamlet's aunt, "so satisfactory to one. There is nothing that is so much one's beau ideal of all that sort of thing, speaking generally. There are some low minds, not many, I am happy to believe, but there are some that would prefer to do what I should call bow down before idols, positively idols, before service, intellect, and so on. But these are intangible points. Blood is not so. We see blood in a nose, and we know it. We meet it with a chin, and we say, there it is, that's blood. It is an actual matter of fact. We point it out. It admits of no doubt." The simpering fellow with the weak legs, who had taken Agnes down, stated the question more decisively yet, I thought. "Oh, you know, deuce take it," said this gentleman, looking round the board with an imbecile smile. "We can't forego blood, you know. We must have blood, you know. Some young fellows, you know, may be a little behind their station, perhaps, in point of education and behaviour, and may go a little wrong, you know, and get themselves and other people into a variety of fixes and all that, but deuce take it, it's delightful to reflect that they've got blood in them. Myself, I'd rather at any time be knocked down by a man who'd got blood in him than I'd be picked up by a man who hadn't." This sentiment, as compressing the general question into a nutshell, gave the utmost satisfaction, and brought the gentlemen to great notice until the ladies retired. After that, I observed that Mr. Gulpidge and Mr. Henry Spiker, who had hitherto been very distant, entered into a defensive alliance against us, the common enemy, and exchanged a mysterious dialogue across the table for our defeat and overthrow. "That affair of the first bond for £4,500 has not taken the course that I was expecting, Spiker," said Mr. Gulpidge. "Do you mean the D of A's?" said Mr. Spiker. "The C of B's," said Mr. Gulpidge. Mr. Spiker raised his eyebrows and looked much concerned. "When the question was referred to Lord— I needn't name him," said Mr. Gulpidge, checking himself. "I understand," said Mr. Spiker. "N." Mr. Gulpidge darkly nodded. "Was referred to him, his answer was, money or no release." "Lord bless my soul!" cried Mr. Spiker. "Money or no release," repeated Mr. Gulpidge firmly. "The next in reversion. You understand me?" "K," said Mr. Spiker, with an ominous look. Kay then positively refused to sign. He was attended at Newmarket for that purpose, and he point-blank refused to do it. Mr. Spiker was so interested that he became quite stony. "So the matter rests at this hour," said Mr. Gulpidge, throwing himself back in his chair. "Our friend Waterbrook will excuse me if I forbear to explain myself generally, on account of the magnitude of the interests involved." Mr. Waterbrook was only too happy, as it appeared to me, to have such interests and such names even hinted at across his table. He assumed an expression of gloomy intelligence, though I am persuaded he knew no more about the discussion than I did, and highly approved of the discretion that had been observed. Mr. Spiker, after the receipt of such a confidence, naturally desired to favour his friend with a confidence of his own. Therefore, the foregoing dialogue was succeeded by another, in which it was Mr. Gulpidge's turn to be surprised, and that by another, in which the surprise came round to Mr. Spiker's turn again, and so on, turn and turn about. All this time, we, the outsiders, remained oppressed by the tremendous interests involved in the conversation, and our host regarded us with pride, as the victims of a salutary awe and astonishment. I was very glad indeed to get upstairs to Agnes, and to talk with her in a corner, and to introduce Traddles to her, who was shy but agreeable, and the same good-natured creature still. As he was obliged to leave early on account of going away next morning for a month, I had not nearly so much conversation with him as I could have wished, but we exchanged addresses, and promised ourselves the pleasure of another meeting when he should come back to town. He was greatly interested to hear that I knew Steerforth, and spoke of him with such warmth that I made him tell Agnes what he thought of him. But Agnes only looked at me the while, and very slightly shook her head when only I observed her. As she was not among people with whom I believed she could be very much at home, I was almost glad to hear that she was going away within a few days, though I was sorry at the prospect of parting from her again so soon. This caused me to remain until all the company were gone. Conversing with her, and hearing her sing, was such a delightful reminder to me of my happy life in the grave old house she had made so beautiful, that I could have remained there half the night. But, having no excuse for staying any longer, when the lights of Mr. Waterbrook's society were all snuffed out, I took my leave very much against my inclination. I felt then, more than ever, that she was my better angel, and if I thought of her sweet face and placid smile, as though they had shone on me from some removed being, like an angel, I hope I thought no harm. I have said that the company were all gone, but I ought to have excepted Uriah, whom I don't include in that denomination, and who had never ceased to hover near us. He was close behind me when I went downstairs. He was close beside me when I walked away from the house, slowly fitting his long skeleton fingers into the still longer fingers of a great Guy Fawkes pair of gloves. It was in no disposition for Uriah's company, but in remembrance of the entreaty Agnes had made to me, that I asked him if he would come home to my rooms and have some coffee. "Oh, really, Mr. Copperfield," he rejoined, "I beg your pardon, Mr. Copperfield, but the other comes so naturally. I don't like that you should put a constraint upon yourself to ask a numble person like me to your house." "There is no constraint in the case," said I. "Will you come?" "I should like to very much," replied Uriah, with a writhe. "Well, then, come along," said I. I could not help being rather short with him, but he appeared not to mind it. We went the nearest way, without conversing much upon the road, and he was so humble in respect to those scarecrow gloves, that he was still putting them on, and seemed to have made no advance in that labour, when we got to my place. I led him up the dark stairs to prevent his knocking his head against anything, and really his damp, cold hand felt so like a frog in mine that I was tempted to drop it and run away. Agnes and hospitality prevailed, however, and I conducted him to my fireside. When I lighted my candles, he fell into meek transports with the room that was revealed to him, and when I heated the coffee in an unassuming block tin vessel in which Mrs. Crupp delighted to prepare it, chiefly, I believe, because it was not intended for the purpose, being a shaving pot, and because there was a patent invention of great price mouldering away in the pantry, he professed so much emotion that I could joyfully have scalded him. "Oh, really, Master Copperfield, I mean Mr. Copperfield," said Uriah, "to see you waiting upon me is what I never could have expected. But one way and another, so many things happen to me which I could never have expected. I'm sure in my humble station that it seems to rain blessings on me head. You've heard something, I dessay, of a change in my expectations, Master Copperfield, I should say, Mr. Copperfield." As he sat on my sofa with his long knees drawn up under his coffee cup, his hat and gloves upon the ground close to him, his spoon going softly round and round, his shadowless red eyes, which looked as if they had scorched their lashes off, turned towards me without looking at me, the disagreeable dints I have formerly described in his nostrils coming and going with his breath, and a snaky undulation pervading his frame from his chin to his boots, I decided in my own mind that I disliked him intensely. It made me very uncomfortable to have him for a guest, for I was young then, and unused to disguise what I so strongly felt. "You've heard something, I dare say, of a change in my expectations, Master Copperfield. I should say, Mr. Copperfield," observed Uriah. "Yes," I said, "something." "Ah, I thought Miss Agnes would know of it," he quietly returned. "I'm glad to find Miss Agnes knows of it. Oh, thank you, Mr. Copperfield." I could have thrown my boot-jack at him, it lay ready on the rug, for having entrapped me into the disclosure of anything concerning Agnes, however immaterial. But I only drank my coffee. "What a prophet you've shown yourself, Mr. Copperfield," pursued Uriah. "Dear me, what a prophet you've proved yourself to be. Don't you remember saying to me once that perhaps I should be a partner in Mr. Wickfield's business, and perhaps it might be Wickfield and Heep? You may not recollect it, but when a person is humble, Master Copperfield, a person treasures such things up." "I recollect talking about it," said I, "though I certainly did not think it very likely then." Who would have thought it likely, Mr. Copperfield?" returned Uriah enthusiastically. "I'm sure I didn't myself. I recollect saying with my own lips that I was much too humble. So I considered myself really and truly." He sat with that carved grin on his face, looking at the fire, as I looked at him. "But the humblest persons, Master Copperfield," he presently resumed, "may be the instruments of good. I'm glad to think I've been the instrument of good to Mr. Wickfield, and that I may be more so. Oh, what a worthy man he is, Mr. Copperfield, but how imprudent he has been!" "I'm sorry to hear it," said I. I could not help adding, rather pointedly, "on all accounts." "Oh, decidedly so, Mr. Copperfield," replied Uriah, "on all accounts. Miss Agnes is above all. You don't remember your own eloquent expressions, Master Copperfield, but I remember how you said one day that everybody must admire her, and how I thanked you for it. You forgot that, I have no doubt, Master Copperfield?" "No," said I dryly. "Oh, how glad I am you have not!" exclaimed Uriah. "To think that you should be the first to kindle the sparks of ambition in my humble breast, and that you've not forgotten it. Oh, would you excuse me asking for a cup more coffee?" Something in the emphasis he laid upon the kindling of those sparks, and something in the glance he directed at me as he said it, had made me start, as if I had seen him illuminated by a blaze of light. Recalled by his request, preferred in quite another tone of voice, I did the honours of the shaving-pot, but I did them with an unsteadiness of hand, a sudden sense of being no match for him, and a perplexed, suspicious anxiety as to what he might be going to say next, which I felt could not escape his observation. He said nothing at all. He stirred his coffee round and round, he sipped it, he felt his chin softly with his grisly hand, he looked at the fire, he looked about the room, he gasped rather than smiled at me, he writhed and undulated about in his deferential servility, he stirred and sipped again, but he left the renewal of the conversation to me. "So, Mr. Wickfield," said I at last, "who is worth 500 of you or me—" For my life, I think I could not have helped dividing that part of the sentences with an awkward jerk. "Has been imprudent, has he, Mr. Heep?" "Oh, very imprudent indeed, Master Copperfield," returned Uriah, sighing modestly. "Oh, very much so. But I wish you'd call me Uriah, if you please. It's like old times." "Well, Uriah," said I, bolting it out with some difficulty. "Thank you," he returned with fervour. "Thank you, Master Copperfield. It's like the blowing of old breezes of the ringing of old bells is to hear you say Uriah. I beg your pardon. Was I making any observation?" "About Mr. Wickfield," I suggested. "Oh, yes, truly," said Uriah. Great imprudence, Master Copperfield. It's a topic that I wouldn't touch upon to any soul but you. Even to you I can only touch upon it, and no more. If anyone else had been in my place during the last few years, by this time he would have had Mr. Wickfield. Oh, what a worthy man he is, Master Copperfield, too. Under his thumb. Under his thumb," said Uriah very slowly, as he stretched out his cruel-looking hand above my table and pressed his own thumb upon it until it shook, and shook the room. If I had been obliged to look at him with his splay foot on Mr. Wickfield's head, I think I could scarcely have hated him more. "Oh dear, yes, Master Copperfield," he proceeded in a soft voice, most remarkably contrasting with the action of his thumb, which did not diminish its hard pressure in the least degree. "There's no doubt of it. There would have been loss, disgrace, I don't know what at all. Mr. Wickfield knows it. I am the humble instrument of humbly serving him, and he puts me on an eminence I hardly could have hoped to reach. How thankful should I be!" With his face turned towards me as he finished, but without looking at me, he took his crooked thumb off the spot where he had planted it, and slowly and thoughtfully scraped his lank jaw with it, as if he were shaving himself. I recollect well how indignantly my heart beat as I saw his crafty face, with the appropriately red light of the fire upon it, preparing for something else. "Master Copperfield," he began, "but am I keeping you up?" "You are not keeping me up. I generally go to bed late." "Thank you, Master Copperfield. I've risen from my humble station since first you used to address me, it is true, but I am humble still. I hope I never shall be otherwise than humble. You will not think the worse of my humbleness if I make a little confidence to you, Master Copperfield, will you?" "Oh, no," said I, with an effort. "Thank you." He took out his pocket handkerchief and began wiping the palms of his hands. "Miss Agnes, Master Copperfield." "Well, Uriah?" "Oh, how pleasant to be called Uriah spontaneously," he cried, and gave himself a little jerk, like a convulsive fish. "You thought her looking very beautiful tonight, Master Copperfield?" "I thought her looking as she always does, superior in all respects to everyone around her," I returned. "Oh, thank you, it's so true," he cried. "Oh, thank you very much for that." "Not at all," I said loftily. "There is no reason why you should thank me." "Why, that, Master Copperfield," said Uriah, "is in fact the confidence that I'm going to take the liberty of reposing. Humble as I am," he put his hands harder and looked at them and at the fire by turns, "humble as my mother is, and lowly as our poor but honest roof has ever been, the image of Miss Agnes, I don't mind trusting you with my secret, Mr. Copperfield, for I have always overflowed towards you since the first moment I had the pleasure of beholding you in a pony shay, has been in my breast for years. Oh, Master Copperfield, with what a pure affection do I love the ground my Agnes walks on." I believe I had a delirious idea of seizing the red-hot poker out of the fire and running him through with it. It went from me with a shock, like a ball fired from a rifle, but the image of Agnes, outraged by so much as a thought of this red-headed animal's, remained in my mind when I looked at him, sitting all awry as if his mean soul griped his body, and it made me giddy. He seemed to swell and grow before my eyes, the room seemed full of the echoes of his voice, and the strange feeling, to which perhaps no one is quite a stranger, that all this had occurred before at some indefinite time, and that I knew what he was going to say next, took possession of me. A timely observation of the sense of power that there was in his face did more to bring back to my remembrance the entreaty of Agnes in its full force than any effort I could have made. I asked him, with a better appearance of composure than I could have thought possible a minute before, whether he had made his feelings known to Agnes. "Oh, no, Master Copperfield," he returned. "Oh, dear, no, not to anyone but you. You see, I'm only just emerging from my lowly station. I rest a good deal of hope on her observing how useful I am to her father, for I trust to be very useful to him indeed, Master Copperfield, and how I smooth the way for him and keep him straight. She's so much attached to her father, Master Copperfield. Oh, what a lovely thing it is in a daughter, that I think she may come on his own account to be kind to me. I fathomed the depth of the rascal's whole scheme, and understood why he laid it bare. "If you'll have the goodness to keep my secret, Master Copperfield," he pursued, "and not in general to go against me, I should take it as a particular favour. You wouldn't wish to make unpleasantness. I know what a friendly heart you've got. But having only known me on my humble footing, on my humblest I should say, for I am very humble still, you might, unbeknown, go against me rather with my Agnes. I call her mine, you see, Master Copperfield. There's a song that says, 'I'd crowns resign to call her mine.' I hope to do it one of these days." Dear Agnes, so much too loving and too good for anyone that I could think of. Was it possible that she was reserved to be the wife of such a wretch as this? "There's no hurry at present, you know, Master Copperfield," Uriah proceeded in his slimy way as I sat gazing at him with this thought in my mind. "My Agnes is very young still, and Mother and me will have to work our way upwards and make a good many new arrangements before it will be quite convenient. So I shall have time gradually to make her familiar with my hopes as opportunities offer. Oh, I'm so much obliged to you for this confidence. Oh, it's such a relief. You can't think to know that you understand our situation, and are certain, as you wouldn't wish to make unpleasantness in the family, not to go against me." He took the hand which I dared not withhold, and having given it a damp squeeze, referred to his pale-faced watch. "Dear me," he said, "it's past 1. The moments slip away so in the confidence of old times, Master Copperfield, that it's almost 1:30. I answered that I thought it was later. Not that I had really thought so, but because my conversational powers were effectually scattered. "Dear me," he said, considering, "the house that I'm stopping at, a sort of a private hotel and boarding house, Master Copperfield, near the New River-Head, would have gone to bed these 2 hours. "I'm sorry," I returned, "but there is only one bed here, and that I—" "Oh, don't think of mentioning beds, Master Copperfield," he rejoined ecstatically, drawing up one leg. "But would you have any objections to my laying down before the fire?" "If it comes to that," I said, "pray take my bed, and I'll lie down before the fire." His repudiation of this offer was almost shrill enough, in the excess of its surprise and humility, to have penetrated to the ears of Mrs. Crupp, then sleeping, I suppose, in a distant chamber situated at about the level of low water mark, soothed in her slumbers by the ticking of an incorrigible clock, to which she always referred me when we had any little difference on the score of punctuality, and which was never less than 3/4 of an hour too slow, and had always been put right in the morning by the best authorities. As no arguments I could urge in my bewildered condition had the least effect upon his modesty in inducing him to accept my bedroom, I was obliged to make the best arrangements I could for his repose before the fire. The mattress of the sofa, which was a great deal too short for his lank figure, the sofa pillows, a blanket, the tablecloth, a clean breakfast cloth, and a greatcoat, made him a bed and covering, for which he was more than thankful. Having lent him a nightcap, which he put on at once, and in which he made such an awful figure that I have never worn one since, I left him to his rest. I never shall forget that night. I never shall forget how I turned and tumbled, how I wearied myself with thinking about Agnes and this creature, how I considered what could I do, and what I ought to do, how I could come to no other conclusion than that the next best course for her peace was to do nothing, and to keep to myself what I had heard. If I went to sleep for a few moments, the image of Agnes with her tender eyes, and of her father looking fondly on her, as I had so often seen him look, arose before me with appealing faces, and filled me with vague terrors. When I awoke, the recollection that Uriah was lying in the next room sat heavy on me like a waking nightmare, and oppressed me with a leaden dread, as if I had had some meaner quality of devil for a lodger. The poker got into my dozing thoughts besides, and wouldn't come out. I thought, between sleeping and waking, that it was still red hot, and I'd snatched it out of the fire and run him through the body. I was so haunted at last by the idea, though I knew there was nothing in it, that I stole into the next room to look at him. There I saw him, lying on his back, with his legs extending to I don't know where, gurglings taking place in his throat, stoppages in his nose, and his mouth open like a post office. He was so much worse in reality than in my distempered fancy, that afterwards I was attracted to him in very repulsion, and could not help wandering in and out every half hour or so, and taking another look at him. Still, the long, long night seemed heavy and hopeless as ever, and no promise of day was in the murky sky. When I saw him going downstairs early in the morning, for thank heaven he would not stay to breakfast, it appeared to me as if the night was going away in his person. When I went out to the Commons, I charged Mrs. Crupp with particular directions to leave the windows open, that my sitting-room might be aired and purged of his presence. End of chapter 25. Recording by Simon Evers.